Halo CE is the best Halo game and probably one of the best video games of all time. Now that's a lot to take in. So let me take a step back first real quick. If you've somehow been living under a rock for the past 20-ish years, Halo Combat Evolved is a first-person shooter for the original Xbox, and it was developed by Bungie, who were, fun fact, the same people who make Destiny now. And essentially, it's just...
Welcome to Dark Souls, bitch! Wait.
It's pretty simple.
Halo Combat Evolved.
It's pretty simple.
And if you're unfamiliar with my content, I've made videos on the first Halo multiple times. I like this game a lot. I love Halo CE.
Welcome to Dark Souls, bitch!
So if I've already made videos talking about Halo CE, why am I making this one? Well, guys, Halo CE is really good, and I need to talk about it in a way that's not some really shitty Let's Play format. So what I'm gonna do in this video is, instead of summarizing the game, I want to talk about what it's like to experience this game for the first time. I want to describe the experience of playing this game as if you've never played it before. One of the main aspects of this game, and one of the best aspects I'd argue, is just the mystery of what's going on. I feel like a large misstep that a lot of people take when talking about this game is not really showing that experience of what it's like to uncover that mystery as it goes on. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be playing through Halo CE's entire campaign, talk through it level by level, and introduce concepts as they're introduced in game. I'm just gonna talk about it literally like I'm playing it for the first time, but add in a couple details that you wouldn't necessarily notice. I'm going to be playing my original Xbox copy on somewhat original hardware. I will be talking about this later. Ideally, I'd want everybody to experience this game the way I'd experience it, but that is really fucking hard to do. But obviously, it's not that hard because I'm attempting to do it right now. So let's get fucking started. If you have never played this game before, I'm going to be spoiling the shit out of it. Like, look at the fucking length of this video and tell me, I don't think he's gonna spoil all of it. I'm sorry. You're delusional if you think I'm not spoiling the absolute fuck out of this game. This game is best experienced blind, knowing absolutely nothing. Even if you know a little bit, fucking just play it right now and you'll be fine. I will put shit in the description so you can figure out the best version to play, because this is something I will talk about later. But trust me, if you don't want to get spoiled, just don't play it. Anyways, for those who were sticking around, let's get into the fucking, let's fucking get it. First off, let's talk about the fucking opening logo. I understand that I'm going to meat ride the absolute fuck out of this game. The opening logo needs to be talked about, even if it's just a little bit. There's just something so cool about the Bungie logo, like the cells turning into the world, turning into the dot of the eye in Bungie. If I had the IQ of a rock and I was experiencing this for the first time, this would be the coolest shit I've ever seen. The soundtrack behind it, the voices, everything just comes together, and the atmosphere just works so well. And you already can tell the kind of atmosphere this game is gonna give off by this goddamn fucking intro. We haven't even gotten to that fucking menu and we know what the game's gonna be like. I don't know. I really like Bungie's opening logo, and I think it's really cool, and I think it adds a lot, even if we're only gonna be seeing it once.
Now presenting the menu! Yeah!
We're going back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkeys off the menu! That's right!
From the get-go, everything is right here. Big logo, boom, it says Halo. You got 4 fucking choices from the get-go. You're spinning around this ring like the word Halo. Holy shit. There's music playing in the background that sounds like holy chanting. And there is a reason that this holy music has become sort of a meme, just because of how fucking cool it is. Everything just fucking works.
All of this just works. It just works.
And I can get behind it. I can get behind this.
I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but I can get behind this.
From the menu, you got 4 options. You got campaign, multiplayer, setting, and game demos, which doesn't work anymore, so you only really got 3 to worry about. Settings is just like to manage your campaign data, to change your multiplayer Spartan name and color. There's probably some other things I'm missing here that I'll put on screen, but like, I don't know, it's to change your fucking controls, man. Like, it's just fucking settings. The multiplayer tab is where you, oh my god, I need to stop hitting my hands. The multiplayer tab is where you can play and access the game's multiplayer, system link, or split screen campaign. You can edit the game types for multiplayer to make your own little custom games. It's limited, but at least it's there. It's an option. But we're not talking about the fucking multiplayer tab. Ignore the fucking settings. Ignore the fucking multiplayer tab. We're going straight to fucking campaign. And that's all we're going to be talking about. I'm going to be talking about this campaign from the perspective of you playing it solo, because I feel like playing it solo is definitely a lot better than playing it co-op, because there's definitely some moments later in this game where the atmosphere just works a lot better if you're playing on your own. It is fun on a second or third playthrough to play with your friends, but like, trust me, you're gonna want to play on your own the first time. If you've already played this game before, split screen is just like, it's just an added bonus and it'll make fun shit happen. So after choosing the campaign option and making your little profile, I made my profile's name the word fart because I thought it was funny. You get shown 4 options for difficulty: easy, normal, heroic, and legendary. Easy is, you know, baby's first shooter. You don't even really know how a fucking controller works. Normal, you know, it's normal. You're gonna get the basic experience from this game. And honestly, I'd recommend it for first-time players. And then there's heroic, which is my personal favorite difficulty because it feels like it has enough challenge, but not too much to the point where it's like not fun. And then the difficulty legendary is for people who hate themselves. I've never completed the game on legendary. Maybe that's about to make my whole like opinions invalid on this game, but oh well. I'm sorry I haven't played on the hardest difficulty. I will at some point, but I also don't hate myself. After you choose your difficulty, the game slowly fades into
the Pillar of Autumn. Escape intact as Covenant forces board your ship.
So the campaign opens with this shot of this lone ring in the middle of space in front of this dark, mysterious planet. I don't know, guys. I think the ring might be called Halo. It's just a guess. After showing this lone ring in the middle of space, the camera slowly pans to this giant spaceship with smaller little spaceships kind of surrounding it. We slowly zoom in on this ship and we see on the side of the ship, it says Pillar of Autumn. We then hear the first lines of dialogue from this game, and already we're gonna be bombarded with a lot of fucking questions.
Cortana! All you know is, did we lose them?
Damn! I think we both know the answer to that.
Who's that?
This guy!
We made a blind jump.
Blind jump?
First, the Covenant ship is moving faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach...
Oh my god, did they just say Reach?
Oh, there's no way they just said Reach!
If you've never played this game before, you might have a couple questions, like, who the fuck is this guy? Who is he talking to? Lose them? Who is them? Covenant? What is that, the fucking Bible? Reach?
Oh my god, did they just say reach? Oh, there's no way they just said reach! Comparison!
We were running dark, yes?
Until we...
Bro, I don't even want to know what you guys are talking about right now, bro. Like, what?
They were waiting for us.
Oh my god, it's the ring! It's the ring!
So, where do we stand?
Oh my god, like, Churches was on
Serious.
Okay, alright.
But I've isolated smoke signatures from multiple...
I didn't know bro could hang! I didn't know bro was shit like that! What are you saying? What the fuck are these people saying, bro?
Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to Combat Alert Alpha.
Everyone, sir?
Everyone!
And Cortana. Let's give our old friends a
Warm welcome!
I've already begun.
I got my throat.
If you didn't catch what this cutscene was saying over the amount of screaming that was going on in the background, essentially we're running away from something. Who or what this thing is, we, the player, aren't really sure yet. But regardless, everyone on this ship is getting ready to fight. Are we going to be able to fight back? I guess we'll figure it out.
I'm gonna explain who this guy is in just a minute. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit. After this cutscene, excuse me, we're shown the armed forces that are present inside the ship. There are like carrier ships, tank. There's a tank right there. There's these Hummer looking things. And we're introduced to this sergeant who opens with a monologue.
You heard the lady. Move like you got a purpose.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Man, here's where we show those split-chin, squid-head sons of bitches that they could not have picked a worse enemy than the human race. We are going to blow the hell out of those dumb bugs until we don't have anything left to shoot them with. And then we are going to strangle them with their own living guts. Am I right, Marines?
Sir, yes, sir!
Damn right I am. Now move it out. Double time.
This guy is only referred to as Sniper Sergeant, or he's more well known as Sergeant Johnson because he's given a name in future games. But for this game, he doesn't have a name. He's just the sergeant. Also, fun fact, this little opening monologue he gives the Marines is completely different based off the difficulty you choose.
Man, we let those dumb bugs out to the middle of nowhere to keep them from getting their filthy claws on Earth. But we stumbled onto something they're so hot for that they're scrambling over each other to get it. Well, I don't care if it's God's own anti-son-of-a-bitch machine or a giant hula hoop. We're not gonna let them have it. What we will let them have is a belly full of lead and a pool of their own blood to drown in.
Also, fun fact in this cutscene, you hear fucking crashes multiple times. You hear these like Hummer looking things fucking crashing into the walls multiple times, and it's really fucking funny actually.
Am I right, Marines?
Sir, yes, sir!
Damn right I am. Now move it out. Double time.
Attention all personnel. We are re-engaging the enemy. External and internal contact imminent.
All you greenhorns who wanted to see Covenant up close, this is gonna be your lucky day.
After this like kind of lame cutscene, we get shown one of the coolest cutscenes in the entire game.
Whoa. Sir?
Right. Let's thaw him out. Okay. Bringing low-level systems online. Cracking the case in 30 seconds. He's hot! Blowing the pins in 5! Tube shows green.
I know I'm pausing right here. The phrase Hush Casket is genuinely so hard. The writers of this game love putting words together that just sound fucking cool. Hushed Casket sounds so sick. Also, this entire opening cutscene will be different depending on what difficulty you're on. On easy and normal, you actually get this entire tutorial section that you don't on heroic or legendary. So while that's playing out, I'm gonna explain some things I didn't explain earlier. So this game takes place in the future. Fucking duh. But when does this game take place? Essentially, this game takes place in the year 2552, and humanity has currently been in a 30-year-long intergalactic war, and we're fucking losing. We are getting our asses cooked by an intergalactic alien race named the Covenant. This genocidal religious conglomerate race is on a warpath for killing humans without any real reason why. In the year 2526, they just happened to find one of our outer planets named Harvest, and once they found Harvest, they just decided to fucking decimate it. Like, it's fucking destroyed instantly. And after destroying that planet, they decided, you know what? So now they've declared war on us because apparently our existence is an insult to the gods. Who are the gods and why are we such an insult? I don't fucking know. Ever since destroying Harvest, they've been on a warpath, making their way closer and closer to Earth, killing billions and destroying multiple planets in the process. In the Halo universe, it's also important to note that Earth is still the most important planet. It's more important in this universe than I feel like it probably is in our own.
Which is why it's so important that the Covenant don't find Earth, because
in comparison to ours, the Covenant military force is fucking unstoppable.
So if they were to find Earth, it'd be destroyed instantly, and I don't think I have to explain why that would be a bad thing for the human race.
And I know that sounds pretty bad, but why are we in space? Because we're running. Why are we running? Well, our second main planet to Earth, Reach, got discovered by the Covenant. And like every other fucking planet that gets discovered by the Covenant, got fucking obliterated instantly. Now that might not sound bad, but what sucks about Reach getting destroyed is that Reach was the planet responsible for most, if not all, of humanity's military development, as well as just housing a large majority of humanity on the planet's surface. So without Reach, any sort of military development or progress is just fucking ceased. And we're already losing. We're already not putting up that much of a fight. Our technology is millennia. It's millennia behind whatever the Covenant got going on. We couldn't keep up even while we had Reach, and now Reach is gone. And guess what? No more development. Awesome, guys. And while it sucks that all military progress was ceased, what also sucks is that any advantage that Reach would have had against the Covenant, since it was our main fucking military planet, did not matter, and it got destroyed just as fast. Reach getting destroyed was probably the second biggest blow the Covenant could have given to humanity besides destroying Earth. And guess what? This game is picking up right after Reach got destroyed. The reason we're in space right now is because we fucking ran from Reach. Frame 1, when this game starts, humanity is already on the brink of extinction, and with no other options left, we're just running. We are fucked. But not entirely. While Reach was getting attacked, our ship, the Pillar of Autumn, the ship we've been seeing for this entire opening cutscene, managed to somehow get away from the Covenant. So the Pillar of Autumn made a blind jump, which is this universe's term for essentially just teleporting to a random spot in the galaxy in a desperate attempt to make sure we couldn't be tracked back to Earth. We are literally in the middle of nowhere right now. Nobody knows where we are. And that sounds like a pretty bad position to be in. But as we saw earlier in the cutscene, this ship is pretty stacked. We have a ton of Marines everywhere. We got a fucking captain. We got a fucking sergeant dude. We got fucking tanks.
There's a tank right there.
Anything you would need to stand your ground against the Covenant, I think we have. We couldn't make any advancements, but if they attacked us, I think we'd be chilling. So we know where we are. We know what the Covenant is. We know what a blind jump is. We know the context of why we're here. But we still might have another few questions, like, who the fuck is this green dude that we've been following this entire tutorial? Well, in this game, we are playing as the Master Chief. The Master Chief is the last super soldier humanity has left, known as a Spartan 2, and we're about to go fucking berserk on the goddamn Covenant. So even though we're being chased by a nigh unstoppable alien armada in the middle of space, in the middle of nowhere in the galaxy, we still have you, the player, the fucking player character. And even though things don't look too great right now, because of you, we're not totally cooked. We still have hope that humanity isn't gonna be fucking obliterated. Now, do you need to understand everything I just explained all along and drawn out? Absolutely not. But it makes you appreciate like 4 or 5 more lines of dialogue in the beginning cutscene.
Even if I didn't explain all of that, you would know what's going on. You would just ignore the lines of dialogue you don't understand. This game gets going pretty quickly. Back to this tutorial that's been playing in the background. There's not really much to say here. It just shows you the game's age. Back when this game was released, dual stick analog didn't really exist. Most shooters just went off the N64's aiming scheme, which was fucking ass. So this game kind of had to teach players how to like use the thumbsticks in a way that made sense. Nowadays it's just like, I don't know, instinct.
It was the first game to ever do dual analog aiming. So any other game that you play that is dual stick analog, you have Halo to thank for that. But tutorial wise in this day and age, it's really unnecessary. Like, it was necessary for me when I was playing for the first time, when I was 6 years old. But like, if you're like, I don't know, like over the age of 6, I think you'll be fine.
During the tutorial, they tell you that you need to go to the bridge because the captain wants to talk to you.
So the tutorial ends with you looking up and one of your cryotechs getting fucking murdered and shot to death by the cover. You barely even see who's shooting him, but it already sets the precedent for how threatening of a force the Covenant is. So we then run out of the cryo chamber with one of the other cryotechs, and big fucking surprise, he also fucking dies in an explosion. Awesome. So we make our way through the Pillar of Autumn to the bridge.
As we make our way through, we can see this fucking, like, these blue beams being shot at us, like, aggressively.
And we're running around right now, and we don't have any weapons to fight back. So even if we wanted to fight back, we fucking can't. We're fucking defenseless. On easy difficulty, you get this little interaction when you open this door, and there's this giant hulking thing here waiting for you and goes... And then 2 Marines take it out for you, or don't even take it out, they just push it back for you. And then they give you some extra guidance on where you need to go. And as far as I'm aware, besides having the tutorial and that Marine interaction, those are the only differences in difficulty, gameplay-wise. On Heroic, which is what I'm playing for this video, you literally just start with the fucking cryotech dying, and then you run out, and then that's it.
So as you're running around, you will see 2 different types of enemies. They all have their different colors, but they're very like distinct in size and like shape and like stature. These are both grunts and elites, which are the main force of the Covenant.
So after taking a little to no damage, you eventually get onto the bridge where the captain wanted to initially see you. And before you talk to him, you can see a couple small details just on this bridge. If you look on this bulletin board, it says fight for her. That's Earth. Duh. And if you look at the windows, you can see the ring just spinning in the distance. It's a really cool detail just to look at.
And obviously, we don't know what this thing is yet, but it's the name of the fucking game. I don't think it's that like much of a fucking logical leap to assume that that ring is named Halo, since that's the name of the fucking game. It's not like I'm calling fucking Link from The Legend of Zelda, because it's the name of the game. It's just...
Eventually, we'll get tired of looking at the spinning ring that we don't know the name of yet, and we'll approach the captain, and the next cutscene will play.
Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really had a chance.
Sleep well?
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did miss me.
So already from the beginning, we can tell that these 3 have some sort of chemistry together, and that this isn't their first time meeting or interacting with each other.
Report!
It must have been one of their boarding parties. I'd guess an antimatter charge.
Control for the main cannon is offline!
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive option.
All right. I'm initiating Cold Protocol Article 2.
Oh my god, nice! It's cold! Jocko!
Sorry, I
forgot to say what I was supposed to say.
Bro,
where did that pipe come from?
Found. I'm gonna try and...
Bro, that's literally just screams! That's what you want! I don't understand why you can't just land on on that. You know what the name is. Why is your ass out? What? That's genuinely so weird. Put that shit away. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it either. So put that shit away. You're weird. Put that away. Put that away, bro. Oh my god. Oh. This has got to be like consistently the most stupid fucking bit that I've ever fucking done. I hate this fucking bit. It's so fucking stupid. It takes like literally 5 seconds to do. I made a whole fucking video about me doing it. And that's why it's in this video, because it's a fucking reference. Oh wait. Earth. Oh my god! I did it! Oh my god! Wait, why did we skip forward? Guys, you skipped like 20 seconds of the cutscene. No, the scene of him typing in the thing was so important. It was so important, guys. What are you talking about?
Architecture isn't much different from the
I don't know why I kept this part in. I probably should have cut this out like a while ago. Yeah, you probably should. So yeah, guys, I'm sick. I'm actually sick while recording. Yeah, I fucking know. Why is his lip tilted? Why is his lip tilted? Look at that! Like tilted towers.
For those who didn't catch what this cutscene is saying, essentially we have to take this purple lady and get off the Pillar of Autumn as soon as possible. So after this cutscene, you might have a couple of questions because I'm really bad at explaining. So who is this captain dude? Who is Cole and what is their protocol? Who is this purple lady?
Who's naked?
Okay, to start, this dude right here is Captain Keys. He's the captain of the ship, and that's about all you need to know. And if you're confused on who this purple lady with the butt crack is, she was in the opening cutscene as well, and you might have heard her on the intercom as we were making our way over before we got here.
Fire teams, report to defensive positions Alpha and Sierra. Sensors show inbound Covenant boarding craft. Stand by to repel boarders.
This is Cortana. She's a highly advanced AI that is capable of doing multiple things that's going to be helpful for you later in the game. She can do things like hacking into Covenant computer systems and guiding you through levels by placing waypoints. And she makes sure that the game isn't too quiet.
Oh! Keep your head down, there's 2 of us in there now, remember?
Oh, I'm cooked.
Also, she has really important information on her that, if she were to get caught, would completely fuck over the entire human race and probably would expose Earth's location to the Covenant. Which, spoiler alert, we'd be fucked. So let's not do that. Speaking of which, who is Cole and what is their protocol? Essentially, humanity is like, we need to make sure that the Covenant do not find Earth at all costs. Because if they were to find it, it would be fucking obliterated instantly.
Okay, but what the fuck is the Cole protocol? You didn't even explain it!
No vessel, ship, can inadvertently or accidentally lead the Covenant to Earth at all. So, when we're in any type of battle and are forced to withdraw, meaning most of them because we're so fucking dog shit at fighting the Covenant, all retreating ships must avoid going anywhere even near Earth or even letting the Covenant get any sort of information that would somehow lead them to Earth. Even if that means teleporting without any like real destination plan, which is what we did. We are the aftermath of a fucking Cole protocol. And if a vessel is in danger of being captured by the Covenant, then it has to self-destruct. No questions. So Cortana can't go down with the ship because she's just too valuable. So we have to take her off the Pillar of Autumn before we get captured by the Covenant. For those more familiar with this universe and this game, might be thinking,
the Cole Protocol and Reach are never explained in-game. Are you referring to the books right now?
No, but I am referring to a manual that comes with the game, and most of the exposition and background that I just gave you that you can literally just skip through comes from this manual. None of my information from this game has come from any other lore books like Fall of Reach.
So yeah!
Fuck you, Fall of Reach! You're really boring to read! Oh, I fucking missed. Oh my god. This is my second time throwing this book because I somehow missed the first time.
I know this was for the bit, but like, bro, I hit my door so freaking hard it scraped the paint off of it. How the fuck does that happen? Anyways, this book was really boring. I wouldn't recommend it, really.
Anyways, the mission is pretty simple. Let's get off this ship with Cortana and not get captured. Sounds pretty easy. So after this cutscene, it's kind of hard to tell, but Keys gives you one of the most important, if not the most important weapon in the game, the pistol. The pistol is a fucking beast, and it can be fired either semi-automatic or fully automatic
depending on how long you hold the trigger for.
You can also zoom in 2 times by pressing in on the thumbstick. This is one of, if not the best gun in the entire game. And you'd be hard pressed to find a situation where you don't want this gun in your back pocket.
Fun little fact is that after you get the pistol from the captain, you can actually turn around and shoot him in the face. But when you do this, everything goes on like alert, and then a group of invincible Marines come after you and start shooting you. And as you can see right here, I die pretty fucking quickly because I'm bad at the video game, and I should really never play it ever again because I'm so fucking ass.
After walking through this hallway and getting ammo for the pistol, you're introduced to the first enemies in the game, grunts. These little fuckers are the Covenant's cannon fodder, and they like to stick in groups together. They're the only race of Covenant that will speak English in this game, and they kind of serve as this game's comedic relief, which is helpful because later in this game, the tone is going to get very dark, and their little quips they say are going to be really appreciated. You can take out most grunts with just a single shot from the pistol or just meleeing. Immediately after this encounter with the grunts, you'll walk down this hallway and you'll get introduced to one of the weaker guns in this game sandbox, the assault rifle. The assault rifle is a fully automatic weapon that's more accurate when it's shot in bursts rather than just held with the trigger. And it shows the amount of ammo on this little counter display right here, and it's pretty good for eliminating groups of grunts, but it's not so good at eliminating other enemies like the one that's about to be introduced. So as you walk into this cafeteria area, you're introduced to this next enemy type, which is the Elite. The Elites are supposed to be your equals in gameplay, and it shows. They have their own level of shields, just like you, that need to be taken out. They'll melee you if you get too close. They'll bob and weave around, depending on where you shoot. They're also very fierce and can easily get the upper hand on you if you're not careful. You need to take these motherfuckers seriously, because they will kill you.
Oh, why are you laughing so fucking hard?
So in this cafeteria area, with your Marine buddies, you'll hopefully learn how to fucking shoot a gun and kill your enemies, and you'll eliminate most enemies, hopefully with ease, as you're introduced to the last 2 guns that will be introduced in this level, the plasma pistol and the plasma rifle. Now, if it wasn't obvious, human weapons and Covenant weapons are both different from each other. That blue flame that was being shot at you earlier in this level was actually plasma. I'm gonna call it plasma. Was it plasma? I don't fucking know. I don't know how to say it. Plasma being shot at you.
Plasma.
What's different from the pistol and the assault rifle is that these 2 weapons are Covenant based, and instead of shooting bullets, they shoot energy. Plasma weapons are great at taking down elite shields, but they're not so great on unshielded enemies like the grunts. Unlike being magazine based like the AR and pistol, the plasma pistol and rifle are both battery based, oddly enough, and there's no known way to recharge them.
So anytime you run out of ammo on a plasma weapon, you can just pick another one up off the ground from your dead enemies' bodies.
So to start with the plasma pistol is typically wielded by lower ranking units in the Covenant like grunts. It's semi-automatic. It's really good at taking out shields. It's actually probably one of the better weapons in the game along with the pistol. But if you fire too fast, the weapon will overheat and be unusable for a couple of seconds. And if you want to take out an enemy's shields almost instantly, there's a charging option where you can hold it and then let it go, and it'll immediately take out the enemy shield. Doing this will overheat the gun, so you gotta be careful when you use it, and you gotta be strategic with your aim as well. What people call the noob combo is plasma pistol blasting and elite shields, and then switching to the pistol and then killing them with the headshot. It's a very solid weapon, and it's probably the best plasma weapon. Unless I'm talking about the fucking plasma rifle. The plasma rifle, on the other hand, sandbox-wise, it's a little bit less obvious where it goes.
It's semi-automatic like the assault rifle, but unlike the assault rifle, it can't just easily wipe out squads of unshielded enemies. But unlike the plasma pistol, you can't just charge it instantly to take out an enemy's shields. So it might seem like this gun sucks, but what the plasma rifle does have going for it is the fact that it can stun enemies in place, giving you extra time to switch to a secondary weapon and take them out.
It can be either automatic or semi semi-automatic depending on how you hold the trigger, and it's typically used by higher ranking enemies in the Covenant like elites. I don't know, it can't really be used on its own. You need to be using it with something else. After you're introduced to the 4 weapons of this level, this is the point of the game where you realize you can't hold every weapon at once. You can only hold 2 guns at once, meaning you need to be really strategic with
which weapons you're gonna use.
Holding only 2 weapons makes you think a lot. It's like, oh, should I only carry human weapons? Well, no, because then you'll have a hard time taking out the enemy's shields. Should you only carry plasma weapons? No, because then you're gonna have a hard time taking out the enemy's health. So you have to experiment with each weapon and find out kind of where they belong for what you're trying to do and how the sandbox works. A good analogy for the sandbox of Halo CE is that it's a puzzle, and you need to figure out where the pieces go. It might seem weird that I might be talking about, oh, you can only hold 2 weapons at a time. That's kind of weird. In modern shooters, it's the standard. You have 2 weapons at a time. Unless you're like a battle royale or like, I don't know, fucking Fortnite maybe. Well, fun fact, before Halo came out, it was common for most shooters, when you picked up a weapon, you just had that for the rest of the game. It's like, as the game progressed, it was like a little reward for you playing the game as it went on. It's like, oh, you have all these weapons and you can choose all between them. But what ended up happening in a lot of games is you just have an arsenal of fucking shit, like just full of guns that you just don't fucking use. Examples of this can be found in the original Half-Life, Doom, or even Bungie's prior shooter Marathon. And for the time, Halo choosing to only let you use 2 weapons and having to swap between them was revolutionary, and it shows because that's like the standard now. Speaking of older shooters and their arsenals, in the arsenal you'd also have the option to melee, but it was such like a low tier option that you would never ever use unless you're fucking insane because of how butt fucking useless it was.
Fun fact is that in Doom or like any of these old shooters, anytime you would run out of ammo, you would automatically just switch to your melee. Also, fun fact, they literally just changed the entire UI of Doom 1 and 2 while I went to work and took a break from making this video, bro. Oh my god. Like, why is the crosshair different?
Halo lets you melee whenever you want, regardless of what weapon you're holding. And actually, there will be unique animations depending on what weapon you're using to melee. It's not just a fucking punch animation like a Doom or something. And you can use the melee whenever you want. So if you're in a tough spot and there are enemies that are too close for your liking, you can just melee them away. It's not the most powerful option, but at least you have a fucking option that works.
Some of the time, bro. I don't know. Sometimes I'll be meleeing these motherfuckers and then they don't get hit, so I don't really understand what the problem is.
It helps that you have the option in case you run out of ammo, so you're not totally fucked. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find a situation where you're completely out of ammo, but just even having that as an option is just nice. Anyways, after being introduced to all 4 weapons, you'll see these 2 Marines waiting outside this airlock, and you'll see them fucking explode, and you'll see the Covenant burst through the airlock.
After you kill all the people that came through the freaking airlock!
This is not only your first glimpse of Covenant architecture, but it's also your very first experience with equipment inside this Covenant structure, which is full of all these purples and dark blues and all this. You're introduced to the first equipment out of 2 in this game, overshields. Overshield gives you an extra shield.
And that's literally it. That's all that it does.
So I actually messed up here and referred to overshield as being equipment instead of what it actually is, which is a power-up, because there's actual equipment in future Halo games, but I just mixed it up. But just like any other power-up in any other game, these things will be hidden throughout the levels just for you to find as like a reward for exploring.
So after you make your way out of the airlock and you make your way through the Pillar of Autumn, eventually you'll be introduced to the concept of grenades. So there are 2 types of grenades, the human grenades and the Covenant grenades, also known as frag grenades and plasma. Plasma grenades are Covenant based and are really fucking powerful. Whatever you throw them on, they will stick, and they will stick onto them until they fucking
explode!
Frag grenades are a bit different. You throw them and they do more splash damage rather than concise damage. Also, grenades love to come together and cause massive chain reactions, which is a really funny quirk in this game.
I overcharge this and hit him. Oh, never mind. That's another little quirk.
At this point in the game, there's 3 options of combat. You can either shoot, grenade, or you can melee. If a certain combat option isn't working out for you, you can use another one. If there's a group of enemies and you're not shooting enough, you can just throw a grenade. If people are too close to you, you can melee. If there's a mix of people too far away and too close, you can throw a grenade and melee, and then shoot to finish them off. It's nice that you have that little triangle that's instantly accessible to you, rather than like having to switch to grenades without being able to use your gun or without being able to melee. That like games like Half-Life and Doom do. Like when I played the first Half-Life or any Half-Life, I fucking never used grenades because they're so fucking useless. It's like I can't use my gun. Like, I'm not gonna try and like simultaneously toss this while like not being able to shoot my gun. It doesn't make any sense. And while this doesn't seem like, oh,
you can use grenades and melee at the same time.
Back then, it wasn't normal. This wasn't the standard. Halo made this the standard, which I think is really cool to experience. And I know, like, I'm just jibber-jabbering about concepts right now. I'm not even talking about the fucking game at this point. But, like, just playing the first couple levels, you can see why this game was so revolutionary if you have the context of games from back then.
Now, I know it seems like I've been over-explaining things that don't seem super important for the landscape of gaming today, but you gotta understand that almost none of what I described earlier, which is literally just common game design at this point, existed before this game came out. This game revolutionized so much, and this level conveys all these giant innovations in just gaming in general without making things too complicated or more complicated than they need to be.
It doesn't feel like you're overwhelmed. It's like, oh, I can also throw grenades. Oh, I can also punch people. And also, just by the gameplay that's going on behind me, you can tell that this game is fucking gory as shit. You can engage in just a small firefight with a couple enemies, and already you can see that the fucking ground is coated in gore. It looks like I just committed a mass alien genocide, and I didn't. I fucking didn't. And plus, you can also melee dead enemies on the ground, and more blood will spill out. It'll tank the frame rate, but it's something you can do. And I kind of miss this in new games. Even in future Halo games, they don't do this. Like, this game is rated M for a fucking reason. Look at the fucking gore everywhere, dude. Jesus Christ. So eventually, we make our way through more similar looking hallways, killing grunts and elites. The only way you can really tell where to go is just based off of where the elites and grunts are, because I saw this one clip that really stuck with me, and it's essentially wherever the enemies are, that's where you're supposed to go.
In my experience with old video games, if there's enemies on the path you're going, it's the right direction.
You can also just tell where you are based off like the arrows on the floor. As you make your way through the Pillar of Autumn, you'll get to this open like hangar area, and at the end of this encounter, the end of this hallway, you'll see this like giant shield with this red elite behind it. And this is supposed to be where you're introduced to the red elites, which are I think they're the elite majors, which are the more powerful elites, because so far we've only seen blue elites. But like a fucking idiot, I just threw a grenade behind the shield and it killed it, so I didn't really learn anything from this encounter. After that encounter with the red elite, you'll start seeing cool little details, like if you look in the windows, you'll see life pods just shooting through the airlocks. That should be you.
You'll see the blast doors closing to prevent any more Covenant from getting to you. And you'll also get a couple lines from Cortana in your head saying how the Covenant really don't want us on that ring.
The Covenant are destroying the life pods. They really don't want us on that ring.
Eventually, after the blast doors close, you'll kill a couple grunts, and Cortana will give you a waypoint on where to go. All the waypoints in this game are placed manually by Cortana. How the fuck that works, I don't know, but it's nice to know that the waypoints are all given by Cortana. And after following a waypoint that she gives through the main's access ways, you'll be introduced to the game's flashlight. Now, it's a fucking flashlight, but the way it works is a little bit different to other games. It's not attached to your helmet like you think it would be. It's actually attached to your weapon, oddly enough. What's interesting about the fact that the flashlight's on your weapons is that every time you shoot, you reload, or you melee, the flashlight follows with you. So if you have to reload the pistol, you can't see for like a solid couple seconds. So you really need to be smart when you're using the flashlight in a dark area. It's just a fucking flashlight. But it just gives the devs an excuse to give you really fucking dark areas and creepy areas that'll freak you out later in the game, which is really cool.
I forgot to mention that there is a meter for how long you can use the flashlight for, but it's really not that big of a deal, so that's why I forgot to mention it. But yeah, if you use the flashlight for too long,
I don't know, it just stops working and you gotta wait for it to recharge.
So we make our way out of this maintenance shaft, and we'll fight through a couple ways of Covenant, and while we're fighting our way through the Covenant, after we get through the ship's access ways, the ship will be like rumbling and shaking from how much fucking destruction the ship is taking. And after passing through an exploding portion of the ship and the final maintenance access way...
And this set piece!
It looks like the Covenant wanted to catch you back.
We fight through the final wave of Covenant before the level ends. For a level that's built on the exact same geometry almost the entire time, the only part that confuses me is the end. And I feel like that's honestly saying a lot for the level design. Because if I'm only confused in this repeating hallways for the end, I think you did well. But for some reason, every time I try to find the final life pod to go onto, I can just never find it, and it takes me so fucking long, and I don't know why. But eventually, Cortana will give you a waypoint, or you'll just end up finding it.
Or the level will just fucking end.
Maybe it's the monotonous theme that goes on that reminds me a lot of the Resident Evil basement theme. Or maybe it's just the reused geometry from the segment where you were taught how to use grenades, but just something about that section. Or maybe it's because of the fact that we've been passing life pods this entire fucking level, so noticing one that's still there is not a weird thing to notice. Either way, it's one of the only parts of the game, or even this level, where I can feel this game's age. But inevitably, we'll find the last life pod, and we'll get out. After getting out, we get to see this final little cutscene.
Oh no!
Now would be a very good time to leave.
Punch it.
Aye, sir. We're disengaged, going for minimum safe distance.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir? I don't want to die out here.
Look!
What is that thing, Lieutenant?
Hell if I know. We're landing on it.
Your Honor, she's been hit!
I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keys is going in manual.
Heads up, everyone. This is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
Sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
If I still had fingers, they'd be crossed.
That is the conclusion of the first level. I know I threw a lot at you and I didn't really explain a lot in depth, but trust me, the next couple levels are gonna kind of like chill out. Also, a lot of the information I said beforehand isn't even important for the rest of this game. Reach isn't even mentioned after this point. It's all just, okay, we're focused on right now, which is cool. I mean, like, what can I say? Like, I know I skipped over a lot of this level, but this level is nobody's favorite. It's the intro level. It does what it needs to do. It teaches you everything you need to know.
It teaches you some of the differences between the enemies you'll be facing.
It teaches you what kind of weapons they use, what kind of weapons you can use. It teaches you what it's like to fight with your allies, like in the cafeteria section. It shows you how to use your nades, the flashlight, and even like equipment like overshields. I think overall it does a really good job of just showing the main aspects of what this game is gonna be like. If you're not really fucking with how this game works or feels in the first level, I'm sorry, you're not really gonna fuck with how it feels for the rest. This level does also a really good job of introducing all the main players and main characters in this game. Captain Keyes, Sniper Sergeant, Master Chief, Cortana. And even without my long ass exposition, this level really simply shows what's going on without taking up too much fucking time like Death Stranding or this video. If you were playing this game, it would have taken you like, I don't know, like 20 minutes, maybe even 15 to beat that level.
And it's taken us
30 or 40 to get to this point. Anyways, now this level does have its flaws. The animations do look kind of dated, especially in the hangar section with the Marine's feet. But overall, this level does what it sets out to do, which is be an intro level, and it does that very well. so there's not much I can really say. Let's move on to a much better and memorable level.
Halo. Seek out surviving Marines and help them fight the Covenant.
We're coming in too fast!
We're doing what too fast?
Damn! Air brake failure. They flew too early. I'm losing her. Brace for impact!
This level is so good, they based an entire game around it. Fun fact, I always used to think that this opening cutscene said epic failure instead of
air brake failure.
But that doesn't really make that much sense considering, you know, we're fucking crashing.
Now, was it the smartest idea for us to land on this mysterious fucking ring world? Probably not.
But if we nitpick the story like that, are we gonna enjoy this at all? I don't think we are. I think if we nitpick the story on every individual level, we're gonna be miserable. So I'm not gonna do that.
If it's not obvious by now by that opening cutscene, all the fucking Marines are dead.
There is a theory out there that the Master Chief killed all the Marines in the life pod because he was bouncing around and he wasn't seated. But the real reason that the Marines are dead as soon as you start this level is because there's this bridge that you have to walk across in order to progress the level, but the Marines would just keep falling off instead of actually crossing it. So the devs decided it would just be easier to kill them off instead of programming their AI properly to make them walk across. But I think it's overall better that you start off on this ring world alone without anybody else around you.
Speaking of which, once you step out of this life pod, you see the world that you just landed on, and I'll just give you a second to take it in. From this dropship, you have a couple options of where to go and what to do.
You can start out by walking behind the dropship and taking a look at the cliff behind you, getting a better look at the ring. You can go further east and look at the waterfall while Cortana goes on about the ring's ecosystem, I guess.
I'm reading thousands of types of flora. The ring's ecosystem is incredibly sophisticated.
Or you can immediately just cross the bridge.
No matter which you choose, you'll notice that this space is a lot more open than the Pillar of Autumn. This definitely appealed to Bungie's older fans because with the Pillar of Autumn's metallic and linear hallways, it's almost like very similar to games like Marathon. Back in 2001, a Bungie fan probably would have expected the rest of the game to just feel like that, but probably just a little bit bigger. But no, this level is fucking massive. Even in today's standards, for linear games, this level is pretty decently sized. So if you decide to stick around and not immediately cross the bridge, a Covenant dropship will eventually fly past you, and you'll get to see what one of those looks like for the first time. For most people, this is going to be their first experience fighting the Covenant out in the open. Once the Covenant actually drop out of the dropship, fighting the Covenant becomes a lot harder.
You can no longer just throw a grenade in a hallway and pray that it just causes a massive chain reaction. You actually have to find cover and shoot behind it now. And you also can't go in guns blazing. You also have to choose specific weapons that will work for the specific environment you're in, along with the specific enemies you'll be facing.
For most people, you might actually end up dying from this encounter just due to the lack of cover everywhere. But if you're awesome like me, then you only lose a majority of your shield and spare health. Also, I didn't mention this earlier, the only thing the tutorial shows you is that you have a regenerating shield and unregenerating health, which I will talk about later. But essentially, if you lose your shields, they'll come back. You lose your health,
they don't. Also, I will be talking about this later. Trust me, please, please, please.
This encounter also introduces you to another Covenant weapon that's kind of useless, called the Needler. The Needler, like the name implies, shoots magazines of needles that will track onto the enemy and combine together to make this huge explosion called a super combine. But most of the time when you shoot, it'll just ricochet off everywhere and barely even hit people. Or if your enemies take cover like an elite, it'll just hit the cover. It won't even track behind them. This is one of the more confusing weapons in the sandbox. I feel like if there was a ranking of every gun in the sandbox, this might be on the bottom tier. it doesn't really have a purpose other than just being cool. It's just like a cool gun that you can use if you want. The melee animation is brutal as shit.
But it's super fucking slow and has a tiny ass hitbox that will barely hit anything.
But in the hands of enemies, especially like a group of grunts, it becomes deadly as shit. So you don't really need to worry about using it. You need to worry about other people using it. After eliminating all the Covenant and crossing the bridge, you'll get your first encounter with aerial enemies and vehicles, starting with the Banshee. As you cross the bridge, 2 Banshees will start shooting plasma at you, and there's nothing else you can really do but use a pistol and shoot at them back. If you start shooting at them, they'll just actually run away, and you'll only be able to really kill one of them.
There's not much that we learned from this initial encounter with the Banshees other than they're piloted by one person at a time, and also definitely sound like a fucking Banshee.
Anyways, you'll make your way up this hill, killing another squad of Covenant along the way. As you're making your way just through this ring, even after killing that group of Covenant, you can just notice the ring's ambience and how it sounds very, like, alive. It doesn't sound like just metallic or unreal. Like, this feels like Earth almost. Anyways, as you round the corner of this little canyon, you're then put in one of the most iconic spots in this game, let alone the entire franchise, the beacon area. After you eliminate this initial dropship of Covenant troops, you'll get reintroduced to some allies that you met initially while you were on the Pillar of Autumn, including Sniper Sergeant, who I'm just going to refer to as Sergeant Johnson from this point on because it's just going to be easier, and as well as just some other Marines. They'll end up just actually talking to you and hear some of the shit that they say.
I thought we were the only ones who made it off the Pillar of Autumn.
It's a mess, sir. We're scattered all over this valley. We called for evac, but until you showed up, I thought we were cooked.
Cooked.
So essentially what we're going to do is stick around this area until somebody can come and pick them up. So, the Covenant for this area arrive in multiple waves of dropships. The first wave of dropships introduces you to the 3rd out of 4th enemy type of Covenant, Jackals.
Jackals are a lot like grunts, as in they're both unshielded and serve as the Covenant's cannon fodder, but what differentiates grunts and jackals from each other is the giant ass fucking shield that they carry. And typically, jackals carry plasma pistols or needlers, but whenever they use the plasma pistol, they love that fucking EMP shot that takes out all of your shields instantly. And it might seem unclear on how you're supposed to take out jackals since they have this giant ass fucking shield in front of them. But typically, you can either shoot at their hands or their feet, you can EMP blast their shields, or you can throw a grenade behind them. Anything that can get around their shields is crucial in taking them out.
Jackals can be a handful, and they can be annoying later in the game, but for now, they're not that bad. As the dropships drop off more enemies, fucking duh, that's in the name, you quickly realize that you cannot just rush in every encounter like you've been doing. Sometimes you need to stay back and be a little more strategic. In my playthrough, I ended up dying in this section because I got too reckless and I was being too close.
Also, this notion I had of playing defensively is just straight up wrong. In legendary speedruns of this game, the strategy is literally to be as aggressive as fucking possible so you can take out enemies as soon as you can. So this notion of, oh, you gotta stay back and you gotta be defensive is actually for idiots who don't know what they're talking about, as in me when I wrote the script for this video. So thank you. That's all I had to say.
As the maps are getting bigger, and as we're trying to keep track of our allies, now would be a good time to mention
the motion tracker.
In the linear corridors of the Pillar of Autumn, you didn't really need to know where your allies or your enemies were. They all were just kind of there. Since this map is huge, and you need to protect your allies, it's important to know where they are on the map. Allies are yellow, enemies are red. Pretty simple. For this section, you want to be close to your yellow guys. And in this level, it's pretty useful because sometimes those dropships will just sneak in and you'll have no idea, and suddenly you'll just see a bunch of red just showing up in your motion tracker like, what the fuck, when did that happen? So you fight 4 to 5 dropships full of Covenant around this beacon before you're able to progress.
And while all this is going on, let me talk about something important about the presentation of the weapons.
In Halo CE, these weapons are fucking massive. If you look literally anywhere on the ground near a dead enemy, there is no way you can miss their weapon. These things are fucking massive.
And the reason that all the weapons are so big is so it's easier for you, the player, to find more weapons and ammo as you explore the level.
In older shooters and even modern ones, items would be like glowing and like floating off the ground, and it would kind of break the immersion. Well, like in the original Half-Life, they'd be so small that you can't even see them.
But since weapons are so inherently large, it makes it way easier to find them around the levels.
I mean, just for God's sakes, dude, look at the fucking pistol. That is not a pistol, that is a fucking hand cannon. Another cool thing to mention about when you pick up weapons is that instead of just showing just the name of, oh, press X to pick up the assault rifle, it actually shows a little diagram of what weapon you're picking up. So if you're in an intense firefight and you need to pick up a weapon quickly, you can just see the image and pick it up immediately instead of needing to like read. Instead of having to just read, your brain just does and you can just decide whether or not you want to pick it up or not. And while for this area, the whole thing is based around protecting the Marines, there's no real incentive to be protecting them. The Marines AI is kind of stupid, but they have so much character to them that you just want to protect them. Like, they'll taunt enemies, they'll run away in fear if they're scared, or in my playthrough, they said shit like,
Looks like I picked the wrong day to stop smoking is ridiculous.
So if you fail to protect them and let all of them die, Cortana will let you know.
We couldn't save them. I recommend that we stay near the beacon and wait for extraction.
And gameplay-wise, nothing will really change. You'll just feel really bad. Thankfully, though, in my playthrough on Heroic, I was able to save one Marine.
Oh my gosh, I saved one dude. Let's go.
After eliminating all the Covenant forces in the area, you eventually get contacted by the pilot of Echo 419, Foehammer. And while you're waiting for Foehammer to pick up the Marines in this canyon, you can see more life pods crashing in the distance. So I guess that's going to be our next objective. Finding more people to save. After that little encounter of seeing those things go through the sky, Foehammer drops this vehicle down, and then you get going. Now, I know I said all the main characters were introduced in the opening cutscene, and that was like 80% true. Foehammer is a main character, you just never get to see what they look like. Throughout this campaign, they'll essentially just chauffeur you around, they'll pick you up, they'll drop you off, and if you look in their actual like pilot seat, you don't see anything, so you never really know what they look like.
Transition word.
Foehammer just dropped you off a fucking warthog that you can use with a gunner on the back. So if you're confused on what a warthog is, it is one of the vehicles that was shown in the beginning cutscene that wouldn't stop crashing and running into things. It's one of the 4 usable vehicles in this game, and it has 3 seats, one for the driver, one for the passenger, and one for the gunner. But since on solo, the AI can't really drive at all, you're only going to be driving the warthog. If you play multiplayer or split screen, you'll get to experiment around with using each seat, but for solo, you just get to drive it. Now, this specific warthog has some of my favorite features of any Halo game, like being able to see in first person when you're in the passenger seat. I think that shit is so cool, but it also has some of my least favorite features of any warthog, being it sucks to fucking drive. For a game so heavily focused on outdoor combat and outdoor vehicle sections, the Warthog is one of the worst vehicles I've ever controlled in my entire life, and it is not even close. Like, I wish I could be blinded by nostalgia for this. It just sucks to drive.
It's got to be one of the worst controls I've ever seen for a vehicle in a video game ever, and that's on God.
Driving the Warthog feels like I'm driving a tank, even though I'm not yet.
The Warthog loves to flip over, and the physics for it aren't ideal. If you get too close, it will literally kill you if you touch it. But the sound design is really cool, so you know, I'll take what I can get. After getting dropped off with the Warthog, you set out for the rest of the level and go towards this canyon-looking area, which we literally could have gone to from the beginning of the level. Wait, what? Yeah, you actually didn't have to stay and fight with the Marines if you didn't want to. You can just get up and leave. It's not even like the devs didn't want you to do this either. You get added dialogue when you leave and abandon the Marines.
Where are you going? That lifeboat's beacon is our only chance of getting reunited with the rest of the crew. We have to stay with it.
And would it be annoying to walk the way we're about to go without the Warthog? Yes, but it's not impossible, which is so cool about this game and this level. You can go against this game's rules and it'll still reward you, almost like the devs are saying, you shouldn't be doing that, but we're gonna look the other way. It makes the game feel more personalized. Everybody is going to experience the same basic story beats, but the way they experience them in the game can be so much different from player to player. Anyways, enough meat riding, back to the Warthog section. We make our way down this cavern and get one of the most overplayed jokes in the entire series.
This cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it.
There is a real reason why she says this, but essentially the devs thought it was funny and just left it in. Eventually, while driving through this cave, you'll get to this small jump here, and depending on whether or not you took the Warthog or just went on foot, you'll have to find a way to get across it. And as soon as we cross it, we'll see that
the underground section really opens up, but also gets really dark. Not in like a tonal way, in like a literal sense, like you can't see shit. We see a group of Covenant just completely spread out in this area, like they're camped out waiting for something to happen. This area is super dark and would be really hard to see without the Warthog lights. And this is Halo's, like, I think it's one of Halo's first uses of dark, like really dark areas. It's not scary to go down in this area. It's just like creepy. It's like, ooh, I don't want to be in here.
While I was in this area,
I just let the gunner on the back of my Warthog take care of all the enemies here, and I just helped by splattering some. But that probably wasn't the best idea to let the gunner take care of all of them, because the gunner's AI is not that smart to begin with. Anyway, if you try to progress and just keep moving forward, you'll notice you can't, because there's just this giant chasm with no way to cross over. And there's just like this really unnerving music playing in the background the entire time, and you're like, ooh, this is weird. But eventually you'll notice in the right corner, you'll see that there are these flashing lights, and you'll start to make your way over, because I guess that's the right way over. That makes sense to me. But first, before you can even get up there, you need to take this little pathway with 2 red elites, which are the strongest elites we've encountered so far, while this really creepy music starts playing in the background. And the creepy music doesn't stop after you kill the 2 elites, so it makes you wonder, what the fuck am I about to stumble upon? And then the music, as you get closer to that button, it builds up more and more and more until you
press X to activate Light Bridge.
That's it? There should be something else here, right? Why was there all this development? Why were there 2 elites guarding this area? Why was the music all creepy? What was going on here? It was just activating a bridge. That was it. I don't feel like it had to be that deep.
There has to be something else going on here, right?
No. You just get in your Warthog and you keep moving, noticing that there's no other enemies on the other side to slow you down or to fight with.
Most first-time players would probably think that was weird and move on. But since I've played the game a couple times, I have a couple things to point out.
First off, if this area was just to activate a bridge, why was there so much Covenant here? Why were they guarding it? Why didn't they just turn on the bridge? It's not like they didn't know where the activation terminal was. They were clearly guarding it. They were literally the 2 strongest elites so far, and those motherfuckers are not easy to take down, especially 2 back to back. So maybe they did know what the activation was. And also, why were they just waiting here? They could have left any time. They have dropships.
And it's not like it would take very long for a dropship to get here. It literally took us 2 minutes to get down here.
Maybe it's because they knew what the activation panel was, but they literally just couldn't use it. Maybe the reason they were all camped out here was because they were trying to figure out a way to get the bridge to work. Like,
we are on this giant fucking ring that is somehow technologically advanced enough to support life. And all we had to do to activate this bridge was press a button? That doesn't make any sense.
If you start thinking about it, you realize, that's weird. I wonder why that is. I don't know, here's a jump in logic. Maybe it's because the creators of the ring and us aren't so dissimilar. Maybe that's a giant jump in logic. But seriously, up until this point, we've rarely seen the Covenant camped out anywhere. And I know we've only had a couple encounters, but the way they were spread out indicated they weren't just like huddled up or in like a squad. They were like camped out here for quite some time. And the way they're just camped out here makes me think that they were trying to find any way to activate the bridge to get across. And earlier we were told that the Covenant did not want us on this ring.
They really don't want us on that ring.
Maybe this set piece can help us find out why. I just kissed the mic. Anyways, after this bridge set piece, we make our way through some more tunnels while Cortana gives us some exposition. Oh my god.
There's new traffic on the Covenant battle network. A lot more crew made it off the Autumn than I had predicted. The captain really gave them hell. If we can find Captain Keyes and the other survivors, we have a chance to coordinate an effective resistance.
And eventually, the level opens up, and we get to play through one of the most non-linear parts in any Halo game.
In this part of the level, we get to rescue more Marines that crash landed from the Pillar of Autumn through life pods as well, specifically in 3 different areas: the rocky area, the waterfall area, and the cliffside area.
And this area is pretty open, and if you ever get confused on where to go from here, there happen to be these blinking lights all over the place that help guide you where to go, which is pretty cool. Technically, you can save the Marines in any order you want, but the presentation of where the Marines actually are is technically pretty linear, and if you want to rescue them in any order you want, you'd have to go a bit out of your way. It's almost like the opening of Breath of the Wild. Like, yes, you can take the shrines on in any order you want, but why would you not take the shrines closest to you? So anyways, I started my non-linear journey to save the Marines in the area which I'd like to call the rocky area, because fucking duh, it's rocky. Look at it. So immediately, if you look to the right, you can see that there is this crashed life pod, and if you look closely, you can end up finding this new weapon
called the sniper rifle.
And it's relatively easy to miss this weapon because I feel like most people are just gonna go straight into the rocks rather than turning and going to the right. So I'll talk a little bit more in depth about the sniper in the next level, but for right now, just know that you are introduced to it in this level. For this area, I just found where all the Marines were hiding, and I ended up just camping out and using the sniper to take all the waves of enemies. You have the high ground, so there's really no reason to get up close and like personal with the enemies, unless you're missing some, because there's actually a chance that some of the enemies will just get stuck in some of the rocks, and you'll have to end up getting up close to find them.
We should make sure the area is clear of Covenant stragglers.
I'm trying to, bruh.
There's not much that the rocky area really adds to this level. All the encounters are pretty forgettable, if I'm being so real. There's not much that's memorable about this, except for the fact that you get the sniper. But I don't think it's a bad segment. I'd say that in terms of quality for the 3 areas that you can go to, this is like the middle of the road. If I had to rank them, this would be the middle one. It's fine. It doesn't overstay its welcome. For me specifically during this playthrough, there wasn't really anything of note other than me accidentally like just killing a Marine by accidentally tapping him with my Warthog. And then immediately after getting stuck on the rocks, the Warthog's physics are fucking ridiculous in this game. Other than that, not much to say. You get rid of all the Covenant. Foehammer will come and pick up any remaining enemies, and then you make your way onto the next 2 segments. As your Marines are getting picked up, Foehammer will end up telling you where the remaining Marines are in this really like dated voice. I don't know how to describe it other than just showing you. Like, the segmentation on this audio is really weird.
I've spotted additional lifeboats in your area. One near the cliff edge, and another near the head of the river.
Anyways, once we make our way out from the rocky section, we have 2 more areas to decide between: the waterfall area or the cliffside.
And since the waterfall area was right next to where I was already, I just made my way over there.
A little side tangent here. An example why I say you should probably play solo for this level is because in 2020, I tried showing one of my friends this level, and we ended up literally just stopping right here and just messing around with a fucking Warthog because we're like, this is more fun than actually playing the game. Even with that experience, I still feel like this game is best experienced solo. It's still a good memory, but it's like, I don't think the dude I was playing with is ever going to consider coming back to this game because it was like, dude, I was having more fun just running with the fucking car. Like, I don't know. Still a good memory. What can I say?
Anyways, on to
the waterfall area. This is an interesting section of the level. It's using the same beacon that was shown at the beginning of the level, but this time it's a lot more cramped and a lot less open of a space. Plus, this is the section where my frame rate fucking tanked. It was really bad. The advantage of this area being cramped is that there's a lot more high ground. So what you can really do is just hide out where all the Marines are and just take out the enemies one by one, which is kind of difficult, but it's still doable. Unfortunately, because of the slope of this area and the Warthog's physics and the chugging frame rate, this was probably the hardest section out of the 3. Fortunately for me, this was the only time in the game where the frame rate chugged to a point where it was borderline unplayable. The frame rate will dip in other sections in this game, but this is the only time where I was like, whoa, okay, this is actually ridiculous.
Over here!
Oh, the game's coming apart. Holy shit.
But the rest of the game, like I said, the rest of the game is fine. I died about 2 times before I was able to completely finish this level, and one of those times was getting hit by a fully charged plasma pistol shot and just giving up. If you look in the clip, it hits me so slow that I'm like,
that's just a lost cause. There's no point.
And something I'm glad about this game's balancing is that your enemy's projectiles shoot at you relatively slowly, and they're pretty easy to fucking avoid. The only thing that this section teaches you that you don't already know is just you need to take jackals seriously, because they will gang up on you and fuck you up.
Transition word.
Fortunately though, despite how difficult this section was, it's probably the shortest out of the 3. The last section was pretty long. This one doesn't overstay its welcome at all. It's over in like 2 waves. And then we make our way back onto the cliffside. And as we leave, Cortana lets us know that Captain Keyes has been captured by the Covenant in the Pillar of Autumn's wreckage.
Warning, I picked up reports that the Covenant has located and secured the Pillar of Autumn's crash site. The good news is the captain is still alive. The bad news is that the Covenant have captured the entire surviving command crew.
After hearing all that, we make our way into the cliffside area, which is the largest area, I'd say, other than the initial beacon area. And I feel like this is probably the most fleshed out segment out of the 3, and it's probably the best one if I had to rank them. And you can even go underground in this section and find the Marines that you need to save. When you go into the interior of this underground area, instead of it being super dark like the bridge section, it's actually bright down here. After you discover the Marines underground, you make your way back to the top, and then you kill the rest of the Covenant there. The only thing I learned from this encounter was how quickly you can get butt fucked by the Needler. Just a couple needle shots by a single elite killed me almost instantly. So that's awesome. As the level wraps up and Foehammer comes to pick you up, Cortana tells you that we've actually found where the captain is located.
New traffic on the Covenant BattleNet. I found Captain Keyes. He's being held on a Covenant cruiser, the Truth and Reconciliation, a ship I disabled before we abandoned the Autumn.
What the next level is going to be based on is you going to that ship and rescuing him. So you get on Echo 419 with the rest of your Marines and you make your way on to the next level. Even though I barely really described what's going on, this level is unbelievably solid and probably one of the best levels in the entire series. There's just so many well-developed set pieces here, and in comparison to the cramped corridors of the Pillar of Autumn, this level is fucking expansive as shit. And guess what? The game is open, but it will change based off of what you do. If you fail to save Marines, Cortana will point it out and say, we didn't save any of the Marines. If you run away from the initial beacon, Cortana will say, hey, you should probably go back there, but she won't say anything else. The order of which Foehammer announces where the Marines are is based off of which area you went to first. The ending cutscene literally depends on which section you go to last. Just details like this make this level so unbelievably solid. And you know this level must be good when out of all the 3 levels I've made on the first Halo, regardless of what version it was, I was playing this level in some way, shape, or form. The only thing that I could really add in discussion of this level is, like, I guess a downside. The rest of the levels in this game don't really have the expansiveness that this level does, but I feel like that doesn't detract from this level. It just makes this level better, I feel like. Speaking of linear levels, let's move on to one of the more linear levels in this game.
The Truth and Reconciliation. Board a Covenant ship in an attempt to rescue Captain Keyes.
Captain Keyes and are holding him aboard one of their cruisers, the Truth and Reconciliation. The ship is currently holding position approximately 300 meters above the other end of this plateau.
So how do we get inside the ship if it's in the air? The Corps issued me a rifle, not wings.
There's a gravity lift that ferries troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. That's our ticket in.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be able to lock on to the tracking signal from Captain Key's neural implants.
Hit 'em, Marines! Go, go, go! The Corps ain't paying us by the hour!
Now, unfortunately, this level has the task of transitioning from one of the most open levels in the game to one of the most linear.
And the reason for that is because this entire level is based around a single weapon. And that weapon is
called the sniper rifle.
So the sniper has two different ways of zooming. 2 times and 10 times, as well as night vision, which literally just turns the world green.
The sniper is a fucking beast. It will kill most enemies with 1 shot, and also it'll pierce shields almost instantly. It has 4 shots per magazine, and ammo can be scarce for this weapon, but for this level, it is actually everywhere. And if you haven't noticed by now, this sniper rifle will make you notice the copious amount of aim assist that this game has. I'm not even moving the controller for most of this. It's just slowly trailing every enemy I'm aiming at. Now, for this level, you're gonna notice that I'm gonna be essentially just narrating the entire level. And that's unfortunately on purpose, because to make things clear from the beginning, I don't really like this level. The tonal whiplash from just going from this huge open level with so much choice to just having a level that's really linear and based on a sniper, I'm not a huge fan. What I can appreciate in this level is the fucking music, dude. Good lord. It is fucking ridiculous. The music in this level actually carries it, and I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It genuinely carries this entire level. And just like as an example, the opening of this level starts with this like slow and like tense track, but once you start engaging in the enemy, it dynamically changes. If I played a certain track from this level, you'd remember the exact encounter that accompanies that song. And essentially, after you take out the first section of enemies and you make your way along the cliffside, you'll hear this track. And this track is genuinely so beautiful, and something about it just fits this moment so perfectly. This track was like designed specifically for this encounter, and I don't think it would really fit anywhere else in the game. It fits specifically just for this.
As this set piece is going on, specifically at the beginning, it becomes difficult to actually see the enemies you're firing at. There's a lot of foliage present, and with the sniper's night vision, it becomes nearly impossible to navigate this section. And to make things even worse, because I couldn't see anything, I kept falling off this fucking cliffside multiple times.
Oh, I fucking fell off the side. That's really embarrassing.
Inevitably, after you get to the second section, and if you're bad at the game like me, you'll get sent more reinforcements by Foehammer because all of your reinforcements died. Having Marines makes the game like a little bit easier, but overall, they don't really like help you that much.
After getting reinforcements, you can end up finding this active camo pickup, and it does exactly what it says it does. It makes you invisible for a certain period of time before it wears off. After finding the active camo and taking out the rest of the Covenant in the area, you'll be led to the gravity lift.
From the beginning, you were told that you need to find a grav lift to get onto the ship, and this is what that is. Some people like to claim that this section is really fucking difficult, but if I'm being so real,
I just spawn camped using the shade turret. The beginning of this level makes it seem like the shade turret is this super weapon in the Covenant's arsenal, but when the bolts of the shade turret are this fucking big, I don't think it's that much of a threat. Even when you use the shade turret, the spread of the plasma is so wide that it makes it nearly impossible to call it viable.
These guns suck, dude.
Something that this level does well overall is just the color palette. The mix of the purples and the blacks in the desert skyline looks so aesthetically pleasing in a way I just can't describe. I wish this level was better, so it'd make me want to go back and see it, but you know, it is what it is.
Anyways, after spamming the cannon a bunch of times, eventually these 2 giant fucking beasts will spawn down from the grav lift, and these 2 things are called hunters. Hunters are supposed to act as this game's form of like a mini boss.
Keyword, supposed to act.
And they always come in packs of 2.
They have armor all over their body and a weak spot in their back. If you're using any weapon other than the pistol or the sniper, the hunters can be a small roadblock, but when you have the pistol or the sniper, they literally die in 1 shot, and that's not a joke. They literally die with 1 shot from the pistol or the sniper. The hunters are definitely done way better in other games, but I'm not super opposed to how they work in this game. When I was younger, I had no idea that they had this weakness in the back, so I would spend a shit ton of ammo on them like an idiot. But now that I'm more experienced and have played through this game multiple times, it's nice that I have an easy out with them. It's almost like a nod from the developers. You've experienced this set piece already, you can move on. But to be fair, when you're introduced to the hunters, you don't have the pistol on you, you only have the sniper. So this first fight can be a bit trickier than the rest of the encounters you'll have with them for the rest of the game.
Anyways, after you eliminate the hunters, either really quickly or after taking a really long time like me, you'll be shown this cutscene where you get grav lifted into the ship. And once you get inside, automatically you notice that things are really fucking quiet.
The ambience of the inside of this ship is super creepy, and this is 100% on purpose. This is your first time seeing Covenant architecture other than when we were inside the Pillar of Autumn, and it's a lot to take in.
While you're just kind of taking in the ship around you, you suddenly get ambushed by invisible sword elites. Fortunately though, cloaked elites don't have any shields, so taking them out is really easy. You just have to fucking find them.
Because if you don't find them, they're gonna find you first. Unfortunately, to answer the question that everyone's been asking, you can't pick up the sword that the elites have, but you can do it in future games, so it's whatever. After these invisible sword elites come out, you're then ambushed by wave after wave of Covenant.
After you eliminate every wave of Covenant, there's another encounter of hunters, which is crazy that they come at you right after the Gravlift encounter, because this one's so much less forgettable because you already know how to fight them at this point. And after having a little bit of trouble, because this time we're in a much more enclosed space, we eventually just progress on through the rest of the ship. If you notice, I die from the hunters quite a bit in this section, but I don't think it's because they're that hard to take out. I literally think it's just because I'm that bad at the fucking video game and using controllers. And I think that's real. If I was on mouse and keyboard, that's what
There's supposed to be dialogue here with your Marines about where you're supposed to go and what you're supposed to do, but since I let them all die, the dialogue never showed up, so I ended up just battling a shit ton of Covenant in these repeating hallways without any real semblance of knowing where I was supposed to go, except for the fact that I had played this game before. And after fighting my way through this one hangar looking area, and then fighting through more repetitive looking hallways, I eventually got to this giant hangar. And after talking to Foehammer, you get some allies dropped off to your position, where enemies from all levels of this multi-layered hangar start shooting at you. This part of the level is super open, and you're essentially entirely exposed from all 3 levels of this hangar. And needless to say, this section of the level sucks.
This part of the level fucking sucks because essentially enemies at all levels will just start shooting down at you and you need to shoot up at them, which, spoiler alert, is not very fun to do, especially when your only piece of cover is the initial door you enter through.
And sniping from the hangar entrance and hiding behind corners was the only way I could navigate this part of the level without absolutely getting destroyed. After taking care of every enemy in the area, 2 more hunters spawn in, which is kind of ridiculous because this is like the 3rd hunter encounter we've had within the past like 5 minutes, and we've just been introduced to them.
Transition word.
I genuinely think the only reason I survived this encounter was because I had an overshield. Thankfully, the overshield doesn't degenerate at any point, so if you don't take damage with an overshield on, the overshield won't degenerate over time.
And despite how unfair this section actually is, the whole design of this hangar is really cool. Like, the fucking shield doors, the boxes everywhere, these small weird tank looking things that are all over the place. It's just designed really fucking cool, and I really fuck with it. Anyways, after you eliminate the 2 hunters, we end up finding out the keys is somewhere on the top floor. So we make our way through repetitive hallways up to the 2nd floor, and you get some more Marines dropped off because they probably died in that opening section because fucking duh, it was hard as shit. But this time, for some reason, I just got fucked over and I ended up dying 5 fucking times. And I swear I know how to play this game. I just don't like this level.
After you get more Marines dropped off, you continue through more repetitive hallways to go up to another floor. Once you get to the 3rd floor, you'll notice that there's just this Covenant dropship that's just sitting there, not moving. But there's nothing you can do about it, so you just move on.
After we get to the 3rd floor, we make our way inside the ship's control room, which has genuinely one of the best songs in the entire soundtrack. It's This song is just so fucking good, and I wish there was more of it in the rest of the game, and it wasn't limited to this spot here, because I'd argue this is one of the most memorable spots with music in the entire game, and I wish there was more of this type of music. Unfortunately, though, there's not, and there's nothing I can do about it, which really fucking sucks. In this control room, I still had the sniper at this point, so I still just tried to snipe everyone before I ended up running out of ammo, and I needed to switch to the Needler, which completely fucking sucked, because guess what? The Needler does not work against jackals, like, at all.
Once you eliminate all the Covenant in the area, Cortana lets you know that the room you're in is the ship's control center, which makes sense because this is the coolest room we've seen in the ship so far. And she also lets you know that the captain must be close by, which, thank God, I don't want this level to go on any longer.
This looks like the ship's command center. The captain's transponder signal is strong. We must be close.
Even though we're given a waypoint that literally shows us where to go, we end up experiencing one of the most confusing sections of the entire game, and I'd still argue that this is probably the worst designed section in the entire game. There's a reason I don't really replay this level once you get inside, because it's fucking confusing. If you know this level inside and out, yeah, it's not that hard to know where to go, but like, there's no like intuition on where to go. My intuition doesn't tell me where to go because I'm in a fucking alien ship that doesn't have arrows on the floor that tells me where to go, unlike the fucking Pillar of Autumn. Like the Pillar of Autumn had fucking told me where to fucking go. Why can't they be fucking arrows telling me where to go?
For this segment, there are multiple prison blocks that you can go into, and one of them contains Captain Keys.
Where do I go?
Which one, though? You'll have to find out. You'll find your first detention center, and Captain Keys isn't in it. So you try looking around for another one, which I literally say in my playthrough. Yeah, this is the part where it can get kind of confusing if you don't know where to go, because I don't know where to go and I'm confused.
And at some point, you'll end up stumbling upon the one that Keys is in. But at that point, there are cloaked elites everywhere just shooting at you, and you can't even see who's shooting at you because it's fucking dark, and turning on your flashlight doesn't help because you're using a fucking sniper, or if you're like me, you're using the Needler, which doesn't fucking aim onto things. The tense music and the way they're cloaked does not help this encounter or alleviate any frustration that would have shown up trying to find Keys.
Transition word.
After killing all the enemies in this prison block, you'll find that Captain Keys is in here. He's like sitting crouched, like kind of like how I'm sitting. I mean, you can compare the poses and we look exactly the same. And you'll be shown arguably one of the most important cutscenes in the game.
Coming here was reckless. You two know better than this. Thanks.
You're good. Fuck you.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. Halo.
Oh my God, holy shit!
According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance.
Don't give a fuck!
Analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of weapon, one with vast, unimaginable power.
That's not good. Oh my God, did your fucking voice crack?
No,
That's so embarrassing.
It did it! You just did it again! No, I swear it did it!
Oh my God, can you just shut up? I'm just trying to watch the fucking cutscene!
Messages about a Covenant search team scouting for a control room. I thought they were looking for the bridge of a cruiser that I damaged during the battle above the ring. But they must be looking for Halo's control room.
That's bad news. If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire human race. Chief, Cortana, I have a new mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room. Marines, let's move.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Chief, you have the point.
It's really funny that one of the most important cutscenes in this game is shown during such a weird level, but if you didn't catch anything that the captain was saying, this ring world that we've been playing on for the past 2 levels is called Halo. If you couldn't tell that by the fucking title of this game, or the literal diagram in the Pillar of Autumn that says Halo on it. Now, does it make sense for the captain to overhear the Covenant?
When half the time they just sound like... I mean, no, it doesn't make that much sense, but whatever, I'm not gonna look into it that much.
And also, if you didn't catch that, Halo is some sort of weapon. How this ring world that has trees and like even different biomes like a desert on it is a weapon is beyond me. Anyways, after this cutscene, Keys really goofily picks up a weapon, and we essentially have to make our way out through the rest of this level with Keys, and if he dies, you have to restart the entire segment. It's almost like you die when he dies. It's like the way it's shown when he dies is like, oh almost like you died. When I was a kid playing this level, I thought that we turned into Captain Keys. I didn't realize that he was just with us. It's so fucking stupid. And even when he dies, Cortana will like say something that you can't even like fully hear because the game will just move on to the next checkpoint before you could even hear what her like whole monologue was like. And I wish there was more to this section that I could say that's like interesting, but essentially you just backtrack through the area you were already in.
Something else of note is that my plasma pistol got stuck in a wall. That was pretty funny, I guess. You take the empty dropship that was in the hangar earlier and leave with the rest of the troops. Keys pilots it and runs into 2 hunters in this really weirdly choreographed cutscene. And then that's it. I wish there was more to add for this final segment, but that's literally the end of the level. Keys being with you is a cool novelty, but other than that, the level just kind of ends. This level took me longer than both the Pillar of Autumn and the level Halo, and I don't think that was for the best. Unfortunately, I think this level is kind of when people start having their critiques with the game. Like, if you're gonna have problems with this game, it's gonna start with this level. And it starts with the repetitive nature of the hallways in the second half of this level. The opening section of this level, while it looks similar in nature, never blatantly reuses geometry in a way that makes it confusing to navigate. And we've already seen reused geometry before in the levels Pillar of Autumn and Halo, but with Pillar of Autumn, it makes sense that the rooms look the same since it's a human ship. Plus, there are handy little arrows on the floor guiding you where to go. And ignoring the last section of the level, there's no part of the Pillar of Autumn that's confusing to navigate. And with the level Halo, there's reused geometry in the form of the beacons, but it doesn't seem like lazily reused geometry, it's more like world cohesion. With this level, the interior of the Truth and Reconciliation is mostly reused geometry, at least for the hallways that connect one set piece to another, like the hangar and the control room. The problem with this level design is that we are in an alien ship, and unlike the Pillar of Autumn, there are no arrows to help guide you on where to go, besides the waypoints that Cortana give you. And I know it's a stylistic choice, but that stylistic choice was stupid, and they shouldn't have done it. This style of level design can be confusing and frustrating for new players, leading them to get lost and confused. And I understand it's supposed to be a foreign and alien ship. I mean, just fucking look at this thing. This shit is not human, but that doesn't make the experience of navigating this level any less frustrating. And now would be probably a good time to mention that this is the only level in the game without the pistol. Instead of the pistol, you're given the sniper. And the only catch for that is that most people, including me before writing this, didn't know that there's extra ammo for the sniper all over the course of this entire level. In earlier playthroughs, I would drop the sniper as soon as I got inside the Truth and Reconciliation because why would there be sniper ammo inside a Covenant ship? Turns out there is sniper ammo caches all over the place, they just don't telegraph that very well. Typically, when there's dead bodies on the ground with ammo, there will be a weapon on the ground as well as its ammo so you know what type of ammo you're picking up. There's no sniper weapon pickup excluding the sniper you're given at the beginning of the level. The only reason I found out that there was sniper ammo for you to pick up throughout this level was because of a Frog Arcus video, who is a Halo CE speedrunner and makes content about Halo CE way more in depth than I ever could. And for newer players, the pistol can be the end-all be-all weapon. You can just use the pistol and get through levels with relatively no issues, completely neglecting other human and Covenant weapons in favor of this one. And even though the game isn't meant to be played like this, it's still an option. But this level is designed to show the weapon sandbox outside of the pistol, which I can respect the devs wanting players to experiment with the sandbox, but when I was a first-time player, I wasn't thinking,
"Oh, cool, no pistol. I get to experiment around with all the different weapons."
I was thinking, I miss the pistol, this level sucks. Taking the pistol away from players isn't gonna make them want to use other weapons, they're just going to miss the pistol. We have the entire rest of the game to figure out the weapon sandbox, so taking the pistol away at the third level was a pretty ballsy move, and the results speak for themselves. I know it shouldn't be that big of a deal, it's just one gun, it's not like the meta is completely ruined without it, but the pistol is just fun to use. I don't know what else to say. If you already know the roles of each weapon in this game's sandbox, this level can be really fucking annoying. But if you don't and you're open to experimenting, then this level might be fun on your first couple run-throughs. But for more experienced players, and me personally, it puts a gigantic halt on the amazing pacing this game's first 2 levels set up. And overall, this level just struggles with presentation. The presentation to players that there's actually sniper ammo everywhere, the presentation on where you're supposed to go, the presentation of important info on the Halo you're on and what it actually is, the presentation of Keys killing those 2 hunters in the last cutscene, A lot of the most important info in this game is just dumped on you in a mid-level cutscene. And the thing that gets me about the sniper ammo, yeah, I'm still talking about it, is that this is the only level to give you ammo in this method. No other level in the game gives you sniper ammo and weapon caches, so there's no reason why I would go back to this level after completing the game and think,
oh, I could have had my sniper with me the entire time.
I'd say this level has a lot of good ideas, but I'd say overall the execution has to be some of the weakest out of this game. Music-wise though, the presentation is phenomenal. The way the music is used in so many different ways in this level, from the dark, brooding beginning, all the way to the ambient wonder of the control room, is just phenomenally done. I think overall, if I had to rank the levels in the order that I played them the most frequently, this level would definitely be towards the bottom tier. I'm not a huge fan of this level, like I said earlier, and I'd say it's a good stopping point for first-time players. If you want to take a break and come back to this game later, I'd recommend this level as a good stopping point.
Enough with the negative. This level just transitioned us to one of the best levels in the fucking game, if not the best level in the fucking series. So let's move on to that. But before we do that,
let's talk about the fucking loading screen. There's just something so perfect about this game's loading screen. The way it slowly moves across the screen to reveal more of the Halo as it goes on, mirroring what's going on in this game's story, the dynamic music based off of where you are in the loading screen. Instead of giving any hint of what the next level is going to be like, the loading screen leaves you completely in the dark on what's going to happen next. And especially later in the game, when the tone has completely shifted, this loading screen changes from something peaceful and soothing, while still being mysterious, into something that's much, much darker, without changing at all. It's all very up into interpretation, and it's just one of those small details of this game that helps build the overall tone of this game, and it's done so well. But unfortunately, in future re-releases, they do not get this shit right at all, and I'm going to be talking about it later.
Anyways, after me writing this shit, on to
the Silent Cartographer. Search for the map room that will lead you to the secrets of Halo.
The Covenant believe that what they call the Silent Cartographer is somewhere under this island. The Cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center. The island has multiple structures and installations.
Like,
One
that
of
shit
them
looks cool
contains
as
the map
fuck.
room.
I'm sorry.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to come out swinging. Touchdown. Hit it, Marines.
Go, go, go!
this level is so fucking cool. If you want to know what Halo is about and what the hype is, play this level.
There is so much that this level does that I'd argue it's the quintessential Halo level. It's so good that they literally based the demo on it. This level is what the devs wanted to show people who had no idea what this game was about. If you have a buddy who doesn't know anything about Halo and wants to get into it, just show them this level. From the battle on the beach, you're given a warthog and drive throughout the island to this Forerunner structure. You make your way underground and eventually get locked out by the Covenant and have to find your way to this island's control center. But guess what? You didn't even have to do any of that.
From the beginning, instead of fighting on the beach and getting that warthog, you can just literally walk the other direction.
You could have just made your way to the island's control center from the beginning and just skipped the set piece of getting locked out, and you'll get different dialogue as well based off of where you go and what you do first.
This isn't the map room. Analyzing. This is a security override station for the main facility, located somewhere else on this island. Shut the system down so the Covenant won't be able to lock us out.
Something you might notice as soon as you start exploring this level is that Halo's architecture in this level is different from what we saw in the level Halo, and it's apparent as soon as you first delve deep into the underground. Speaking of underground, if you choose to go to the map room first and get locked out, you get dialogue from Keyes hinting you won't be hearing from him later, which is kind of weird.
They've locked the doors, and we don't have enough firepower to get through them.
Cortana to Keyes.
Go ahead, Cortana. control center?
Negative, Captain. The Covenant have impeded our progress. We can't proceed unless we can disable this installation's security system.
Understood. We're still en route to the objective. I may be out of contact when we get there. Here are your orders. I want you to use any means necessary to force your way into the facility and find Halo's control center. We have to get to the center before the Covenant. Failure, people, is not an option. Good luck, people. Keys out.
So you make your way to the security override for this door.
On the way to the override room, you'll be faced with 2 hunters, but since you have a pistol, they die actually instantly.
Any hunter encounter after this one goes pretty much exactly like this one, so I'm gonna stop mentioning every time they show up. After killing some more enemies topside with a needler, the music suddenly shifts. Up until this point, the music wasn't upbeat, but it wasn't like creepy. There's 2 overshields in front of this Covenant box that's seemingly just emitting static, while the ominous music in the background just keeps playing.
This box just looks like weird. I mean, just look at it. It has like antenna and shit. It's so weird. The vibes this box is giving off, I'm not fucking with.
Something about this moment in this relatively fast-paced and upbeat level just brings down the mood and makes things a little bit creepy, and that's a common theme for the rest of this level. You make your way underground and find the security override surrounded by this really cool looking hologram, and instead of the atmosphere lightening up, it somehow gets worse. After activating the override, you're shown this sword elite just waiting for you outside of the map room door as the music ramps up even more. And to make things even worse, the title card for this section of the level is called It's Quiet.
As we're leaving the security override, we get ambushed by a bunch of camo elites. Awesome, as our allies are just screaming over the comms that they're getting fucking shot. But once we actually get outside, everything is normal and the intense music stops, and we see this downed pelican, and so we jump down this cliffside. Since we have the overshield, we can take the damage,
and then you'll be introduced to the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher is a fucking rocket launcher, and it fires 2 rockets before you have to reload.
It shoots fucking rockets. It's a bazooka. What can I say about it that hasn't already been said?
It can pitifully zoom in 2 times and will be way more useful later in the game. Right now though, it's just a fun power weapon that you can use. After interacting with the override, you go back to the map room door, and for some reason that gold elite that was there with the energy sword is nowhere to be found, which does not alleviate any anxiety. You press on though and notice all the weird things as you go deeper in, like another one of these static boxes and this weird dark chasm that's here for seemingly no reason. And as you go on, you start to notice little things like the way the doors open and these weird shaft looking things. As you're underground, you hear your fellow troops talking on the comms, and it doesn't sound too good topside. You need to hurry up and find the cartographer, or else you and your allies are going to be screwed from the amount of reinforcements coming your way. Eventually you'll find the map and discover where the control room is, which we'll be going to for the next level. After that cutscene, Cortana will reach out to Captain Keyes, but he doesn't respond, and instead Fohammer responds for him.
Cortana to Captain Keyes.
The captain has dropped out of contact, Cortana. His ship may be out of range or having equipment problems.
Oh, that's weird.
Keep trying. Let me know.
I wonder what that could possibly mean. I wonder what's going on with him right now. Fohammer tells you that Keyes isn't able to respond because he might be out of range, which is odd that he's completely out of contact, but it doesn't matter because we know where Halo's control center is, so we keep pushing forward. As we make our way up, I think now would be a pretty good time to bring up this game's health pack and checkpoint system. I'm mostly going to be talking about health packs, but let me start with the checkpoint system. Like most games, Halo uses a checkpoint system where the game will put down a save state in specific areas whenever the game deems you as safe.
The criteria that dedicates whether you're or not you're safe and the specific areas you can get saved in are kind of fucky.
The checkpoint system is a point of contention for this game, and I do agree that it can be pretty fucky from time to time, but for the first couple levels, the checkpoint placements are pretty solid. As the levels open up though, the quality of checkpoints tends to go down in quality, but I'll talk about that later. What I'm really here to talk about is the game's health packs. Health packs were introduced as soon as the first level of the game, but I wanted to save it for a more relevant moment moment because I didn't want to overwhelm people with information. But basically, like elites, you have your own shields and health. Your shields are guaranteed to regenerate, but your health is not. Even though in this game your shields regenerate pretty slowly, having full health still gives you a pretty large buffer to get shot at and find cover before you die. But when you have low health, you no longer have that buffer. The lower your health is, the more vulnerable you are to dying once you lose your shields.
And your shields are taken out quite a fair bit in this game, so it's really important to have high health, otherwise you're going to be super vulnerable and the game is going to be way harder. Your playstyle from having full health compared to when you have low health is going to be drastically different.
Thankfully though, there are health packs sprinkled throughout levels, so you'll never be at low health for too long unless you're bad at the game or aren't looking for them. But in future games, they take away the need for health packs, which could be seen as both a positive and negative. For developers, they don't have to spend the time finding the perfect spot to place health pack for players and can save a lot of precious development time and resources, but this can make the game feel overall a lot more unfair, since without a telegraphed health system, you die almost instantly after losing your shields. The reason I'm bringing this up is because older shooters like the original Half-Life or Doom, or even Bungie's own Marathon didn't have regenerating shields. You could pick up extra shields, but they wouldn't regenerate. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because this game modernized regenerating health to be a staple in the shooter genre. But the effects of it are kind of hit or miss. Other shooters have also adopted the regenerating health system, like COD, but to mediocre results at best.
In shooters like Call of Duty, it doesn't really make much sense why you would have regenerating shields.
The only other games I can think of nowadays that don't have regenerating shield systems are Battle Royale games.
I like Fortnite because of the shield.
Dude, shut up.
The reason I had this long spiel is because this is the level where I started to get fucked over by the health pack and checkpoint system. I had this checkpoint that had me at 1 bar of health, which is not safe, and I should not have gotten a checkpoint until I got in a health pack. And I had to fight all the way back up from the bottom of this section with only 1 bar of health. Unfortunately, in the process, I ended up dying 6 times before I decided to change up my strategy. Was one of those deaths self-inflicted, so it was technically only 5? Yes, but I still died 6 times.
Thankfully though, it gave me a checkpoint right before the spot where I had trouble, so overall I haven't had any checkpoint problems yet.
A common praise for this game that the health packs really are responsible for is how fair it is. Most of the time when you keep dying over and over, it's because of something you're doing wrong rather than the game is. And that rings true especially for this scenario. I kept approaching this ramp the same way 6 times in a row before I finally decided to do something else. And guess what? When I decided to do something else, I didn't die.
A common rule for this game is if you're having trouble in a section, typically you just need to change up what you're doing and you'll be fine.
Overall, I really love health packs, and I think their inclusion in this game was for the best.
If this game didn't have health packs, I feel like this game would be a lot more forgettable and a lot less fun. And fun fact, when I saw the Halo Infinite gameplay trailer, I was actually disappointed that there was no health packs, but in this day and age, I understand why they don't include them anymore. It was a product of the time. It makes you feel more human and tethered to the game world, but for a game series that shifted more to a military power fantasy, I understand their omission. Anyways, after making your way up from the Cartographer, you eliminate the Sword Elite that was waiting for you in the map room cutscene, and you take out some more cloaked enemies, and then you make your way to the next level. I didn't want to talk about this level too much in depth, not because I don't like it, but because I like it too much. I want to let people experience this level for themselves, because everyone's experience with this level will be different. One of the main philosophies when making this game was the 30 seconds of fun rule, and that idea is done super well in this level. The Silent Cartographer is a very short and solid level. The opening beach encounter is really refreshing and fun after the previous level. This is a common theme. And the rest of the mission just feels so fun to explore. If there's one word to describe this level, it would just be solid. This level was essentially the developer's testing ground for everything, and it shows. Everything feels so tight-knit and well done, and just overall has a sense of open-endedness and exploration that other subsequent levels in this game, and even other games in this series, tend to lack. This level was put in such a perfect spot too. This is the point of the game where you're starting to get accustomed to the sandbox and understand how your enemies and weapons work. So you don't learn anything crazy in this level. It's just a playground to show off everything you've learned so far.
This is like the final test of the game before things start ramping up a little bit. For first-time viewers or players, if this game seems interesting up until this point, I would play it. I would go and play it. This is your last chance. Overall, like when replaying this this level for this video, this was the level I had the most fun with. And unfortunately, this level is followed by one of my least favorite levels to play through for this video. So let's move. So let's go. Let's go right on to...
Assault on the control room. Defend the control room against wave after wave of Covenant troops.
That's not even what you do in this level.
I'm gonna be straight up, I did not have a good time playing this level.
Okay, so you start off the level by being dropped off in this really cool underground area. The area itself is super cool and huge as shit, but you spend like 2 minutes max in it. You move on to your first hallway and subsequent first room. Remember this is going to be important later.
Anyways, we fight our way through the first room, and then eventually we get to the second hallway and we're led to this bridge. Now granted, this bridge is actually probably one of the coolest parts of this level. There's sleeping grunts everywhere, there's a banshee attacking you, you hear a fire team that you need to go rescue. At the end of this bridge encounter, there's a sword elite. It's just a very cool experience.
This is also an intro to the environment you're going to be playing for the rest of the level, which is a snowy canyon. It's one of the more boring environments in my opinion, but the variety is appreciated.
After the bridge section, we go to our third hallway and then second repeated room, where there is technically different geometry and encounters than the first two rooms, but if you put every room side by side and ask me to tell which room was which, I would have absolutely no clue. If you asked me what point in the level I was at, I'd tell you I have no idea, because I wouldn't. I would have no idea.
While technically they aren't the same room, gameplay-wise they feel almost the exact same, so I'm going to count them as the same.
So we then take our first elevator ride down to the surface to go help that fire team that we got the distress call from. After we take that elevator ride, we're presented with our third repeating room that we have to sneak our way through. While the geometry is really cool, in this part of the level, it's essentially another repeating room.
You take your fourth repeated hallway and make it to the ground and rendezvous with some Marines. And
if you look up while you're walking over to meet the Marines, you can see the bridge that you were just on, which is kind of cool.
You and your Marines then drive around deciding whether or not to take out the Wraith, which is the Covenant's own version of a tank that shoots giant balls of plasma that will insta-kill you. Thankfully, it's very well telegraphed when they're shooting at you, so it's easy to avoid. It's also the only Covenant vehicle that isn't pilotable by the player though, besides the Covenant's dropships.
But that doesn't matter, because as soon as you're introduced to the Wraith, you're essentially introduced to the human equivalent, the motherfucking Scorpion, which can fire mortar rounds at your enemies with a clearly telegraphed 4-second cooldown, or a secondary machine gun that cannot aim for shit.
4 of your Marine buddies can get on while you clumsily navigate your way through the rest of this canyon, where you then have to take out 2 ghosts, 1 Wraith, and a shade turret.
This section I did have a bit of trouble with, but thankfully I had a really conveniently placed checkpoint right before this, so it really was just trial and error figuring out what I was doing wrong. We make our way through our first pair of underground tunnels, and technically we saw these tunnels on the level Halo. It's our first time seeing them in this level, so I'm going to count them as the first time as us seeing them. We tank our way through this open bridge area, open a door to get to a second pair of underground tunnels, to be then led topside to an open area that I had even more trouble with than that 2 Ghost and Wraith encounter. I died multiple times here, and I'm not going to say how many, because I'm mainly going to blame this on how absolutely dog shit the tank is to control. Moving this tank up this like slope area was so much harder than the Warthog, and that is saying a lot. And half the time you're in the tank, you're just waiting for your fucking primary to recharge. So half the time you're just waiting while there's just a barrage of bullets being slowly fired at you. After you get up the ramp in this section, there's a large structure that you can go inside, but if you're an idiot like me, you'll get jump scared by an invisible sword elite.
Oh shit.
And you'll go back to using the tank instead of going back inside there on foot. After dying 4 times and ditching the tank because of how butt fucking useless it was, you group up with even more Marines and get stuck in probably the worst checkpoint or just design section in the entire game. In this section, I died, no joke, 6 times. So essentially in this section, you have to make your way out of this bunker, right?
You have to fight at least 3 squads of Covenant, including Red Elites, which are much harder than the default Elites.
And then you have to fight 2 Ghosts, a shade turret, one that is literally aimed straight at your bunker, and 1 Banshee, all coming at you at once while you're equipped with nothing but a pistol and maybe a dream. There's no heavy weaponry like the rocket launcher or scorpions or anything that will help you in this encounter. The devs just send all these things at you and just like, good luck.
This segment was my rough introduction to the Ghost.
The Ghost is a Covenant vehicle that hovers above the ground, and its main mode of firing are these two plasma guns in the front.
And I'd argue it's probably one of the easiest ground vehicles to control, even though it's super fucking floaty, but it also leaves you the most vulnerable out of all the vehicles since essentially your back is completely exposed.
The Ghost is decent. That's about all I have to say about it. I'm gonna talk more about this segment at the end of the level, but just know that this segment took me over 10 minutes out of the hour and 30 minutes it took me to complete this entire level, which may not sound like a lot of time, but for a game where the main gameplay loop model is 30 seconds of fun, that was more accurately 10 minutes where I wanted to punch a hole through my freaking monitor.
Man, I'm gonna break my monitor, I swear.
After beating that terrible fucking encounter, you go through a 5th repeated hallway and a 4th repeating room.
To a 2nd repeating elevator where I fucking fell off and died somehow. You then go to a 5th repeated room, to a 5th repeated hallway, to a 2nd repeated bridge, to a 6th repeated hallway, to a 6th repeated room, to a hallway that's actually kind of unique, back to a 7th repeated room, to a 7th repeated hallway, to a 3rd repeated bridge, to an 8th repeated hallway, to an 8th repeated room, to a 2nd repeated hallway with a 9th repeated room, to a natural looking bridge where,
if you're lucky, you can steal a Banshee and just skip to the end of the level. But just for you guys, I didn't do that and played out the rest of the level normally.
So you cross the bridge to a 9th repeated hallway, to a 9th repeated room, to a 3rd repeated elevator, to one final 10th repeating room and hallway until you can finally exit the repeating fucking rooms. And it gets worse, because once you exit, you get stuck on this really shitty checkpoint and die 4 times, and you go up to the final structure,
which is apparently called a fucking ziggurat.
Get stuck on the actual worst checkpoint in the game and die I don't even know how many more times, taking up 10 more minutes than necessary, and then you finally get to the end of this level.
Well, that was fucking monotonous. There's not a lot going for this level, even if I didn't die over 27 times. That's right, 27 times. I don't know if I was having an off day or what. Maybe I died that many times because I was on a time crunch, maybe because I was too impatient, maybe I died that many times because there's a speedrun trick where you can essentially skip the entire level from the first bridge and I chose not to do that. Also the fact that you can just steal the Banshee at the end and skip the final section. Or maybe I'm just bad at the game. There is so much going against this level. Going through the same repetitive rooms over and over again, even 5 times would be annoying. And while we've already seen repetitive rooms in Truth and Reconciliation, for that level it felt almost intentional. In this level, I do not know what they were going for. It almost feels like fucking NFTs, bro. That's the amount of differences between the rooms. It doesn't help that the architecture in these rooms aren't as cool or diverse as the Silent Cartographers. While the Silent Cartographer had many different things that made the rooms stand out, the color palette for this level's repeating rooms is mostly just gray. The only thing that even remotely differentiates the rooms from one another are these blue arrows on the floor that point you where to go. This is the only time in the game where the level design is so poorly done that there has to be literal arrows on the floor to guide you where to go. This level just has the illusion of being much larger than it actually is. This level makes it seem like it's some giant battleground, while in reality most of this level is just repeating rooms. Speaking of outdoor areas, the outdoor areas checkpoints for this level fucking suck. Like I said in the last section, Halo CE is praised for how fair the sandbox and levels are, and it does this better than any other game in the series in this aspect, and the only variable critique bringing this praise down is the goddamn checkpoint system, and this level is probably the worst implementation of that system. Like I explained in the last section, the way this game's checkpoint system works is that if the game deems you safe at a specific spot, it'll give you a checkpoint. If you're not labeled as safe, then it won't give you one, or it will just give you a checkpoint in a really unfortunate spot. I'm sure there are much deeper mechanics behind this, but essentially this is how it works in the most simple terms. But like I mentioned in the last level about how the checkpoint criteria can get fucky, that means that essentially you can get a checkpoint when the game thinks you're safe, but you're actually not. The main takeaway from this is that you can get a checkpoint at a really, really inconvenient spot and you can do nothing about it except maybe restart the level. A couple of times throughout this level, like the bunker spot, I just considered restarting because there was almost no feasible way I could have made it out of that spot without getting lucky. But for the last segment where I really got fucked over by the checkpoint system, there was no way I was going to restart the level and play through it a second time and have to play through the tank section again, which, speaking of the tank, tank, the tank is straight up not fun to use. The secondary fire sucks. The primary aim doesn't aim for shit and takes such a long time to reload, and your movement sucks, which is a common theme for all vehicles in this game. I straight up ditched it halfway through the tank section. And in a previous section, I already mentioned changing up your strategy if what you're doing isn't working. What sucks though is that you can barely change up your strategy from checkpoint to checkpoint in this level, based off of the fact that there are barely any conveniently placed weapons or health packs throughout this level, unless you backtrack to entire different sections of the level. This level would be average, maybe even forgettable compared to the rest of the levels in this game, but because of how many times I died, I'm preemptively ranking this level as the second worst level in the game, and I'm being so dead ass.
Transition word.
Where the Silent Cartographer is a test for all things ground and warthog combat, this level is more like an introduction level. It's the introduction of the tank and the ghost and maybe the banshee if you're lucky. But for a level introducing outdoor vehicular combat, a majority of this level is just spent indoors and on foot, which is not a positive. And music wise, unlike the Truth and Reconciliation, where the music carried a pretty average level, the music in this level is not enough to carry it. The ambience in the repeating rooms is creepy and mysterious, yes, but besides the music for the first bridge theme, it's very forgettable and takes a backseat to the gameplay, which is unfortunate, but it makes sense thematically because story-wise, there's not really a lot going on for this level. I feel like the devs really didn't know what to do with this level story-wise, but they couldn't just throw it out, so they just kind of plopped it in here as a filler level. And the only bit of story that we have for this level is shown in the final cutscene, which I'll show now.
This is it, Halo's control center. That terminal, try there.
You all right?
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information. The knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else. Something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring, it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something, buried in this ring, something horrible, and now they're afraid.
There's a lot going on with this cutscene, like giant Cortana and the reveal of who actually made this ring. But the weirdest part of this cutscene is what Cortana just said. The Covenant are afraid. By this point in the game, we're like, okay, I get it. Halo is a weapon. The Covenant absolutely wiped the floor with us, but the tone isn't that serious. What the hell could possibly scare the Covenant? It's such a weird question to ask, but it gets worse once you start thinking about it.
Something buried.
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys? What
the weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here, find keys, stop him. Before it's too late!
So now we're left with more questions than answers. Stop the captain. Stop him from what? We haven't heard from him since the last level. What could he possibly be doing that we need to stop? It's made very clear that whatever Keys is going to find is not going to be some funny, uncontrollable mega weapon. It's going to be something much, much worse. Everything up into this level is known as the first half of the game. So far, the tone, while not ideal, is still relatively upbeat. I mean, we spent an entire mission going inside a Covenant ship to rescue the captain. That was stupid, but also like fun, story-wise at least, not gameplay-wise. Everything after this level is gonna get a lot darker in the tone, storytelling, and also gameplay, and not in a good way. And with all that being said, let's move on to the most important level of this game, 343 Guilty Spark.
343 Guilty Spark. Creep through a swamp to meet the only enemy the Covenant fear.
The last transmission from the captain's dropship was from this area. That was over 12 hours ago. When you locate Captain Keyes, radio in, and I'll come pick you up.
If you weren't sure on where the story was gonna go based off of the last level, this opening would not help.
Immediately, we're placed in this dark, desolate swamp area with Covenant running away from something. We have no idea what, while this really ominous music is playing in the background.
Immediately as you walk out, there's a downed pelican with a distress signal emitting from the exterior, saying things that I do not want to be hearing in this type of environment.
Captain Keyes has been captured by hostiles. Dug in at a large structure in a swamp. We can hold out. Please. I will send this message to repeat at intervals. Dropship Victor 933 clear.
This message does not alleviate any anxiety you may have been feeling and sets the tone of what we're going to be experiencing for the rest of the level pretty well. The amount of panic in his voice and the message being drowned out by static and just the overall swamp's ambience is very unsettling.
Out of all the things that he could have said, the phrase "not Covenant" I think is probably the worst.
Like the transmission says, this message repeats every 6 seconds. So even during the first enemy encounter of the level, the broadcast is just repeating over and over again, making it almost impossible to ignore. After your first enemy encounter, you see a downed Covenant dropship. And this might be an odd thing to point out, but so far, we've never seen a Covenant dropship being downed. There's nothing in our arsenal, not even the Scorpion, that can take out a Covenant dropship. So what possibly could have taken this dropship out? Or what happened to make the Covenant decide that flying this ship was no longer an option and crashing was more viable? This downed dropship leaves a lot more questions rather than just being a cool set piece.
After checking out the downed dropship, you turn the corner and see this shadowy human-like figure standing on the tree line, and the motion detector lights up as yellow, which means it's a friendly.
But there's nothing about that thing that looks like any Marine we've ever seen before. As you traverse through this area, even the background music is nothing compared to what we've heard before. The distant whispering and distress signal all mixed with the swamp's ambience and make a very unnerving atmosphere to travel through. We walk across this large tree, which roots kind of make it look like a hand as more and more friendly IDs ping across your motion tracker. Ultimately, you'll stumble across 2 giant lights with grunts and jackals rushing out of some sort of entrance, while assault rifle fire is spraying after them. There don't seem to be any allied Marines in this area that would be responsible for the shooting. Plus, there's an explosion that completely obliterates the shade turret stationed outside this Forerunner entrance. There's no human weapon besides the rocket launcher that can cause that large of an explosion. But we don't see any Marines nearby, so who possibly could have caused this explosion?
Plus, I don't think that the Covenant would run away from getting shot at by Marines.
It's all just very weird. After eliminating all the fleeing enemies, you make your way indoors to a seemingly dead end, until a large elevator comes up to you and you make your way underground.
That's kind of weird that the elevator came up. I wonder why it did that. Could this structure we're in right now be the large structure that distress signal was talking about? I sure fucking hope not.
After unloading from the elevator, you notice that this room is almost pitch black and completely empty.
Except for the fact that there are these really odd looking symbols on the wall right in front of us that we've never seen before in any of the other Forerunner structures. So that's kind of weird.
After noticing and killing all the Covenant huddled up behind this door area, you see another one of these static boxes that we saw in the Silent Cartographer. It's weird that the Covenant are all huddled up here, but we can't spend too much time on that. The noises that emit from this box, like the Silent Cartographer, do not make this area any less creepy, and their presence is not appreciated.
I'm already kind of creeped out. I don't know about you guys. I'm kind of creeped out a little bit. This static noise does not fucking help.
It's probably not that much of a leap in logic to assume that these are communication boxes that the Covenant used to communicate with one another.
So the question is, if this is a communication box, why were all the Covenant just huddled right in front of it? It's like they were hiding from something or waiting for someone to come rescue them.
Typically, when the Covenant are camped out in Forerunner structures, they're all over the place, like in the level Halo. But this time, they were hiding in one small bunch. It's almost like they were waiting for backup while they were trying to hide from something. But what could they possibly be hiding from? You then walk into the room the grunts and jackals were huddled in front of and walk into this facility's main room.
And something to point out here that I think that is important is up until this point, there has not been a single elite so far. And typically the elites are the leader of the grunts and jackals, and you'd be hard pressed to find an encounter where you're not finding some sort of elite. So their absence is really fucking weird. Maybe the reason that the grunts and jackals were huddled up earlier was because all the elites were missing. But the question is, where the fuck did all the elites go?
Having no elites makes traversal on this level a lot easier and gives you more time to think about what's going on here and notice things that you probably wouldn't have if you were engaged in a firefight.
For example, what the fuck are these yellowish green blobs just kind of dripping from the ceiling?
There's no explanation for these, and sitting around trying to understand what's causing these yellowish green blobs to fall makes the game go quiet and the ambient whispering to grow louder and louder. After noticing the green blobs, a door will open and you'll see a room where there's blood coating the interior. Halo is a pretty gory game. To that, I will sing its praises, but never have we seen gore placed to this extent that was intentional by the developers. The only example that can come even close is when I would melee dead enemies just to see how much blood would come out. And even then, not this much blood and guts come out. Even looking at the jackal's face, you can probably see that it had an agonizing death. Just overall exploring this level, there's gore from grunts and jackals all over the place, regardless if there's the accompanying body present or not.
If the red flags in your head aren't going off, they should be going off by now.
After this jackal reveal, you'll then see the most terrifying reveal in this entire game.
The Needler ammo reveal. So far in this game, we've never seen what Needler ammo pickups look like. We just kind of find it off our dead enemies' bodies. So to see it in this context all spilled throughout the floor is really weird.
This set piece stands out because we've never seen Needler ammo placed like this before. So we're just left to wonder what happened to make all this Needler ammo come out. After this reveal, we're greeted with another static box and a flickering light, which is odd because so far we've never seen Forerunner lights malfunction before. This whole area is just trashed. Like someone or something just toppled over the entire area. After entering the flickering door, we then see a Marine out of all people, but even his presence isn't welcome. He's delusional and shooting at us, screaming,
"You're not turning me into one of those things!"
What the fuck is he on about? I have no idea. If you haven't understood by now, this is the point of the level where you can no longer ignore whatever the fuck is going on. Something is definitely wrong here, and we're gonna figure out what it is, whether we want to or not.
You can decide to either listen to the Marine and simultaneously get shot at by his pistol, put him out of his misery, or just walk away.
This room that holds the Marine is even worse than its fucking entrance. Just look at this place. This place is fucking trashed.
There's fire, blood, and corpses all over the place. There's like so much just going wrong here, you know what I'm saying? After exiting the Marine room and activating this light bridge, you'll enter a large room with the same symbols as when you got off the elevator, except this time they're red.
And red means bad. If I've learned anything from, I don't know, driving maybe, I know that red means stop. So this probably is telling me not to go in here, but we're about to go in here anyway. So as you walk in, the music picks up
and starts sounding almost like water flowing. You go around the stairwell and look into this room that seems empty, but definitely does not look inviting.
I don't really want to go in there. Something about that room looks fucking weird.
As you descend the staircase, you can see a dead Marine coated in blood on the floor and blinking red lights.
Everything that's going on here is telling you not to go any further. So I don't know, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should just turn the game off and just, you know, replay the first 4 levels.
Regardless of which way you go, you'll come across this door.
And this door is where everything changes.
After putting this chip in our head, we see everything that this Marine saw up until the point where he died. We skip around a bit until we watch this Marine and his squad actually get into the facility where they find this elite. In this scene, we're with Sergeant Johnson and Captain Keyes as we notice this dead elite on the floor with his chest completely burst open. We can recognize this room as the one the insane Marine was in, but apparently it was trashed even before they got there, which makes you wonder why we didn't see this elite when we were in that room. It makes you wonder where that body went.
Also, what the fuck happened to it?
Eventually, we'll fast forward to the point where we get to the door that leads to the room we're just in. And apparently the door that we just went into was locked, which makes you question why it was even locked in the first place.
I don't think I can really describe what happens next. I think I just have to show it to you.
Got a bad feeling about this.
Boy, you always got a bad feeling about something.
Sarge, can you hear me? We've got contact, lots of them, but they're not Covenant. They're just tearing through us. What the? Oh no!
Corporal, do you copy? Over. Mendoza, get your ass back up to second squad's position and find out what the hell is going on.
But
I don't have time for your lip, soldier. I gave you an order.
Sarge, listen.
What is that? Where's that coming from, Mendoza?
I don't... There! Mira!
Hold still! Hold still! Let him have it! Ah! Sergeant, we're surrounded. God damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapon!
There are too many, Sarge!
Don't even think about it, Marine.
Oh, this is local!
Jenkins!
And just like that, Halo just turned into a horror game.
We don't know what the fuck just ambushed everyone around you, but they're about to come for you. If you turn around immediately after watching this cutscene, you'll notice that the door is locked, which means there's no way out besides fighting these things that just probably killed a majority of your allies. You then hear the sound of a door bursting open and you get your first encounter with the Flood.
Automatically, you can tell that the Flood fight much different compared to the Covenant. It's much more like swarm tactics rather than strategic bobbing and weaving.
These little guys I used to call poppers jump on you while making the most terrible noises. They'll chip away at your shields and will get the better of you if you let too many jump on you at once, and they'll explode together almost like a chain reaction when you shoot them, but that's the only relief fighting these things will give you. More doors will burst open with the Flood swarming you while you're left with nothing but the sound of your assault rifle and the sound of the Flood squirming after you. After taking out the Flood for a little bit, the doors then burst open and these other creatures come at you. These large, almost humanoid looking Flood forms will start swarming you as well.
Now, if you look carefully at these things, they kind of look like elites. It's almost like these things are elites. So, could this be where all the elites were at the beginning of the level? Could these small fucking popper things have jumped onto them and latched on and turned them into this? Is this the new type of hostile they were talking about? Probably, definitely.
As you're fighting through these devils and monsters, you're given one objective: escape.
Which I was planning on doing anyway. I wasn't really planning on sticking around.
Unfortunately, at this point in the game, Cortana is still in the control room, so she can't say anything or guide us where to go. She's also not here to help you navigate through this facility with waypoints, so you have to figure out where to go on your own.
She's also not there to share the reaction with you on what the hell these things are. There's nobody else here to experience this horror with you. No voice to be like, what the hell is this? The reaction you're experiencing all internally in your head is probably the same exact reaction that the Master Chief is having.
The reaction is all in your head and what you make of it, which is why I so heavily insist on playing solo for this game. The atmosphere that's set up by this reveal would almost be ruined if you weren't playing on your own. As you make your way out, it's very clear that the flood can easily overwhelm everything.
I mean, it's literally in their fucking name, a flood. They will just keep coming. As long as one flood thing exists, more will show up.
It's very clear that you can't beat all the flood, so we're taking the next best option. Running.
Much like we did at the beginning of this game.
You make your way back to the elevator that brought you here, noting how quickly the flood trashes the places you were just in, and even just by looking at your motion tracker, you can see how many flood forms are surrounding you. And after just barely shooting your way through, you'll fight through another small group of grunts and jackals, and then you'll activate the elevator. Once you activate the elevator, you'll see that...
Well, shit. So the elevator is fucking obliterated, so I guess we have to go further in the facility to find another way out.
Awesome!
After we go back inside, we find the shotgun, which is the final human weapon we get introduced to because it is super fucking effective against the flood. It's not super important right now though for this level specifically, so I'll talk about it more in the next. You'll inevitably find the next elevator and you'll press the button. So hopefully this will take us back up, and god fucking damn it, it's taking us down. And okay, alright, god fucking damn it. Not only are we going even further down below the surface, there's fucking blood coating the walls.
As well as more flood dropping down from the elevator shaft waiting to ambush me.
Awesome.
So now I have no idea where the hell to go from here.
How the hell am I gonna get back up or even out of this goddamn facility?
While I was trying to find a way out, I ended up noticing how the flood affected this elite's body and how it just convulses and sounds. And at the same time, somebody outside my door just started screaming really loudly. I did not appreciate that, guys. As you enter the next room, you see what appears to be human flood forms as you hear some fellow Marines being killed.
Eventually, the flood will start using both human and Covenant weapons against you instead of just using their melee, showing that they're starting to gain more and more intelligence as they kill and consume more human beings, or just beings in general. Trying to find an escape route for this level is really difficult because most of this level is just repeating rooms like Assault in the Control Room, but this time, instead of it being annoying, you can tell that the repetitive rooms are definitely intentional this time. It's very stressful trying to navigate your way out when you have no idea where the fuck to go in these repeating hallways while this new fucking enemy force is swarming you. While I think Assault on the Control Room was worse off having repetitive rooms, I'd argue that this level is better off for it. I think it's good that I get confused in this level.
I've been playing this game for a pretty long time and I still get lost playing this level. And while this repetitive room design could be excused as bad game design,
I'm assuming story-wise this facility is designed to be confusing on purpose, so that way if the flood ever got out on their own, they would just be unable to escape. I mean, just look at what happened to the elevator. Plus, the other elevators just took them down, so it would have just dug them further down deeper into this facility. So it's probably just as confusing for them, if not more, than it is for us. As we're frantically searching for a way out, we can stumble upon the corpses of Marines and Jackals on this same platform, looking almost like they were fighting together. For all we know, maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but it almost goes to show that the flood are so overwhelming that humans are willing to fight alongside the Covenant, our mortal enemy, just to survive this hellish nightmare that we're experiencing. While it might seem impossible to find an exit, the music eventually starts picking up and we find another elevator and we ride all the way back up.
As you ride up, you get a call from Echo 419, and hearing any human voice is such a relief. And as the elevator gets to the top, you meet more Marines who've also probably experienced the same thing that you did. It's so nice to meet up with those Marines
because I don't know what they've just experienced, but I know that I never want to experience what the hell I just experienced down there alone by myself ever again. I never want to fight the flood in cramped corridors on my own ever again. I'm all good. Echo 419 tells you to gather at this large tower a little ways away from where you are right now. So you and the Marines all form up this slight resistance, kind of like how you did on the level Halo,
and make your way out of the facility. Fighting alongside these Marines gives us hope that everything will be okay. Triumphant music starts playing as we fight the flood, and it starts off pretty positive, but you can tell pretty quickly that the flood are just too overwhelming of a force.
Just from this short walk to the tower, I lost all of my Marines and there was genuinely nothing I could do about it.
The flood are nothing like the Covenant. They will kill anything instantly, telling you there is no hope. This is the way things are now.
There's no strategy. There's nothing behind it other than just pure ruthlessness and just bloodthirst. And spoiler alert, this is the last time you'll fight with Marines for the rest of the game.
There are 4 more levels left in this game. Let that sink in.
Let that sink in. Let them in, man.
4 more levels. And for the rest of them, there's going to be no more Marines fighting alongside you. Every single level in this game so far up until this point has had encounters where you're fighting alongside Marines, and now they're gone for the rest of the game. The Flood have wiped them out that fast.
Once all of your Marines are dead, suddenly these drones just kind of show up and start shooting lasers at the Flood alongside this giant blue glowing bulb in the sky. And eventually the game will just teleport you and you'll see this cutscene.
Greetings. I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the Flood. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation, but I require your assistance. Come, this way.
Chief, I've lost your signal! Where'd you go? Chief! Chief!
After that weird cutscene, the level ends.
While that ending was a bit weird, overall, this level is perfect in the way it conveys atmosphere and hopelessness. Each set piece is done so well, and even though I know what is coming each time, it still scares me somewhat.
This level is what I'd like to call the post-flood reveal, or just the second half of the game. The beginning of this game seems very simple. You kill aliens, explore this ring, but now things are evolving.
Holy shit!
And the pace of this game is going to ramp up way faster. The first half of this game is dedicating to exploring this ring world, and the rest of this game is dedicated to showing how quickly the Flood can overrun it. And just like the Flood, the pace of this story is going to speed up exponentially. So let's get started with the next level of the second half of this game, and arguably the most controversial level in the series.
The library. Fight your way through an ancient security facility in search of the index.
We must collect the index before we can activate the installation.
So this level is notorious for being the worst level in the entire game. So let's get into why. Story-wise, this level is pretty simple. You follow the monitor, 343 Guilty Spark, that was introduced in the previous level as he leads you towards the index, which will help us activate the ring. Spark leads you through this installation, saying or humming weird things to himself, literally praising himself as a genius. He's a weird little guy, and he's your guide for this entire level. And he's also really annoying, fun fact. Not even a minute into this level, the music ramps the fuck up and you get introduced to the carrier form of Flood, which look like they use the stubby legs of grunts or jackals to get around, which would explain why we didn't see any of these in the previous level, since the grunts and jackals were still around in that level. These motherfuckers will chase you, wriggling around their disgusting limbs until they eventually topple over and explode, shooting out infection forms all over the place. If you're not careful, they will come up behind you and insta-kill you, and this happened to me multiple times. Not because the game is unfair, but because I'm fucking stupid. Initially, I thought this level wasn't gonna be too bad until I died 3 times right out the gate and realized that if I rushed through this entire level, no checkpoints would spawn. So for the entire level, I was hanging back, making sure I would get a checkpoint so I wouldn't waste a ton of time. Little did I know though, is that the strategy for this level on higher difficulties is to actually just rush through, but I didn't know that until I was done filming this level. So, very quickly in this level, you learn what weapons work and don't work against the Flood. Plasma is absolute ass and is totally ineffective against the Flood. So you'll start using human weapons and then just default to the shotgun and pistol or assault rifle because those are the easiest weapons to use against the Flood. After fighting the Flood for a little bit and following Spark, he'll lead you to the first set of doors you'll need to wait behind. That's right, we're counting the amount of repeated set pieces again. It's just like Assault in the control room, except this time I'm not counting repeating rooms because that's genuinely all this level is.
What you're seeing right now is what you're going to be seeing for the rest of the entire level. Awesome.
Spark leaves you to fend for yourself for a while until he finally opens the door and says,
Please follow closely. Portal is the first of 10.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Well, I guess I don't need to count the amount of doors we're gonna need to wait behind because he just fucking said it.
I wish this was a joke, but no, this is dead ass. You're gonna have to deal with waiting behind doors while fighting off the flood multiple times for the rest of this level. Awesome.
As you cross the first portal, which is a door, Spark remarks on your armor choice as if you're not wearing the most fucking advanced suit that humanity has to offer. He's talking to you like you should know better, like you should know how to deal with this outbreak.
Puzzling. You brought such ineffective weapons to combat the flood, despite the containment protocols.
It's almost like I wasn't prepared, dude. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. The monitor also remarks on how dangerous the flood is and how they consume all, giving descriptions on how the flood transforms the bodies of their hosts and just how they work overall. It's kind of hard to hear with all the weapons firing, but let me just put it here.
The flood must not escape the installation. You can see how the body's been transformed by the small creatures carry spores that cause a host. Host then produces spores as the flood to others. It is insidious and the flood is very.
And now I think is a good time to mention that I don't think there's any real difference fighting between human flood forms and covenant flood forms. There may be different stats between the two, but from what I can tell, the elite flood forms are a bit more robust while the humans are a little less robust and a little weaker. But this could be just me projecting on things that aren't real, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
The important thing is they all die from a single shotgun shell. After fighting through God knows how many waves of flood, you make your way up to this elevator entrance, and Spark introduces you to the drones from the last level, which are now labeled as Sentinels, and says this.
These Sentinels will supplement your combat system. With at least a fraction of the combat skills your current model will.
If this is the strongest power armor in the game, and it's a sixth of the Forerunner's power, how the fuck did they not eliminate the flood?
If they had 12 times the defensive power capabilities, how the fuck did the flood overrun them?
Finally, you make it to this cool looking elevator and make your way up to the second floor. And the title card is not fucking funny or appreciated. If fighting endless waves of flood, waiting at doors for Spark to come back, listening to Spark exposition dump to you, and going up an elevator over and over multiple times doesn't sound like a good time, then you're going to hate the rest of this level because we still have 3 more elevator rides to go. And why are we riding this elevator? Well, because we have to get to the top floor so we can ride another elevator down to the index, since it's literally right there at the beginning of the level.
Oh, we were right there, man!
This level is literally just you versus the flood. That is it. There's no allies, no covenant, nothing. It's literally just endless flood for a little over an hour.
To be fair though, this level catches you up on the intricacies of the flood that we might have missed in the last level, since, you know, we were focused on mainly running away from them. Some of them wield weapons, some of them jump at you, some of them rush at you and pray. Sometimes when you kill them, they'll just get back up for no reason. And in defense of this level being solely flood based, this is the 6th level out of 10. And by this point, we should already know the entire sandbox for the Covenant. So the devs don't really have a way or the time to teach the sandbox of the flood to players, besides just shoving them at you over and over again for an entire level.
I don't really know what else they could do. They were really just limited to 10 levels here. Because I feel like if the rest of the game was all just flood versus covenant, you would never really know what it's like to fight against both. But now with this level, it both gives you very distinct memories of what it's like fighting both the covenant on their own and the flood on their own.
And by the end of the first floor, you already know how the flood works. So the rest of this level is just putting that knowledge to use.
And I know that sounds really bad, but guys, this level, hot take, is not that bad. Hear me out. Hear me out. Is it more fun than anything we've played in the game so far? Absolutely not. Is it objectively the worst level in the game?
Yeah, probably.
But guys, it's not that bad.
If you're just patient and stay back, the level is over before you know it. I think if you go through the level knowing how many floors you need to go through, it's really not that bad. I know I say to go in blind for most things, but knowing how many floors you have to go through makes this level a lot more tolerable.
Would I ever want to play this level again for fun? Probably definitely not, but it definitely wasn't like the run killer that I was dreading this entire time. This entire playthrough I was dreading playing this level because I knew it was gonna suck, but honestly, it wasn't as bad as I remembered. It was just, it's just repetitive. It's just the same thing over and over again.
Overall, there's not much to talk about for this level. You just go through so many repeating hallways using the shotgun against the flood that I couldn't be bothered to count how many times you go through each section. It would literally be pointless.
Speaking of the shotgun, it's your go-to weapon for this level, and
going through this level without the shotgun would probably make me want to kill myself. It's super effective against the flood, but since we only use it against the flood at this point, we don't know how effective it is against the Covenant yet. But spoiler alert, we'll find out in the next level anyway. Also, there are different reload animations based off of if you empty the shotgun of all ammo or just manually reload. Also, there's the meta of meleeing infection forms with the shotgun as they jump towards you, but I never ended up getting the timing consistent enough for me to use it. After around 2 more elevator rides, a shit ton of repeating hallways, and 8 more door sections of you just waiting around, you get to the final elevator standoff where you have to rush through because the flood will infinitely spawn if you don't. But this is the only time in this level where that will happen that I'm aware of.
And with that, after over an hour of fighting the flood, this level is over.
There are a couple set pieces here and there. For example, after the second elevator ride, Spark talks to you about how the Covenant are responsible for releasing the flood while Sentinels fight with you.
I would conjecture that the other species currently on the installation is responsible for releasing the flood. They seem most persistent in their attempts to exit.
He also explains that the flood were here because they were keeping samples for research, which is crazy that Halo is containing the flood even though they're such a galactic threat. But what's even crazier is that Spark is happy to see that some of them reproduced.
Too dangerous to release, and mass sterilization protocols may immediately of course, samples were kept here after the last catastrophic opportunity for study. It seems that decision. The installation was specifically built to study and contain the flood. Their survival as a race was dependent upon it. I am grateful to see that some of them survived to reproduce.
Why?
Fucking freak.
Also, at the 6th door, you can hide behind cover and wait out this entire section instead of having to fight the flood, but that's about it in the way of set pieces. This entire level is just fighting the flood. Any horror that you would have had from fighting the flood in the previous level is just completely diminished and transforms into annoyance. You know how in the last level I said
I never want to fight the flood in cramped corridors on my own ever again. I'm all good.
Yeah, that was pretty much this entire level. This level probably holds the poorest level design in the game, and this was definitely because the development time was extremely rushed by the time they got to making this level, and they didn't have the time to refine it, so this is the level we got. To be fair though, the level design does accommodate a lot for the fighting you're doing. For example, there's almost no punishment for running away or hiding from the flood to regain your shields, and this level gives you all the weapons and health packs you would need for a marathon fight against the flood.
For a what fight against the flood?
The entire level is just full of open space to back away from the flood so you don't get stuck on any geometry like in the previous level. The high ceilings fit the Sentinels and the jumping flood. Plus, despite what I said at the beginning, I'd like to add that the checkpoints are pretty forgiving for this level, unlike Assault on the Control Room. Also, the elevator is a nice reward, I guess, for moving on to each next section of the level. It's probably also one of the coolest pieces of geometry in the game. I know I'm meat riding the shit out of this level, but trust me, when you're trying to find positives for this level, you're gonna take every opportunity you can. And similar to Assault on the Control Room, this level is full of repetitive sections, but unlike Assault on the Control Room, you can't control the pace of how you progress the level. Most of it is dictated by you waiting for Spark to open a door.
However, unlike Assault on the Control Room, the music for this level fucking carries, and it carries hard.
The themes fit so well for the emotion and creepiness of this level, especially on the 2nd floor. The music just fits this section so well. It also helps that the sound design of the shotgun, flood, and sentinels are all done very well, which is definitely a bonus because that's what you're going to be hearing over and over again for this entire level. Overall, this level isn't terrible, just really long and boring. Even though the rooms are like 10 times more repeated than Assault on the Control Room, I think it's a lot easier to accept because it's made clear in the opening cutscene that the geometry is not going to change. It's just like how in the Pillar of Autumn you can't get mad at the repeating hallways because like that's all that you know.
I think what really brings down this level is just the placement of it. It's such a tonal whiplash, playing between 343 Guilty Spark and the library, almost to the point where it kind of diminishes the initial coolness of the flood reveal.
The previous level was so good and had so much world building throughout, and then you fast forward to this level, and I think there are literally 2 lines of dialogue that are important. This level teaches you that the flood is dangerous,
which is something we already fucking knew!
But realistically, I don't think this level could have fit in any other spot other than where it is, because unfortunately, this is the the last original level, which I will talk more on later. Anyways, it's really hard to describe what playing this level is like. You would just have to experience it for yourself and see how it is, because I am not going in depth about the ins and outs of this level, because that would be boring as shit. It's just very exhausting. This is like going to work, dude. And one last final thing I would like to praise about this level is that I like how the Covenant are not present at all for this level. It's like we're being taken to a place that can literally not be found at all. Anyways, this level ends with something that I'd like to call a rare cutscene, because barely anybody's going to see it.
The energy barrier surrounding the index will deactivate when we reach the ground floor. You may now retrieve the index. Protocol requires that I take possession of the index for transport. Your organic form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the Flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The Flood is spreading. We must hurry.
Anyways, on to...
to Betrayals. Reactivate the weapon at the heart of Halo and learn the truth.
That is an interesting level description for something that literally happens in the first 3 minutes. So this level opens with you and Spark teleporting back to the control room, which, pause, since we met this light bulb, we can just magically teleport around the entire ring. Why couldn't he just teleport us to the top floor of the library? He teleported us both in and out. Why didn't he just fucking teleport us to the top of that level? Why did I? Anyways, let's just watch the cutscene. Oh my god, I remember this room.
Which means that any organism with sufficient mass and cognitive capability is a potential vector. Is something wrong?
No, nothing.
Splendid, shall we?
I was not on time at all.
Unfortunately, my usefulness to this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the coma. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
Holy shit!
Cortana.
I've spent the last 12 hours cooped up in here watching you toady about, hoping that thing gets set to slit our throats.
Hold on now. He's a friend.
Oh.
Did she just start?
I didn't realize.
Is she speaking British? I think so. I don't know what.
Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Guys, we're British now. Oh my god, are you
Activating those
serious?
defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we brought the index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is absolutely unacceptable.
Sod off.
What?
What are you even
Oh
my god. You sure that's a good idea?
British right now.
How dare you? Oh!
Do what? I have the index. You can just float and sputter.
Enough.
The Flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you?
Not
Why the
really.
Forerunners built it?
No.
Halo doesn't kill Flood.
What?
It kills their food.
What?
Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible.
Okay.
The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death.
What?
And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You believe me? Ask him.
There's no way. No way. I don't believe. Bro, there's no way. No way.
Is it true?
more or less. Technically, this installation has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life, or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the flood. But you already knew that.
Left out that little detail, did he?
We have followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me each step of the way as we managed this crisis.
Chief, I'm picking up movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done?
We need to go right now.
Last time you asked me if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your point, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring.
Get us out of here.
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take her from you.
That's not going to happen.
So be it. Save his head. Dispose of the rest.
So there's a lot going on here besides Cortana speaking British for no reason. We could start with all the vague shit that Spark just said, or how Halo is a weapon that will kill us all if it's activated, but I don't care about any of that. Let's start with the fact that I start this level with the fucking plasma pistol. I could have sworn I ended the last level with an assault rifle. The fucking cutscene gives me an assault rifle. What the fuck is going on here? Anyways, our truth with the Sentinels was short-lived and we have to kill them, which isn't that much of an emotional tug because they weren't really that good at killing the Flood anyway, so their absence doesn't really matter.
I would introduce them as the unofficial third faction in this game alongside the Covenant and the Flood.
But they only have one variant that we take out quickly in the beginning of this level, and most encounters with them are the exact same as this one. They come in groups and fly around and shoot lasers at you, and unlike the Flood, they're weak to plasma rather than human weapons, but that's about it. But after killing the Sentinels, Cortana decides that we need to
destroy Halo,
which low-key goes hard as fuck. So Cortana comes up with a plan while we fight through the rest of this level. Having a voice in your head after the past 2 levels is so nice. Plus, since Cortana was gaining knowledge from inside of the control room, she already knows all about the Flood and how dangerous they are, so we don't need an extra cutscene where we need to explain to her what's going on. Also, I cannot stress enough how nice it is fighting the Covenant again. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth, but after playing the most mind-numbing level for over an hour, it feels awesome having to use my brain to fight enemies again. I bet in-universe it felt even better for the Master Chief since it took him literally 12 hours to return to the control room. It's crazy to see how quickly things changed in just those 12 hours. Something else of note here is that the Covenant is waiting right outside the control room, but they never go inside, which seems kind of similar to the set piece and the level Halo. And if you liked the set piece storytelling that the level Halo did, you're gonna love this level for the most part. After leaving the control room, Cortana explains your next objective to you.
We need to buy some time in case the Monitor or his Sentinels find a way to activate Halo's final weapon without the index. The machinery in these canyons are Halo's primary firing mechanisms. They consist of 3 phase pulse generators that amplify Halo's signal and allow it to fire deep into space. So, if we damage or destroy these generators, the Monitor will need to repair them before Halo can be used. That should buy us some time.
So we make our way there. Now you might be thinking, we've already been through this level. Are we gonna have to play through it again? Yeah, but it's nowhere near as monotonous as it was last time. This time you have a lot more freedom in exploring the map, as well as the overall tone being a lot different. Plus this time you fight both the Flood and the Covenant at the same time in this giant map, so there's a lot of variety between enemy encounters. Also in this level, you spend a lot more time outdoors than you do indoors, so it feels a lot more like a giant war is going on, which is awesome. You make your way down the ziggurats, and if you go to the last floor and to the left, you'll notice these 2 Flood Marines with a rocket launcher and rocket ammo nearby. There's no real lore significance to this. I've always just thought this set piece was cool. As you go down the ziggurats, something you'll learn is how fucking strong the shotgun is against the Covenant. You can literally one-shot an elite up close. The shotgun is so fucking good in this game and I love it. While we're fighting down at the ground level, Cortana will make the remark that we should
commandeer one of those Banshees. We'll need it to reach the pulse generator in time.
Which struck me as really funny because, like, how the fuck else are we going to get up to that waypoint?
fucking climb there. I'd like to think that if there was genuinely no other option, the Master Chief would spend a couple hours making his way up to the pulse generators by fucking climbing. Speaking of which, you'll take a Banshee and fly your way up to the first pulse generator area. Now you might be thinking, we never saw this last time we were here, but if you were vigilant when playing Assault in the Control Room, you could look up and see that these cutouts were actually present in the mountain, which is cool to know that they were always here. But you don't want to hear about that. You want to hear what it's like piloting a Banshee, since this is the first time the game has required you to use it.
The Banshee is the second and last Covenant vehicle that you can pilot, and if you want a really good idea of what it's like to fly this motherfucker, the music that plays once you get in for the first time does a pretty good job showing you.
Good. Let's get moving. The nav point marks our target.
The Banshee has two firing modes. The primary firing mode are two plasma guns like the Ghost, and the secondary is a plasma cannon that also takes 4 seconds to recharge like the Scorpion. You fly up to the pulse generator and make your way inside. Inside the center of this room, you'll see this large beam of energy being emitted, and while Cortana is on some exposition rant, you can literally walk into the beam and then it goes away. The game tries to explain how we destroy the pulse generator by using our suit's shields to make an EMP blast or something. But honestly, the idea of ruining the flow of the pulse generator by just walking into it made enough sense for me, so that's what I'm gonna go with. When you walk into the beam, you lose all of your shields and sentinels will spawn all around you. This doesn't matter though because I just ran away. First beam down, 2 more to go. This level should hopefully not go on for too much longer, right? Since there's nowhere else to go in this canyon while flying the Banshee, you make your way down to the natural bridge, and before you go inside the 9th room, that's right, motherfuckers, I still remember which room is which, you're shown a grunt with this weird looking green gun that shoots similar beams to the Hunter's cannons and the Banshee's secondary mode of firing. This is the fuel rod cannon. And while I could go in depth about it, it doesn't matter because just like the Elite's energy sword, you can't pick it up when the enemy dies. But unlike the energy sword, this gun blows up when the enemy carrying it dies, so you always gotta avoid the little fuckers that carry this thing. Anyways, you go into the 9th repeated hallway from Assault in the Control Room, and if you look down, you'll notice that the arrows are pointing in the opposite direction of where you need to go, unlike Assault in the Control Room. So we find our way through the 9th repeated room again, and while I should be mad about having to fight the Covenant in this room again, by the next room you're fighting the Flood again, and the music is banging when they're reintroduced, so I really don't have that big of a problem with it. The encounters in this level are actually dynamic, unlike Assault in the Control Room.
At this point in the game, the enemy sandbox has almost doubled, if not tripled, so there's a lot more variety and a lot more options to have in each encounter than you could in the beginning of the game when there were only 4 enemies to fight.
I think my problem with the repeated rooms on Assault in the Control Room wasn't really about the rooms themselves, but about the encounter variety. I was less upset that I had to fight in the same area over and over again, and I was more upset that I had to fight the same enemies over and over again. You can only place the same 4 Covenant enemies in the same room so many times before the player is gonna get tired of fighting them. But now there's 3, almost even 4 factions, including yourself, that can fight in this level, which is a huge step up from last time. And an even bigger step up is that all these factions will fight against each other. So not only do you have to include your strategies against the Covenant of who should I kill first and whatnot, you have to use that type of logic in these multi-faction battles that happen all throughout this level. Should you kill all the Covenant in the area? Should you take out all the Flood first? Should you leave the Sentinels alone to take out the Flood? With the enemy sandbox being doubled, you have a lot more freedom with each new encounter. This kind of freedom and decision making is what differentiates this level from Assault in the Control Room, and it is also why I don't care about the repeating rooms at all. Each encounter is so different that I wouldn't bother to count them as repeating rooms. I also think that after the library, I don't care about repeating rooms and enemies because of how many times I had to deal with it in that level, so it's kind of genius psychology on the devs part. But just as an example of the variety of encounters you'll be seeing in this level, in the first room you fight where the Flood is reintroduced, initially there's a small amount of them, so you eliminate them and then the rest of the Covenant in the room. And as you're killing the last bit of grunts in the room, another wave of Flood rushes in that you have to take out. It's the variety of encounters like this that makes this level, in my opinion, so much better than Assault in the Control Room. Nothing even close to this would happen in Assault in the Control Room. After making your way through a couple more rooms, rooms, you'll stumble across a Covenant Flood war going on between two bridges. This set piece brings up something that I should have mentioned earlier. It sucks that the Flood uses human weapons. Now this may not make a lot of sense, but hear me out. Early in the game, each enemy type had a weapon that shot really slow, easy to dodge projectiles. So when enemy encounters, you can dodge being shot at pretty easily. Human weapons do not function like that at all. And we find that out as soon as the Flood start using human weapons. The Flood shoot human weapons at a really erratic pace, and the bullets are super small and hard to see. And when they do hit you, they make the screen flash in this really annoying way. It just goes to show that you are not meant to be shot by the same weapons you use against the Covenant. And it might not seem so bad right now, just getting shot by pistols, ARs, and shotguns. It's going to get a lot worse in about 10 minutes. As we continue our way through this level, something that feels very odd is backtracking places we've already been before, but this time the Flood is here. Something about the Flood just feels very demonic and wrong. Anyway, you'll get to this hallway with the Covenant and Flood fighting each other until, boom, a rocket kills you.
This was my first experience in this playthrough with the Rocket Flood, and while they were present in the library, I killed them so fast that it was never a problem, and they are going to be a problem for the rest of this level.
In the library, the space you were in was completely open, but these rooms we're in now are super small and cramped, so you can't avoid the rockets. The hallways are so cramped that you can't even avoid the splash damage. And something also to mention about going through these rooms again is that the whispering ambience presence in these rooms before is much creepier now that the Flood is here. It's almost like this whispering is the Flood whispering and plotting and waiting to jump out at you when you least expect it. It takes something that was mildly unnerving from Assault in the Control Room and turns it into something much more disturbing without having to change anything at all. That's just how the music and sound design works in this game. Things as simple as doors opening and closing can start to sound really creepy in the right setting. This game masters tone and atmosphere so well it's actually ridiculous. As you start crossing the second bridge, two Banshees will start shooting at you and you have to eliminate them to cross. As you start shooting them, you'll notice how dark the sky is now compared to Assault in the Control Room. The difference between the sky is literally night and day, and it makes it harder to actually aim and shoot at the Banshees coming at you. Not to look too deep into things, but the difference of how dark the sky is in comparison to how it was earlier really reflects the tonal shift this game has taken. After crossing the bridge, you go inside another room and see the dead bodies of the Covenant spread throughout as the room literally starts to fall apart. It's interesting to see what happens to Halo as the Flood grows stronger and stronger. They trash the shit out of this ring, almost as bad as the frat guys at my college campus. You'll take this elevator down to the surface, but instead of it being peaceful like every other elevator ride we've had in this map, you get ambushed by a shit ton of infection forms. There really is no break for you, is there? Everywhere you go, the Flood just finds their way in. As you go to the ground floor, the room initially seems quiet, but then two human Flood forms drop down and start attacking you. As you go through this room, you'll notice only human Flood forms are present and none of them have weapons, which has never happened before. Usually, whenever the Flood is around, there's multiple different Flood forms, so the fact that the only Flood you see now is human has to mean something. These human Flood forms are what's left of Fire Team Zulu, the fire team you rescued and fought with in Assault in the Control Room. We've been gone for 12 hours, and you can only imagine how terrifying it must have been for them as the Flood started spreading and infecting more and more people until there was nobody left. They were probably just waiting for evac until the radios went silent, and then they got ambushed by this monstrosity. Even though there's no real emotional attachment to this fire team, when you stop to think about the situation they were put in, it gets more unnerving. As we traverse previously explored areas, you'll notice that, besides the beginning, Cortana has been quiet for most of this level. Her silence makes the desolate landscape we're fighting in feel even more lonely. Anyways, eventually we'll find and use another Banshee to go to the second pulse generator. While we're doing this, the opening suite from the beginning of the game starts playing. Hearing this song after everything we've experienced up to this point just makes you really notice how different things are. I cannot stress enough how cool the tone feels in this level. Eventually, you'll land your Banshee, go inside, and destroy the second pulse generator. And while this awesome moment is happening, a rocket Flood comes in and kills you. Awesome. With the pulse generators in mind, something I'd like to point out is how we're also contributing to the destruction of this ring. Instead of treating the Halo as this holy object that needs to be researched and understood, we're taking any means necessary to destroy it and buy ourselves time. If we were to play the level The Silent Cartographer at this point in the story, instead of going to another point on the island to unlock a door, we would probably just find a way to blow it up. After leaving the second pulse generator, Cortana tells you this.
I located the Pillar of Autumn. She put down 1,200 kilometers upspin. Energy readings show her fusion reactors are still powered up. The systems on the Pillar of Autumn have failsafes even I can't override without authorization from the captain. We'll need to find him, or his neural implants, to start the fusion core detonation.
So our next objective after this level will be finding Captain Keyes. Oh yeah, also I forgot to mention that we ended up deciding how we were gonna blow up Halo at the beginning of this level. We're gonna use the Pillar of Autumn to somehow blow up Halo by blowing up the Pillar of Autumn's fusion core or something like that. It's nice that we're not left completely in the dark on what's going to happen next in the story. It's also interesting to note that we need to find him or his neural implants to start the detonation. We've recovered the captain before, but unlike the Covenant, we know that the likelihood of him being alive after being captured by the Flood is much, much lower. You take a Banshee and fly your way to the final pulse generator, which is way farther than the first two. Finding the first two didn't take that long, but unfortunately, we still have the rest of the level to backtrack through. So this time while you're finding the third pulse generator, instead of being in vehicles or taking a relatively short amount of time, you're on foot for the majority of it, which, gonna be honest, fucking sucks, but I'll talk more about it later. The level then forces you out of your Banshee to open this door, and as soon as it opens, it fucking explodes. We can't take our Banshee any further, and we need to continue on foot. Damn it. We cross the bridge and there's seemingly no enemies present until the Flood decides they all want to jump out at us and start shooting at us. Then another rocket flood pops up from behind and kills us. Cool.
One large critique with this level is the fact that the fucking rocket launcher Flood exists.
Anyway, something I noticed because I didn't feel like progressing the level was how the Flood has much different gore than any of the other enemies. The differences between meleeing a dead elite and a dead Flood elite are extremely noticeable. A finished firefight against the Covenant is going to look much more different than a finished firefight against the Flood. When you finish a fight with the Flood, it looks much less bloody and a lot more just gross. We exit out of the underground tunnel and make our way to the snowy surface as the song Under Cover of Night starts playing while the title card Final Run appears. Every time there's been a reoccurring theme so far, I've always had something positive to say, but this is the first time where I have something kind of negative to say. I don't think this song really fits for this section of the level. This song fits way better for a hopeful rescue mission than a final run. Anyway, we make our way on foot so we can get to the final pulse generator, but what's weird is that the pulse generator is almost right on top of us. So why do we still need to keep walking through this level? While unfortunately, the Banshees in this level are all the way on the other side of the map, we're right here, and the Banshees are over here. Awesome. So we fight our way through multiple groups of both Covenant and Flood, running on little to no ammo until we get to this ammo cache right here that has both a sniper and a rocket launcher. As we get to the final section before the pulse generator, we hear the same song that played when we first encountered the Flood. I said earlier that the theme from Truth and Reconciliation didn't really fit. This theme really doesn't fit.
I feel like this song being placed here is more for shock value than actual thematic relevance.
What makes this song placement weird is that there's both Covenant and Flood present, and instead of just getting ambushed by the Flood, you can kind of just sit back and watch the Covenant and Flood fight each other while this theme is going on in the background. Also, you can just take out all the Flood in the area and the song will keep playing. After running out of ammo on my sniper and grabbing the rocket launcher, I took out the Wraiths and mopped up the rest of the enemies with the pistol and assault rifle. Before I could grab the Banshees, there were 2 hunters and an elite that I had to take out, and I'd like to point out that these hunters were the only ones in the game that I felt even remotely threatened by, because if I fucked up and died here, I would have had to redo that entire section a 3rd time. Thankfully though, I made quick work of them and grabbed a Banshee and made my way to the final pulse generator. This final Banshee flight has no accompanying music with it and is the longest flight in the level. I think it's a nice little break before the final pulse generator. You land the Banshee, make your way inside, kill all the sentinels inside, take out the final pulse generator, and then get shown this cutscene.
Let's find a ride and get to the captain.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a teleportation grid that runs throughout Halo. That's how the monitor moves about so quickly. I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center. Unfortunately, each jump requires a rather consequential expenditure of energy.
Something tells me I'm not gonna like this.
But I'm pretty sure I can pull it from your suit without permanently damaging your shield. Needless to say, I think we should only try this once.
Do it.
For those who just missed it, the story just carved out a reason for us to use teleportation without us ever using it again.
Don't think about it too much because you'll drive yourself crazy. And with that, we finished 2 Betrayals. I really like this level, and I'd argue the only thing bringing it down genuinely is the rocket launcher flood. And earlier I mentioned how there are no other human allies present for the rest of the game, and this is the level where you really start to feel it. The last time you were here, there were human allies everywhere, but this time there's no sign of them. The only humans present in this canyon are all infected by the flood. You have no allies to help you in these larger scale battles, regardless of how much help they were previously. You are all on your own for this level, and you can feel it. I really like the storytelling in this level, and I think it's very well done. The only downside to this level, story/tone wise, is just the music choices towards the end, but other than that, I can't really see any major problems that take me out of the story. But unfortunately, to rip off the band-aid now, we only have 2 levels left, and they all reuse the same maps from previous levels, but they all have their own unique changes. If you weren't a fan of how 2 Betrayals reuse geometry, well, get ready for the last 2 levels, because you're not going to see anything different in terms of new biomes. This is a pretty big point of contention for this game, but to be completely fair, this is a game from 2001 running on the OG Xbox. I feel like expecting more is really unfair. I understand why people would be upset going through the same areas again, since every level before this one had different biomes and different areas to explore, so you would expect that there would be different biomes for the last 3, but I don't really think you would be able to grasp the effect of how bad the flood is getting without the last 3 levels backtracking areas you've already been to before. It's not ideal, but honestly, I don't see any other way they could have conveyed the information they're trying to tell without reusing areas you've already been in. I think most people's problems with the fact that you have to backtrack is that you're backtracking through the most confusing and monotonous levels of the game. Assault in the Control Room, Truth and Reconciliation, and then finally Pillar of Autumn. But I'd argue that the backtracking gets better as the second half of the game goes on. I think for first-time players, it's literally, oh, this gameplay isn't as fun, and I have to go through these cramped levels again? This sucks. Instead of noticing and appreciating the new details and aspects that the levels are trying to convey. I didn't rant about the repeating rooms in this level because you barely even have to go in them. Most of this level, you're flying out in the open, skipping the repetitive rooms, or on foot outdoors, which is why I don't have a problem with the reuse of the map in this level. Anyways, like I said earlier, I like this level, and I think I've said all I've wanted to. I've talked about this level for way too long.
Anyway, let's move on to the second to last level.
Keys. Stage 1 cyborg assault on the Covenant ship and bring back the captain.
The Covenant network is absolute chaos. From what I've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the flood, but they were too late. The flood overwhelmed this cruiser and disabled it. The Covenant are terrified the flood will repair the ship and use it to escape from Halo. They've sent in a strike team to neutralize the flood and repair the ship for immediate departure. I've got a good lock on Captain Key's CNI transponder signal. He's alive, and the implants are intact. There's some interference from the cruiser's damaged reactor. I'll bring us in as close as I can. Oh, I see. The coordinate data needs to be... Right. Sorry.
Like Truth and Reconciliation, this is another Keyes rescue mission in a Covenant ship, but this time, the tone is much more different. You can tell this just by the comparison of the openings. Truth and Reconciliation had your Marine allies joking around with each other, while this time you just see the flood overwhelming the Covenant. As soon as you walk in this ship, you get the captain calling you saying,
Don't be a fool. Leave me.
He's still alive and he's here. We just need to go find where. So let's make our way through this ship. As we walk through this level, we can already tell that this ship is fucking trashed. You don't have to be a genius to notice all the fire and blood around you. While looking around, you can notice the ship's control center is just across from you. And if you look really closely, you can almost see some sort of mast where the flight deck is. It's not visible enough to make out what it is exactly, but it's just visible enough to make you question what's going on. Even in this opening opening area, you can see just how badly the ship is falling apart. There's the same green blobs falling down like in 343 Guilty Spark and the library. It's like the flood is changing the environment and the atmosphere to better suit their needs, whatever those needs are. Are these drips the spores that Spark was talking about in the library? Who knows? Maybe they're just flakes of dead skin that the flood naturally give off. You make your way to this door where a dead grunt seemed to be dragged right in front of it, and you see this giant hole. While there are enemies fighting on the other side, it doesn't make much sense to stick around here. Plus, there is no way I'm going to jump down in that hole. I've already done that way too many times. And whatever the hell caused this large of an explosion, my ass is not trying to find out. Oddly enough, there's a health pack on this side of the hole, but it appears to be inaccessible at this point, so we're not gonna bother trying to get it. We're gonna try and find another way out, which is gonna be difficult because there doesn't seem to be another way out present here. Unfortunately, we don't even get the chance to try and find another way out because we start getting endlessly barraged by the flood. It gets so bad that Cortana literally says,
"That jump into the coolant is looking better all the time, Chief."
We have no choice. So, we fall in. As we fall to the surface, epic music starts playing as the Flood and Covenant are battling it out. Cortana tells us,
"Let's get out of here and find another way back aboard the ship."
So we explore around this canyon trying to find another way back inside.
This area is really similar to the canyons in Truth and Reconciliation, but this time it's a lot more cramped, I'd argue.
As well as being way darker. As you're fighting through, you'll notice large pools of green coolant coming from the ship, as well as chunks of the ship spread throughout this level. I don't know what the Flood are planning to do with this ship, but I doubt it can even function at this point with all the debris spread everywhere.
Whatever the hell the Flood are planning to do with this ship, like Cortana said earlier, my ass is not trying to figure that out.
Something to note about this section is how much you need the flashlight here. It is almost pitch black here without the fluorescent green of the coolant pools and the small green glow of the Flood infection forms. And while we're fighting through here, something that I'd like to clarify is that this ship that we just jumped out of is not the Truth and Reconciliation. I mean, technically it makes sense that it isn't, but genuinely up until the making of this script, I always thought that this ship was just the Truth and Reconciliation. But I mean, can you blame me? We're in a similar canyon area to Truth and Reconciliation, and it looks almost the exact same inside. I don't know, I just thought I'd clarify that it's some other ship. As you progress through this canyon, the downsides of the flashlight being attached to your weapon becomes more and more apparent. As you're fighting through and constantly reloading your weapons, you lose visibility as well as the ability to fight back, and you now need to decide when to reload, as it becomes very important to time it right, because if you don't, the Flood will come out from the shadows and kill you.
So if you're getting swarmed by Flood, then you need to figure out when you're gonna reload, because guess what, you can't just reload anytime you want, because then you can't fucking see anything.
It is very unnerving to navigate this area even with the flashlight on. It's really hard to see even 5 feet in front of you. As you make your way through this canyon, you'll come across squads of both Covenant and Flood, and you'll have to decide which side to engage first. It's important to note that there's significantly less Covenant now and much more Flood. Even if you eliminate every initial enemy from the area, more Flood will drop down and start attacking you. And if you're not prepared, you'll get killed like I did, and the infection forms will start burrowing into your body.
I'd say overall this little canyon section is a pretty nice challenge.
It blends the cramped design of the Forerunner interiors mixed with the large outdoor areas from earlier levels very well. Even though it's technically a reused biome, it feels like you're fighting in a place you've never been before.
And in no way is this encounter that we're fighting in Keys at all similar to Truth and Reconciliation.
So even though it's the second to last level, you're still learning how the enemies interact in different environments, and you have to adjust accordingly. After a couple encounters of fighting mostly the Flood and some Covenant, Cortana finds a gravity lift and gives us a waypoint to go there. Funny side note here, I ended up dying right here, which I end up doing a lot.
27 times.
And the chain reaction sent me so high, I literally flew out of the fucking map. I was a... Holy fuck. Eventually, we make our way to this sniper point, where the game gives you a sniper, as Cortana remarks how much damage the Covenant cruiser must have taken. Even if I didn't mention it earlier, it becomes obvious very quickly how butt-fucking useless the sniper is against the Flood. It literally does nothing to them. They are invulnerable to it. Literally, look at this clip of me shooting a carrier form with the sniper. It does literally nothing, and literally anything can puncture these motherfuckers.
I think the sniper not working against the Flood is genuinely a bug, because there's no way way they would have put a sniper right in front of the flood if it did not work. I think it just broke. I don't know why. This section can get pretty frustrating because the carrier forms will infinitely respawn out of these pools. So there's no ideal time to really jump down and progress the level. And once you do, most of the time you get butt fucked on each side by both the Covenant and the Flood. And also, if you try and stick around to snipe some enemies, hunters can just two-shot you and kill you instantly. So it's not really clear what strategy is the best for this situation. So inevitably, I ended up getting killed by the hunters and I had to restart from the checkpoint. And while I was redoing this segment, I ended up finding something really weird. If you run into this specific spot while all the Flood are grouped up, they will just magically despawn, like completely.
The crash did more damage than I
They just despawned. I don't know why this is a thing, but it's kind of cool that I found it out on my own. Plus, there is no way that I would want to fight this much Flood in this cramped of an area. After getting lucky and walking my way through the large coolant pool, you'll find yourself in this section with a shade turret. And this is one of the only sections in the game where you just have to push through. This isn't like the library where you can just sit back and carefully take out the Flood one by one. No, you have to fight them because if you don't, the Flood will just infinitely spawn. You fight like this for a couple more areas, staying super careful but still running through the hordes of enemies until you finally make it to the gravity lift. This is similar to the gravity lift segment in Truth and Reconciliation, but the difference here is that it's not quite as fun as the Truth and Reconciliation grav lift. There's already a ton of dead bodies here as well as a broken Banshee. I only had to kill one elite and a couple Flood forms before the lift actually took me up. This section is a lot quicker and nowhere near as memorable as the gravity lift from Truth and Reconciliation. Similar to Truth and Reconciliation, we arrive in the same boarding area, but it is much different to what we saw last time. This time there are dead bodies fucking everywhere, and this place is also fucking trashed like we saw earlier, as well as infection forms just crawling around. And as we walk further in, the ambience coming from this ship sounds creepier than ever. Even doors when they open sound off-key. Eventually, we get into a similar looking hangar bay from the Truth and Reconciliation, as Cortana points out that...
Look, in the corners. The Flood are gathering bodies here.
And as you continue this level, you'll notice just how many bodies are scattered throughout. So as you make your way through this level, you'll notice that this ship has the same interior as the Truth and Reconciliation, except this time there's shit on fire, blood and guts everywhere, as well as doors not opening. Even though technically we've never been in this ship before, we can tell it's not supposed to look like this, just based off of what we saw in Truth and Reconciliation. After the body set piece, we then hear what is, I think, probably the worst music choice in the entire game. We hear the same opening theme that was used in 343 Guilty Spark. I understand that this was probably here to make the ship seem like it was turning more and more into the Flood's own environment, but they straight up could have just picked another song. They literally could have played Trace Amounts and been totally fine. This song does not give off Flood whispering in corners, growing stronger. It gives off the vibe of, I'm not in the fucking jungle right now. It just doesn't fit. After grabbing an overshield in the corners where all the bodies are, I made my way further into the ship, literally jumping down a hole to progress since the doors locked behind me. As I walk through the corridors, random entrances, exits, and even random paneling is just on fire. Navigating through this ship is way different than Truth and Reconciliation. This time the level design is a bit easier to navigate because the fire and destruction of the ship shows where you can and can't go, making it feel a lot less repetitive than navigating the rooms on Truth and Reconciliation. You make your way to the shuttle bay after getting a bit lost, and you'll notice that we're already on the second floor. Keys is on the third, so we don't have that much longer to go before we find him. And we know that he's close because he calls us again to say, we have to hurry. That did not sound too good. Unfortunately, in this shuttle bay, there is no foe hammer to drop off any Marines. Damn it. We start making our way to the third floor as the second most questionable music choice in this game starts playing. This one isn't as bad as the first one, but it's a bit too hopeful for the situation we're in at the moment. Fighting through this section is cool because now we're at the point where all enemies are fighting against each other. Now we even have hunters fighting in these cramped corridors. All bets are off at this point. But unfortunately, since I'm an idiot, I ended up fighting my way all the way down to the first floor when I needed to go to the third, so I ended up fighting all my way down for nothing and then just walked back up and going the way I needed. And I ended up wasting like 10 minutes.
But there were enemies there, so why do they want me to go there? I'm confused.
But to be fair, there were a shit ton of enemies on the way down to the first floor. So literally, why would I not think I'm going the right direction? If there are enemies there, that means I'm supposed to go there. That's basic game design. Should I have remembered how the paths work from Truth and Reconciliation? Probably. Should I have played this game long enough to know where to go? Probably. But there was an open door right there with enemies fighting there. Like, are you serious? Like, why wouldn't I go there? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so those enemies were just there because? Okay.
If there's enemies on the path,
no, there isn't! No, you're wrong! Anyways, after wasting like actually 2 minutes, it wasn't 10, it was like 2.
I actually made up my way to the 3rd floor. After we get there and make our way to the waypoint, we get shown the title card, The Captain.
Oh, it's over. Bro's dead.
Immediately after that title card, we hear from the captain again, and it's just... Oh, that's gonna be the last time we ever hear from him, isn't it? Cortana urges us to hurry, and then the music turns sour. After dying from a chain grenade explosion, we make our way to where it says Keys is located. Awesomely enough, after we eliminate all the flood in the control room, we just see this giant mass in the middle of the room.
What the fuck is that?
But we know we're not gonna need to look through any holding cells anymore, unlike Truth and Reconciliation. So where could he possibly be? Oh. He's right there, isn't he?
No human life signs detected. The captain, he's one of them. We can't let the flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do. It's done. I have the code. We should go.
What that unidentified mass we could see at the beginning of this level was just Keys this entire time.
It's never really explained what this giant mass that Keys is a part of. It's just explained that it's the flood.
But if you look right next to Keys, there are 2 kneeling bodies holding up the rest of the structure, so it's safe to assume that this mass is made up completely of bodies. My theory is that this is some sort of hive mind the flood were going to use to make themselves stronger. They were collecting intelligence from different combat forms, discovering who was smarter and who wasn't, so they grabbed the ones with the most intelligence and made them into this disgusting blob you see right here.
If you look closely at this flood mass, it looks like it's almost glowing green when you turn your flashlight off.
But when you turn your flashlight on, you can see all the flesh and dead skin mixed together that we're used to seeing with the rest of the flood. Shining your flashlight on this mass can also help you see the giant hole you left in Keys' face. Even if his skin was just recently decomposing, it's safe to assume that he had only been dead for a couple minutes at this point, and Chief just punched the fuck out of his skull, which shows you how powerful the Master Chief is actually capable of being.
When you melee the flood in this game, they do not fall in one hit. They are resilient motherfuckers. So imagine how much sheer force it took for him to fucking punch into his skull and dig that out.
Before you have the chance to mourn Keys, or even notice the fucked up hologram surrounding this control panel, or notice the long ropes of dark flesh connecting this mass to where it's standing, you immediately get swarmed by the flood. Whatever this is, they do not want us here. You are infringing on something very important to them, and they do not want you to mess this up. If you run off the back platform as soon as the flood rush in, they'll gather at the bottom of the ramp, guarding it so you can't get back up. Even when you make yourself known, they'll still stick to the bottom of that ramp to make sure you don't get back on. And as you navigate around the giant flood mass, you'll notice that the flesh connectors are dripping the same green substance that we saw in both 343 Guilty Spark and earlier in this level. It makes me wonder what those green blobs are actually for. As you kill the flood guarding the bottom platform, a new type of Covenant will come through the door that you entered, wielding fuel rod cannons and energy swords, wearing all black armor. This is the strike team Cortana mentioned at the beginning of this level, and these are what's called Spec Ops Covenant. They're a lot like like normal Covenant, except their armor is black and they tend to wield mostly power weapons. After eliminating the Spec Ops Covenant, you get back into the hangar where there are even more Spec Ops Covenant waiting for you. You make quick work of them and do what I like to call the Banshee skip, or what I called in my playthrough, the Adam skip, because it's what I do every single time I play this level, and I'm literally never going to do anything different because there's actually no point. And to end this level, you need to take one of the spare Banshees at the bottom of this hangar and fly away. Now, unlike the Banshee skip I could have done in Assault in the Control Room, I could not be bothered to show what it's like to play through the rest of this level normally. I have never played the end of this level normally and have not done this skip, nor do I ever plan on changing that. Essentially what I do for this Adam skip is just jumping down to the second floor, grabbing the health pack next to these crates, and then jumping to the bottom and taking the empty Banshee. Do I almost lose all my health in the process of grabbing this Banshee? Yes, but to quote myself, I don't actually know. If you're supposed to fight people there, like in Assault on the Control Room, but I'm not sticking around to find out. So. And with that, the level fades out and we have one more level to go. When I was younger, I used to love replaying this level. Something about the indoor environments and the flood mass was so cool to me, and it still is. I only wish we had a longer view of Keys before we punched him in the face. To bring up the repeating geometry critique, this level is so much shorter once you're indoors and in the repeating hallways. It skips the entire prison section, which was probably the most confusing section of that level, or just the entire game, as well as the fact that you start immediately on the second floor as soon as you get inside, so you can make your way straight to the third floor if you still remember how the ship's layout works. Now, there is one confusing spot once you're indoors, and that's the hangar section that leads you to the first floor. The devs definitely made this section misleading on purpose, because there is no way they would have spawned this many enemies if they weren't trying to trick you to go down there. They knew that once you got inside into the hangar area, there wasn't that much level left, so they really had to pad it out in any way possible. But I don't think that this is really an issue. I think it just rewards smarter players that remember the layout of Truth and Reconciliation, and it doesn't necessarily punish those who forgot. It just adds more enemies for them to fight. Story-wise, the storytelling in this level is a lot less subtle than 2 Betrayals. I mean, Keys literally contacts you as soon as you start the level, letting you know that he's there. He'll literally be screaming in pain once you get close to him. If I had to describe this level in one word, it would be very cinematic. Oh, this might be a reach. Oh my god! It feels a lot like the storytelling used in Half-Life 1, where the devs use in-game set pieces to convey the story without relying too much on cutscenes, besides the opening cutscene and the Keys reveal. I guess the only critique I really have story-wise with this level is just the jump into the coolant. I would have appreciated it if the decision to jump into the coolant was much more the player's decision, rather than Cortana outright telling you what to do. This might not apply to most players, but at least for my playthrough, before I could even get overwhelmed by the flood, Cortana was straight up telling me to jump in. It's a small nitpick that makes that set piece have a little less impact and memorability, but overall, the rest of this level's execution is extremely well done. The only thing that really brings down this level is just the music choices in certain areas. They definitely could have been chosen a little bit better, but like I said, it's just a small nitpick. Difficulty-wise, this level ramps up from the previous levels, starting immediately with the dark and somewhat cramped crevices of the outdoor areas. But once you're indoors, the difficulty subsides significantly, and the only time it even remotely ramps up again is right after the Keys reveal. But after that, it tones down even more, so it's whatever. Overall, this level is a nice little challenge that doesn't overstay its welcome. Even though it's the second to last level, you're still getting new combat experiences, and even new enemies are still being introduced, which is very appreciated. Anyways, overall, this level's pretty good. But with all that being said, let's move on to the final level.
The Mod. Destroy Halo. Before Halo destroys all life in the galaxy.
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up! You did that on purpose, didn't you?
No, I would never. I really like the simple description that this level gives. If you fuck up, it's over. You're done.
I think with the beautiful architecture and the landscapes of this ring, it's very easy to forget that this beautiful ring that we've been on for this entire game is a weapon.
So anyways, after intentionally crashing the Banshee,
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
No.
we're finally back here, right at the start. The Pillar of Autumn. We left this ship in an escape pod, and now we came back right through an escape pod, just like the Covenant did.
And from the very beginning of this level, you can tell how genuinely different the environment is this time. The difference of the burned interior for when we were here last time is crazy, as well as if you take a look at the skybox. The only place like this on this ring that looks even remotely similar to where we are now is Truth and Reconciliation, and even then, that looks nothing like where we are right now. I don't know what it is about this level, but I just really love the overall color palette and skybox of this level, but I think you'll get why later.
At the beginning of the level, if you turn around and you look from where you crashed, if you look in the empty drop pod area, if you look down, you'll actually see the crashed Banshee that you were flying on, which is a cool little detail.
And as we walk in, Cortana tells us that we need to get to the bridge. So just like the first level, we make our way over there.
There's something so melancholy about exploring these halls for a second time.
Out of all the things that should have been untouched by this ring and what's happened over the course of this game, the intro level where you learned how to play should have been left the most untouched. The fact that this is the final level doesn't make this pack any less of an emotional punch. Even in my playthrough, I remark on how much replaying this level emotionally sucks.
It's the last level, guys. I'm so sad.
Regardless of how we feel, we need to get our shit done, so let's make our way through this ship. But if you decide to wait around and not immediately enter the maintenance shaft, something cool happens.
I swear, I remember like there being a tutorial for meleeing doors. And for, like, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is that? What is that? What is that?
Whoa. If you wait around long enough, the music will dynamically change as sentinels start coming in through the airlocks. I never knew this encounter existed until this playthrough. In previous playthroughs, I would always make my way straight to the maintenance shaft, but since I was too busy jibber jabbering, I guess I took long enough for these sentinels to spawn in. If you think about it, it's kind of crazy that sentinels, which were totally absent in the last level, somehow found their way over here. It's like 343 Guilty Spark is only interested in what we do if it's directly related to the ring. He could not care less when we were in an overrun Covenant cruiser to find our captain. He was too busy trying to fix the damage we did in 2 Betrayals. But now that our goals have changed and we're attempting to destroy the ring, he's sending all his troops over here to stop us. Anyway, we make our way through the maintenance shaft, but this time we need to take a ladder to go down. And as you approach this entrance, you'll notice infection forms spewing out. So the Flood are also on this ship, which makes sense. Why wouldn't they? You need to be careful going through this entrance though, because there are multiple carrier forms, and if you're not careful, unfortunate.
I just got here, guys. I just got here.
You make your way to the bridge, fighting all 3 factions in familiar looking hallways. As you approach this door, one of the best tracks from this entire level starts playing, as well as the Flood bursting this door open, similar to the level 343 Guilty Spark. And after that little set piece, the really cool music goes away. But it's all good, because now we're fighting in another cafeteria area, similar to the one we fought in the first level, except this time,
there's like hunters and shit, there's Spec Op Covenant, there's the Flood, everybody's here.
Regardless of what you're doing, these 2 factions are just fucking going at it. I mean, just look at the amount of blood that is coming off of this hunter. For this level, most of the Covenant present are going to be Spec Ops Covenant, meaning they're going to be a little bit more difficult than any of the other Covenant we've had to fight previously, but overall, it's not a crazy spike in difficulty.
Because of how cramped everything is, you can kind of just spam grenades and get away with it.
But fighting in the cafeteria is a lot harder than last time, since this time we don't have as many Marines to absorb most of the enemy bullets, and now every single enemy shot is just directed straight at us.
So after we eliminate all the enemies in the cafeteria, the music suddenly shifts as we make our way to the bridge. We kill all the enemies here, and then we make it to the flight deck.
And before we start this sequence, I want to show this scene that I decided not to show in 2 Betrayals.
We have to destroy Halo. According to my analysis of the available data, I believe the best course of action is somewhat risky. An explosion of sufficient size will help destabilize the ring and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. A starship's fusion reactors going critical would do the job. If the ship's fusion reactors are still relatively intact, we can use them to destroy Halo.
So if you're confused on why we're back here at all, hopefully you understand that, like I said earlier, we're using the Pillar of Autumn to blow up Halo. Anyway, after you put Cortana into the main terminal, the self-destruction sequence starts, and we get out of here, and then the Halo explodes, and then that's the end of the game. The end, the game's over. I wish it was that simple. What do you think this game is? Easy? Let me show you what actually happens once you put Cortana into the main terminal.
I leave home for a few days and look what happens. This won't take long. There. That should give us enough time to make it to a lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Halo before the detonation.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, really.
Oh, hell.
Ridiculous! That you would imbue a warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge? Weren't you worried it might be captured or destroyed?
He's in my data arrays, a local tap.
So if it wasn't obvious from the Sentinels earlier, Spark is here and he's somewhere on this ship. But what he's about to say in this next cutscene is really interesting.
You can't imagine how exciting this is to have a record of all of our lost time. Human history, isn't it? Fascinating. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of its categorization. To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record. I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words.
He stopped the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win. Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless and...
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
If you didn't catch any of what he just said, let me run that back for you real quick.
To have a record of all of our lost time. Human history, isn't it? Fascinating. To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record.
Bro was saying some real cryptic stuff there. Also, why is he so concerned about us destroying the record of human history that's present on this ship? Does bro not realize there are more humans that exist out there that have multiple records of what human history is? Also, why does he say it's fascinating that it's called human history? Why wouldn't it be called human history? Fucking weirdo. There are definitely some pieces to some sort of puzzle that we're not getting here. So let's just keep moving on.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine's shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why? Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels!
After you get assaulted from a shit ton of Sentinels, which you can literally just run away from, our next objective is pretty clear. We gotta find the engine so we can blow it up. As we leave the bridge, Cortana tells us that we need to make our way to the cryo bay, just like the one that we woke up from, and as she does that, banger music starts fucking playing. The music in this level is so good, it's genuinely ridiculous. It's nothing like any of the other tracks we've ever heard before, so them being saved just for this level is really cool. As you eliminate the first wave of flood on your way to the cryo chamber, you walk through an armory that for some odd reason only has completely empty ARs. Halo CE has an odd mechanic where even if a weapon is completely out of ammo, if it hasn't despawned yet, you can still pick it up. But there's so much conveniently placed ammo and weapons in every single map and level that I don't really see the need for this feature. It's just really weird that all the assault rifles are completely out of ammo. I wonder if this is just the room where the Flood dumped all their ARs because they don't know how to reload. Anyway, we fight through more Covenant and Flood, taking out Spec Ops elites and hunters, and there's no other way to describe this section other than just fun. There's nothing else for the game sandbox to teach you here, so it just sends you everything. Flood, Covenant, Sentinels, all at once as one final challenge to thank you for getting this far in the game. You'll walk into the cryo chamber and immediately see the amount of sentinels lined up fighting the flood. The amount of enemies in this area is borderline ridiculous.
Eventually, while we're in this cryo chamber, the track Devil's Monsters will start to play, which is not fucking appreciated.
Am I in danger again?
I do feel though that this track is a little bit misplaced because I feel like we're not in as much danger as the track wants to let on, but it's nowhere near as egregious as when it played during 2 Betrayals. So it's really just a moot point here.
But to be fair, something about fighting the flood in the specific area of the Pillar of Autumn with this song playing in the background makes this moment feel very full circle. And since this is the only area so far not completely burnt to shit, you start to remember what the ship looks like before it crashed. Fun fact here, I stopped playing to show off what my phone screen looked like at the time, and it doesn't look like that now. And while I was doing that, the capture card stopped recording, and my reaction to what happened is really fucking funny.
It's so bad. I can't see shit.
It's actually so bad. Uh-oh. When did that stop recording? Hold on. It stopped recording, and that was really weird. After fighting through more maintenance shafts and taking out some Spec Ops Covenant and some Sentinels,
And dying a couple times. That's important to note.
you make your way to engineering. But before we do anything, we're gonna make our way to the armory. Inside this armory, you'll find rocket launchers. Yes. And ARs that have actual ammo inside them.
But while we're exploring this armory, we'll notice that something cloaked is running at us.
It's a cloaked flood form. How the hell did that happen?
And it turns out there's not just one of them, there's multiple. This is an ambush against you.
There's some sort of trigger in this room so that while you're exploring, the cloaked flood that's sitting and hiding will start surrounding you on all sides while being completely invisible the entire time. The encounter itself isn't scary, it's what the encounter implies. The flood were in that room the entire time, and they were just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They could have attacked us at any time, but no, they just sat there, waiting. The flood is getting smarter, and if we don't destroy Halo soon, nobody will be able to stand a chance against the flood. Not even us.
Anyways, after that little set piece, we make our way to the actual engineering room, and we get shown one of the coolest sections in the entire game.
As we walk in, Cortana alerts us that the monitor is in this room and has made it impossible to restart the self-destruct timer. So now we're going to destroy the ship's fusion reactor to blow up the Pillar of Autumn instead. This might seem confusing, but luckily, Cortana offers to
walk you through it. First, we need to pull back the exhaust couplings. That will expose a shaft that leads to the primary fusion drive core.
So to start this section, you have to climb up so you can press this button to expose the fusion core's core, and we have to wait until it literally glows to fire a rocket at it or throw a grenade at it. Once you successfully destroy it, a bright red substance almost like blood will appear from the reactor. After you take out the first core, even more awesome music starts playing. Dude, this level is just filled with banger after banger. It's ridiculous. It's not as easy as it sounds though, because as you saw during this clip, everyone is here in this room and will be firing at us the entire time we're doing this sequence. They don't know what we're doing right now, but it's probably not good, and we're out in the open, so they might as well take their chances.
But funnily enough, out of all the people that should be attacking you, Spark never does. He just kind of stands there and like floats, and he'll say something every once in a while, but this is few and far between.
But we don't have enough time to be worrying about Spark. We need to destroy the other cores before we get overwhelmed. Funnily enough, we could have just pressed both buttons at the top to unlock and destroy the 2 engine cores and taken out 2 birds with 1 stone, but I didn't realize that this was an option until too late, so I just didn't do it. This section is really cool, and something I'd like to praise it for is the vertical level design. The vertical design of this section is really well done and unique, and I've never really seen another game successfully recreate this type of level design before. Anyways, as we progress through this section, something important to note is the second you encounter any enemy type in this area, similar to the level keys, you just have to push through them. You cannot let yourself get stuck. We do not have the time.
Even as difficult as this section might sound, there are health packs literally everywhere, so it never gets too overbearing difficulty-wise.
Meaning this section is more of a test of platforming and aim, rather than a test of your own combat skills. Once there's only 1 reactor left, the music takes another shift. The music sounds a lot more dramatic and tense at this point. There's only 1 more reactor left before this whole place starts to detonate. We're almost at the finish line, and the music reflects this very well. After getting to the floor where the button is, I think I accidentally did a trick to despawn any sentinels in the area by walking from one side of this walkway to the other. I know this is a speedrun trick, so I'm not sure if that's actually what I did or not, but regardless, after I did that, no sentinels attacked me for the rest of this segment. After destroying the final fusion reactor, you hear the emergency sirens go off in this ship, as we rush to get out. And now we only have
15 minutes to get off the ship. We don't have much time.
Cortana then reaches out for evac, so hopefully we have a way to get off this ship. I feel like this should have been arranged way before we blew up the ship's fusion reactor.
I guess it won't matter in like 15 minutes anyway, so.
Cortana guides us where to go as
we go through the last enemy encounter in this entire game against these Spec Ops Covenant. And it's also where I had my last death fighting against the Covenant.
because I really fucking suck at this game. As we're going through this elevator, Cortana reaches out to Echo 419 and she fucking responds. She's still alive? I thought there weren't any humans left after the level 343 Guilty Spark, but I guess I was wrong. What makes this even funnier is that she responds to this like nothing is different. She sounds exactly the same as the last time we saw her.
Oh, it's just like we're back on the level Halo. After Cortana tells Fohammer where to pick us up, and we notice the copious amounts of fucking damage that the Autumn is taking, Cortana says this really interesting line to Fohammer.
Echo 419 to Cortana. Things are getting noisy down there. Everything okay?
Negative. We have a wildcat destabilization of the ship's fusion core. The engines must have sustained more damage than we thought.
Something interesting to note here is that Cortana says the Autumn must have taken more damage than we thought. What do you mean more than we thought?
We literally shot rockets into the ship's engine.
This statement to Echo 419 heavily gives off the impression to them that we're not responsible for this massive explosion that's about to happen. But I mean, it makes sense. We didn't really have time to reconvene with the rest of our allies on this ring to go over this plan. We were the only ones who probably knew about this plan while the rest of our allies were being overwhelmed by the flood. So I guess we're doing what had to be done.
So once we get off this elevator, we see this vehicle bay full of warthogs,
meaning that we should probably get in one.
And if you are somehow uninterested in picking up the hundreds of warthogs that are present here, there's also this giant ass ramp that is impossible to walk over. So that means it's time for the fucking warthog run. And here's how it works.
Analyzing. We have 6 minutes before the fusion drives detonate. We need to evac now. Activating final countdown timer. When it reaches 0, the engines will detonate. The explosion will generate a temperature of almost 100 million degrees. Don't leave here when it blows.
You have to get to the waypoint by the end of the timer, or else the Pillar of Autumn explodes with you in it.
But it's not just a straight shot. The track will bend and curve, so you need to adjust with it. You'll go up ramps, around large curves, and maneuver around enemies before you get to the end. The Flood, Covenant, and Sentinels have no idea that the ship is about to explode, so they're still fighting like nothing's going wrong. Towards the end, I guess they get the hint, but it's too late for them to actually do anything. The entire time for this section, the soundtrack is fucking banging. And this, along with this entire run, is the best final challenge the devs could give you finishing this game. One small quick thing I wanted to mention is that in the track that's playing during this section, Drum Run, there's a spot that almost sounds like 343 Guilty Spark humming. I don't want to interrupt the gameplay to show it, but I just want to make sure that I pointed it out because I've never seen anybody else actually point it out before.
Why does my thing keep flipping? Enough flipping. Enough of that.
Quit that.
God, I'm so bad at driving this. I wonder when designing the ship whose idea it was to have this giant ass like vehicle course in here, because it was a great idea. Oh God, I don't like that.
Cortana to Echo 419. Request extraction now, on the double.
Affirmative, Cortana. Bullhammer inbound.
Eventually, we get to the waypoint with around 3 minutes of spare time. Once we get to the extraction point, the timer stops, but unfortunately...
Cortana to Echo 419. 2 Covenant Banshees are approaching on your 6. Evade. Say again, evade.
I'm hit! Mayday! Mayday! There's one person that shot the hell! I can't kill her! I can't hold her!
Echo 419! She's gone.
The last human ally we know we have left is gone, but we can't just stop here. Also, does that large opening make a ton of sense in scale with the ship? Not really, but you know what? We're so close to the end of the game that I don't need to question anything anymore. So Cortana explains where we need to go next, and genuinely the best song that could have started playing starts playing. But before we get to the final waypoint, there's a secret grunt that you can find right in this area over here.
Hopefully I can get in there, because I don't know if I can or not. Who is this?
The thing that fool's nipples waiting for me at the starship doesn't matter. If I worked up a big, grunty thirst.
It's really funny to hear a Spec Ops grunt talk about the food nipple and their big grunty thirst, but we should probably finish this Warthog run.
All right. Lock in.
Eventually, Cortanas will warn us about this jump that we might not make.
Chief, up ahead, there's a gap in the trench. At top speed, we should be able to clear it.
And, this is a speedrunning trick, the only way to not flip your Warthog and waste a ton of time is to do a 360 spin, and I am not kidding.
That was actually so cool. Imagine dying at that part. Oh, I might not make it. No, I got all that. No, I got all that.
That's the ship. Move! We need to get aboard now!
After making another jump and getting stuck on some barricades, we get out of our Warthog and make the final run on foot as the Pillar of Autumn explodes around us until...
We're cutting it close.
Here we go.
Shut them down. We'll need them later. Fancy a look?
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left. We did what we had to do for Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo, it's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
What a fucking level.
The ending of this game and the cutscene with Halo exploding is genuinely so fucking beautiful. While there are definitely some odd choices in this cutscene, like the fact that the Master Chief says, "Here we go," and the handful of Flood we saw at the end of this cutscene, apparently they're supposed to look like an army here. The final result is very hit or miss.
Fancy a look?
Is bro fucking British? But overall, it's a beautifully executed cutscene and a near perfect conclusion for this game.
Like, genuinely, I can't think of a better end that this game could have had.
Also, if you beat the entire game on Legendary, you get a little bonus added to the cutscene. But since I was playing on Heroic, I didn't get that, so you'll have to find it for yourself. And after the credits roll, you get this scene that implies that Spark is still alive. But other than that, that's it. The game's over. Overall, this level is one of the best in the entire game. Regarding the reused geometry critique, this level arguably reuses geometry the best out of all the levels that do. There's a whole ass engineering room and an entire Warthog run. Plus there's the differences of the bridge from the beginning of the game to now, as well as just the entire ship. The overall contrast from the beginning of this game to now is just really cool to watch. This level takes everything that has been introduced in this game and wraps it up in such a nice little bow. And I've yet to play a game with such a satisfying last level like this, even after multiple playthroughs. And this ending has a sort of finality to it that, yes, potentially hints at a future game, but could also just completely end there, and I love that. It makes this entire game a self-contained experience while still leaving room for expansion. And out of all the things that this game had to nail, the ending was probably the most important, and they did a fucking phenomenal job. In a developer's commentary on this game with the game's developers Jason Jones, Joseph Staten, and Martin O'Donnell, Jason Jones makes this gut-wrenching statement about this game.
Halo 1 had a beautiful simplicity that doesn't exist anymore.
And if you look at the modern landscape of gaming today, that is 100% true. This game came out at the perfect time, and it shows through the legacy it leaves.
Halo Combat Evolved is not a super complex game, and it never tries to be. This story is not super complex. It's simple, but the world building and the gameplay is what makes up for it and is what makes this game so great.
The foreshadowing and storytelling done in 343 Guilty Spark deserves to be recognized as a perfect standard for how to do a reveal in any game or piece of media in general. And just everything after the Flood reveal really makes you feel like you have an impact in this universe and you're not just some powerless witness.
You literally blow up Halo, bro.
This story fits together almost perfectly with the gameplay, and I love it. Is it the greatest story ever? No. It's not even the best Halo story. That goes to Halo 2. But if you look at future Halo games, or even mods for this one, they all add things that muddle the sandbox or the story, or they just add things that show they don't fundamentally understand what made each level work. The way this game works, every level has both its gameplay function and story function, and I can only think of maybe one level that even slightly feels out of place in both of those aspects. The developers essentially got this game perfect on the first try.
They got the weapon balancing, the enemy variety, essentially the entire sandbox perfect on the first try. And while yes, there are definitely some flaws here and there, the rocket flood,
there's nothing that outright makes this game unplayable, unenjoyable, or broken. And even if there was, the devs couldn't update the game post-launch. This game didn't exist at a time where the devs could do that, so they had to nail it pretty much first try. Anything that the devs fucked up in this game, oh well, you just have to fix it in the next one. And that's what I love about this game. It's a time capsule that can't really be touched by updates or anything that would have changed the overall experience. I mean, even looking at this game 3 months before launch, it's surprising that this game even functions. They had 3 months to turn this into this. And if I had one word to describe this game, it would just be awesome. Even the devs devs would agree. Jason Jones literally says it multiple times in the director's commentary.
And even if he didn't, if you just listen to the game demos or the descriptions of the game that the developers give you, it just sounds awesome.
This game looks and feels awesome to play. Plus the music and sound design is so good. There's so many iconic noises like the health recharge, health pack, and just the overall different weapon sounds.
Everything sound-wise is just fucking amazing.
This game's soundtrack is so good, and the only game that I can even remotely compare it to would be Silent Hill 2 or Halo 2. And like I said multiple times earlier, the gameplay is extremely fun and tight-knit, almost to the point of me calling it perfect. But unfortunately, even though I do sing this game's praises, it is not perfect. Even though we're told and somewhat shown that the Flood is such a big threat, gameplay-wise they never feel like a galactic level threat. The only time they feel like that is the first 2 levels you play against them. And then after that, they rarely change or do anything new, so it doesn't really feel like they're adapting as this gigantic threat. And when they do change things up, it's never really shown that well, so those moments are few and far between. It kind of sucks that their story reveal is so cool, but gameplay-wise they are not that fun to fight. And speaking of gameplay, this game is much slower compared to modern shooters.
Even if this game modernized the dual analog control scheme, it doesn't mean they perfected it first try.
And I understand that aim assist was relatively new at the time, but it overcompensates so much in certain levels that it's almost impossible not to notice. And while it was revolutionary for the time, it'll never overcome the inherent limitation of making analog sticks feel fluid to aim, which what I'm about to say, I'm saying is both a Narrow fan and a PC nerd. No matter what, using analog sticks is an objective limitation.
But that doesn't mean that the PC port did it any fucking better.
But regardless of any small critiques that I have with this game, overall, this game does what it sets out to do near perfectly, and I wouldn't have made a 4-hour-long video talking about it if I didn't think so.
Anyways, that's not important. Let me go over my personal ranking of every level in this game and give a short explanation why. Starting with number 10 and what I'd consider the levels I didn't really have a good time with is the library. 99 out of 100 players are going to say this level is the worst in the entire game, and that's totally fair. But it's not that bad. Like, people act like this game is one of the worst levels ever made in gaming, and I'm like, no, I don't think that's necessarily true. I just think it's just so bad in comparison to the rest of this game that yes, it seems like one of the worst levels in gaming ever. But you know what? I understand that people don't like this level, so I'm kind of contractually obligated to put it at number 10. I did not have the least fun playing this level. That goes to number 9, which I'm going to say as Assault on the Control Room. I would put this at number 10 as being the worst, but objectively, I just gotta give 10 to the library. I just simply did not have a good time on this map, on this level. I don't know what it was. I think it was just the time that I was playing it. I don't know. It feels like the least polished level in the entire game just based off of how the checkpoints work, and I feel like the map is just so much better, and it's so much more open into Betrayals that playing this level feels like really limited in comparison. Number 8 goes to Truth and Reconciliation. I understand that them taking away the pistol should not be that big of a deal, but them replacing it for the sniper and then never elaborating on the fact that you can just pick up sniper ammo through the rest of the level is just what brings this down for me, because the pistol is good. It's really good and it's really fun to use, but it's not like some end-all be-all weapon. You cannot kill multiple enemies with just one round of the pistol. No, you gotta be smart. It's just that newer players will tend to gravitate towards it because it's easy to use, but replacing it for the sniper, like, dude. And then once you get into the close quarters, it doesn't even matter. Like, if this level gave you a pistol in close quarters, this probably would have been one of the better levels in the entire game, but even the monotonous level design wouldn't help. So I'm just putting this at number 8 because I never look forward to playing this level. And now we're on to the levels where I actually did have a good time playing. I just can't rank them any higher. For number 7, we're gonna be putting Pillar of Autumn. And now this might sound like really bad at number 7, but it's really just the fact that it's just an intro level and not much is really going on. When you're playing it again after a couple of years of playing this game, it's like, dude, I already know everything that's going on here. And also I've played this game multiple times, this level multiple times on camera, so there's not really any much more enjoyment that I could have gained from this level that I already don't have. Also, the music is just kind of mid in this level. I didn't have a bad time on this level. I actually had like a totally fine time on this level. I just had to put it at number 7. Moving on to number 6, which is Keys, which I would rank this a little bit higher, but if you were to take out the Keys like flood reveal, gameplay wise, I really wouldn't play this level. I only really play this level just so I can see the Keys flood form because I think it's so fucking cool. But take those out and there's not really that much incentive to play through. It's just like Truth and Reconciliation, but way cooler. Anyways, now we're moving on to the 3 levels that should have been ranked at number 3, but I couldn't decide, so here they are. At number 5, we got 2 Betrayals, and the only reason this is number 5 is because of the rocket flood and how long it takes to get to the third pulse generator. Other than that, I just really like this level, and I just like how the map is used. It just goes on a little too long for my liking. Number 4, the Maw. I really wish I could rank this way higher. The music and the gameplay is so fucking good, and this is the best conclusion to a game I think I've ever played, and I wish I could have ranked it higher, but unfortunately, the rest of the levels are just so good that I have to rank this one at number 4. I wish I could rank this higher. I wish I could put this top 3, but I can't. Anyways, on to number 3, which is 343 Guilty Spark. I don't know what else can be said about this level. I feel like this level makes this game. If 343 Guilty Spark didn't nail the reveal as good as it did, this game would have a way different legacy. They just did such a good job that genuinely, it just deserves to go at number 3. The only thing bringing it down is that gameplay-wise, there is not a lot going on, at least in the beginning. But once we get the flood reveal, it picks up. And now we're getting on to the top best levels in this entire game. These are levels I consider to be the best in the entire series. The last 3 levels, I just said, yes, they are like best level in entire series contender. But these two, there's no competition. They built games off of these levels. And number 2 is the level Halo. It's a really great introduction to what the Halo is like and kind of what this game is going to be like without being too complicated. There's like just multiple pathways and set pieces that makes everyone's experience with this level a little bit different. It's just such a good level. So you know what? Number 2, Halo, great level. Not my personal favorite. That goes to number 1. Silent Cartographer. This is the best level in the game. Like, there's really no competition. It's the most solid level. It's the level with the best level design. You can really just tell that this level was the developer's playground. Just the fact that you can go from the beginning and just unlock the security door and then come back and just do it like that is really fucking cool. I really appreciate this level, and I think it's definitely one of the best in the game. You really just gotta experience it for yourself to understand. Overall, in this entire playthrough, best level in the entire game.
So here we are at the end of our journey, and I think I've talked through essentially everything that I've wanted to talk through. I mean, there are a couple things that I did miss that I just didn't want to talk about, like how cool the design of the Halo ring is, or how much I like the design of the Flood because they're not wearing any armor. But really, for the amount of video that's left, it's pretty obvious that I'm not going to be talking about small details like that. So what am I going to be talking about? Well, unfortunately, a large majority of you watching will never be able to experience this game the way I just described. Due to a port, a remaster built off of that port, and then a port built off of a remaster off of that port, it is almost impossible nowadays for new players to experience this game the way it was intended to be experienced by the developers. This might seem kind of confusing, but essentially, the main reason why I'm making this video is because the preservation of this game and its image has essentially been tarnished over the past 20 years, which is not cool, and I don't really fuck with that. Did Halo CE's legacy get screwed essentially 2 years after it was released?
Pretty much.
So let's get into it. So at the time of making this video, there are 4 current versions of Halo CE out there to play. There's the original version that came out back in 2001, the Gearbox PC port that came out in 2003, which I don't have physically, otherwise I'd be showing it, the remaster of Halo CE for the Xbox 360 released back in 2011 for Halo's 10-year anniversary, and finally, the Master Chief Collection, which was released in 2014 for Halo 2's anniversary and is now currently the easiest way to access the entire Halo series. An important thing to note is that at the time of this video, there is a rumored Halo CE remake being developed, but so far nothing has been confirmed, so I'm not going to be talking about it. Another thing that's important to note is that at the time of making this, the current developers for Halo at the time was 343 Industries, but now it's been handed over to a new studio called Halo Studios. Halo Studios did not exist when I was making this part of the video, so when I'm talking about Halo's current developers, I'm talking about 343 Industries, not Halo Studios. So let's start with the original Halo version. So this is the original Halo CE that was released for the Xbox back in 2001. Technically, the version I have is not for resale, but from what I've been able to gather, that doesn't really affect anything gameplay wise. So my review and my analysis of this game is almost exactly the same as if this copy did not say not for resale. I mean, I can't really say much about this version that hasn't already been said. Something that we will notice is that the people's memories of this game will eventually get worse and worse as the years go on, not because of this version, but because of other versions that are built off of this one. Ideally, you'd be playing this version on an original Xbox, like it says, with a CRT TV, because that's the way this game was developed and it was intended to be played on, but that's kind of hard to do nowadays. Finding an original Xbox or a CRT TV out in the wild is kind of impossible unless you're at a retro gaming store that's specifically designed to sell those things. This game is over 20 years old. Like, no shit, it would be kind of hard to access out in the wild. But that doesn't mean it's impossible to access this game like this. It just makes it really difficult. I found my copy at a retro gaming store for $15, which I'd argue is not bad at all. And since this game was essentially the game that carried the entire Xbox up until Halo 2 was released, there's going to be no shortage of copies out in the wild. This game was fucking ridiculously popular. It is not going to be hard to find multiple copies of this out in the wild. I mean, on Facebook Marketplace around me, you can find original Xboxes for around, like, I don't know, 115 bucks, which is not terrible. It could be a lot worse. It's still appalling that it's that expensive, but it could be a lot worse. And also, you can literally find a CRT TV for fucking free anywhere. It doesn't really matter. Or you could literally just have a TV that has a VGA compatible port. So it's really up to you. So literally, if you're willing to drop, like, I don't know, $130 to play this game, you can access it in its original form, which not only do you get to experience this game in the way that it was intended, you also get a whole ass fucking console on the side, which is fucking banger. But I understand that that's not feasible at all for most people. Why would you buy an entire console just to experience one game? That makes no sense. And I understand that people wouldn't be willing to spend this much money, because I wasn't even willing to do that for this fucking video, which I will get into in a minute. Gameplay wise, this version is the most sound. It has the least amount of things fucked up with it, and is literally the simplest, best version to play, which is really unfortunate because of how hard it is to access. This should be every first-time player's version of the game to play. If you're going to play Halo for the first time, you would be stupid to play literally anything that isn't this. I don't know. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating how good this game is and how hard it's been made to access within the past couple of years, which I will get into with the fucking Gearbox port for the PC made in 2003. This is the Halo version where things get fucky. So this version was not developed by Bungie, but rather by different studios called Gearbox, which I don't know about you guys. I've not heard the greatest things about Gearbox, and it kind of shows in this fucking port. So in 2003, they released the campaign for PC. On the surface, everything looks fine, but if you look really closely, you'll notice that some things are just straight up broken. Like, for example, the skybox in Assault on the Control Room, completely fucking bricked. It's not supposed to look like this. Another thing that's completely broken is Cortana not changing colors in these cutscenes. Another thing you can notice is how Captain Keyes has an entirely different model compared to the original version that looks lower quality. Or another thing you can notice is how the shield doors, and also the shields in general, just look flat and fucking dull and don't change color when you shoot at them. Like, look at the fucking shield doors in fucking Truth and Reconciliation. It's really bad. Or just how the entire game looks fucking flat and dull. And these could be considered, yes, nitpicks, but it's not like these are limited to like one or two things. This is limited to almost every single thing in the entire game. And there are videos on how this version breaks the game and goes into a little more technical detail, but essentially they fucked up one line of code and now the game just looks like this. It looks like shit. And for all intents and purposes, this version of the game is broken. There's no patch to fix it that isn't made by the modding community. There's literally zero reason to go back and play this game other than to experience the original UI on PC, which is not that much of a reason, I've got to be honest. And I know there have been restoration efforts by the modding community to fix this version, but I was unable to find it when I was making this video, so I guess it was taken down. Or something. I don't fucking know. I can't find it anymore. Anyways, despite how fucking broken this version is, the likelihood that a first-time player would be playing this version first is so unlikely. This version is almost impossible to access nowadays, which is totally fine, because I would not recommend this version to anybody, not even for fucking novelty purposes. For all intents and purposes, this game is broken and should not be played ever. And unfortunately, the next two ports of this game are built off the PC port. Yippee! So now on to fucking Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, which was released in 2011 for the Xbox 360. In 2011, Halo's ownership was taken away from Bungie and given away to a new studio called 343 Industries. So what they did for the first project was to remaster the original Halo for its 10-year anniversary. And this remaster actually does something that's pretty unique that's not seen in other remasters that I've seen, in where you can change the graphics essentially on the fly. It's running 2 game engines at the same time, and you can switch back whenever you want. It is a really cool idea, but unfortunately the Xbox 360 was not a powerful enough console to be doing all that. But not only that, this version is built off the PC port. So not only does this game run the broken graphics, but this time for the Xbox 360, it also built the remastered graphics off of that version. And not only that, the remastered graphics are not better at all. They're just too much. Like the fucking library. Visually, this is gorgeous.
This shit looks cool. Like, this looks beautiful. But here's my sweat. It looks nothing, and I mean nothing, like this. It's like, you know the phrase night and day? I think this game perfects what that means. Literally, there are God rays coming out of this thing.
But that's not what the library is. It's fucking horrifying. It's terrible. It's dark. It's cramped. It's creepy. It does not need to be fucking lit up to shit. You need to use your flashlight in certain areas because you can't fucking see. And even the one piece of geometry that I fucking praised level design wise for the library, which is the fucking elevator, they just made it so much more fucking lame.
Look at this shit, bro. It is so boring. Look how cool this shit was in fucking CE. The one piece of geometry you could have gone hard on. No, it's fucking gray here. The middle is like kind of cool, but bro, this was like one of the coolest pieces of geometry in the game. And you're like, no, we're gonna make it gray.
Nobody played through the fucking library and thought, this level is really good. But you know what? The only reason I don't enjoy it is because I need to use my fucking flashlight and it's not over fucking brightened. And you know what's crazy? It's that there are some genuine good additions to the library. Like the fucking arrows on the floor guiding you where to go. I think that's a genuine improvement. But that's literally the only example I can think of in this entire game where I can think of, oh yeah, this is better than the original.
I don't know, I feel very mixed about it because it's also every like 10 fucking steps, like here's where you need to go. My whole sweat with the arrows is that it doesn't help because how are you supposed to see that arrow right over there? Like, it's so fucking visually cluttered and just like distracting that I actually can't see anything.
And like literally the reason I'm only using the library as an example is because I think it conveys perfectly what the fuck is wrong with this goddamn remaster. I could talk about 343 Guilty Spark in way more detail, but guess what? I don't need to. I can literally just show what the fucking library looks like, and you can get the same idea. It's like when making this game, the team wanted to have the same breathtaking visuals that this game had back in 2001, but translated for the Xbox 360 era. But unfortunately, the Xbox 360 era is probably one of the poorest aging console eras visually.
Oh, this might be a reach. Oh my god.
And in doing so, they completely fucked up the tone. I could go into way more detail about what this remaster does that's shitty, but I genuinely would lose my fucking mind trying to do that. So let me show you an example from another video that's talking about this game.
Now, enemies blend right into the background, and the backgrounds are complex as shit all the time. If they weren't moving, it'd be like playing fucking Where's Waldo. No, awesome, great, love it. I mean, yeah, maybe some people prefer it stylistically, but when the subjects and their setting become more difficult to tell apart, that is an objective disadvantage.
Also, they didn't nail putting the remastered graphics over the original because there will be multiple times in this game where you will just shoot at a piece of geometry and it turns out you switch to original graphics and there's actually some sort of barrier in the way. How the fuck that happens, I have no idea. And I've never heard of a game being ported to another console and the graphics being this bad except for the fucking Silent Hill remastered port. And unfortunately, with this version, no matter which graphics you choose, it's going to look like shit. If you choose the anniversary graphics, you get this over-brightened, over-designed version of this game that does not understand the original tone of the fucking Xbox version. And if you switch to the OG graphics, they're gonna be way duller and objectively worse than the fucking original Xbox where this game came from. At that point, you should have just remade the game and not even even fucking flex the option to play on the original graphics. And when this remake was released, people who hadn't played CE in a while came back to this version and were like, I don't remember the original graphics looking this bad. And I know this happened because it fucking happened to me. I remember my first playthrough of this game back when I was like, I don't know, 10 years old. And even then I was like, oh, I don't remember this game looking that bad. And guess what? It's because it fucking didn't. And so after I played this version, I was way less inclined to play the original version because I was like, well, it looks like fucking shit. Why would I play it? And then guess what? When I came back to play it a couple years after playing this version, I was like, holy shit, this game is so good. Because this game made me fucking remember a version that is objectively fucking worse. If a remaster leaves you remembering the original game in a negative light, then it fucking failed as a remaster. Even if just by looking at the goddamn box, you could just tell that they just don't get it. I mean, just look at the comparison to these two boxes. Like, they just don't get it. Yes, fundamentally it is the same, but it's just like, it's just off. He's holding a pistol in this version. He's alone. It's in black and white. This looks like a special edition. This doesn't look like the default fucking version you could find anywhere. And even if you compare the backs, like, yes, fundamentally they are very similar, but it's just not the fucking same. And even if you look at the goddamn guide for this game, you can tell that it just has way less effort put into it than the original guide. Like, look how fucking beefy this is. Look at the difference between the Halo ring on this version of the game to this version of the game. Like, yes, they're in the same kind of positioning, but this is just over fucking designed. Like, you can just tell, it doesn't look right. They did a much better job in fucking Halo 2 Anniversary of this ring than they did in this one. The question is why? Why does it look so fucking bad? I think one of the best examples for a remaster or even remake was Ocarina of Time 3D. And that developer team had the philosophy of, we cannot fuck things up. And just by looking at this game, you can tell that the Anniversary team just did not have that same goal.
That was 10 years ago. This is now.
It's the quintessential walk down memory lane with a much better visuals.
If a remastered version of a game doesn't have you playing the original version thinking, oh man, I really wish I had this version in the remaster, like the fucking Iron Boots from Ocarina of Time 3D, then you failed as a remake. I have literally never wanted to play Halo CE Anniversary other than fucking novelty once and for footage for this video. And even then, I never want to touch it again. I don't think there's really any version to touch this game, genuinely. This version just leaves a really bad fucking taste in my mouth. And the only reason I can think of anybody playing this game is just to see what the Anniversary graphics looked like and ran on the Xbox 360, which is fucking stupid. There's literally no reason to play this. This is the cheapest version of the game you can find literally anywhere, and for good fucking reason. Don't fucking buy this shit. And just like the PC version, do not touch it. It's fucking broken. And now we're on to the most modern way to access Halo CE, which is the Master Chief Collection, which was released in 2014, which is for the Xbox One, Series X and S, I guess. I don't know how new Xboxes work, PC, and Steam Deck. And for those who don't know, this version of the game, which I'm just gonna call MCC from this point on, is a collection of every mainline Halo game except for Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, and any top-down Halo game or like spin-off that wasn't like released or advertised as like a main Halo game. And this collection is the most modern, easiest, and also the worst way to experience Halo for the first time. For some background, Halo's MCC was released in 2014, right around the same time as Halo 2's anniversary. So it really was just an excuse to release Halo 2 Anniversary, and then they kind of just found an excuse to put every Halo game on the Xbox One so they could have it. And it fucking shows, because based off of how well this game did during launch. This game was a disaster when it launched. They put 4 games in here and expected, oh yeah, this is gonna work. And you know what? Honestly, back then, playing the MCC in 2015, it was hype. It was hype playing every Halo game on the new gen console and seeing how much better it ran. But now that MCC is kind of settled, essentially all development has been ceased on MCC, there's a lot I'd like to say about it. So let's get into it. First off,
The UI and the loading screens are terrible and boring as fuck. You know how I made these little homemade loading screens for every level? Oh my god, it's so cool. Guess what? It literally just has a still image and a loading screen. No music, nothing. It is boring as fuck. And it's like this for every single fucking game. It literally spoils the fucking flood in the goddamn avatar menu. You can't even unlock any levels. They're all available from the fucking start. I don't feel like I have to explain why this is potentially problematic for first-time players. You know the guide that I was praising and meat writing a little bit that came with the original box? There was no way to access this in this version. Fucking Nintendo Switch Online has access to video game guides. How do you get outmatched by goddamn Switch Online? How does that even happen? And plus, trying to play this game for the first time is hard as fuck, so most people are just gonna press quick play, which is arguably the worst way to access this game. Because guess what? This game just doesn't show you how to switch to the original graphics at all. It just expects you to play on the shitty anniversary graphics. Let me just show you how fucking hard it is to access the OG graphics. So, from the start of the menu, you select campaigns, you scroll all the way down to Halo CE Anniversary, which I'll get to in a second why it's not fucking first. You go to missions, you select Pillar of Autumn, you go to settings, you go to change visuals and effects to classic, you change the music to classic as well. I don't know, you could turn off fucking scoring and time off, as well as disabling campaign customization, and then you choose your difficulty, and then your fucking skulls, which is also... If I was a first-time player, why the fuck would I choose anything other than remastered graphics? For most fucking gamers, remastered equals fucking better, but like I mentioned earlier, it fucking isn't. Literally, it was so easy to jump into the original Halo's campaign. Why do I need to choose what graphics I am? Why do I need to choose what music I am? What is scoring and time, bro? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck? What are skulls? Like, and it doesn't even show you how to switch between graphics. They literally could have just put press tab to switch to the fucking OG graphics. How fucking hard would that have been? It's like the current developers of this game just want to hide the original graphics because they're so proud of what shitty fucking version that they made. Just add a legacy version. Like, add a fucking legacy option like Star Fox 3D. It's really not that fucking hard. What's unfortunate is that MCC is not that bad. Remastering the Halo games every 10 years is not a bad idea. What is a bad idea is when the legacy of really important video games that shaped the entire fucking industry get fucked over by a bad remaster that's now pushed by the current fucking developers, dude. Oh my god. Why are our egos so big that we're gonna just totally push that version to the side and not care about it and instead push, ooh, this version that took a lot less effort to make, but looks pretty and it looks modern, so let's use that. Look at fucking Master Chief. Why does he look like this? Why do his arms look like that? He looks like a fucking Oompa Loompa, dude. I hate how Master Chief looks, bro. Oh my god. Why does he look like this? He looks like a baby. He looks like a fat he looks fat, bro. He looks like a fat ass. You're supposed to be a super soldier, bro. You look 400 pounds. Ow. And what sucks is that Halo 2 Anniversary isn't even that bad. I'd even go as far as to say it's the golden standards for how you should remaster fucking graphics. So why couldn't they do that for Halo CE? And you know what? Everyone's opinion on Halo 2 is fucking way better than Halo CE because it looks way better and they remaster it fucking so much better than they did Halo CE. I'd even go as far to say people's opinions on Halo 2 is better than they were back in 2004. But if I have a time machine, I guarantee you that the general public's opinion on the original Halo would be way better than it is currently. And that is literally because the MCC pushes you to play the shitty remastered version of the original Halo. And a lot of this game isn't even a fucking remaster. It's a fucking lazy reuse of assets from the fucking prequel game that came out just before this game. And they reused the assets in the worst way possible. So for example, they reused elites from Halo Reach. In Halo Reach, these elites were specifically designed to give off a tone of lethality and hopelessness and just overall like way more alien than Halo CE. And it works really well in that game. Halo CE's elites are really silly and say reverse Sergeant Johnson lines. And these fucking elites do not fit in the fucking confines of this game's story. And the reuse of assets just fundamentally do not fit. And while I do understand that they wanted to add continuity from Halo Reach to Halo CE, Halo CE does not need continuity from fucking Halo Reach. In Halo Reach, they didn't even design the game to have fucking continuity with Halo CE. And just, oh. But you know what? I can't hold off talking about Halo Reach anymore. So it's time for the goddamn Reach rant. Hot take, guys. I don't really like Halo Reach.
And that is the conclusion of the Reach rant. Basically, there was gonna be like a whole like hour-long rant about why I don't like Halo Reach. And I think I don't have to explain why that'd be a really fucking stupid idea. You can read the text on screen if you want. But basically, it's just like continuity issues, and I was just like, I don't know. It made me really mad for some reason. Like, it made me genuinely really heated. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Halo Reach, but like that has nothing to do with what I'm saying here. It has nothing to do with this video. So,
if you're unfamiliar with Halo Reach, it takes place during the fall of Reach, which essentially was the events that happened right before Halo CE happened, with you being a main member of a group of elite Spartan 3s, which is really fucking weird because in Halo CE we're a Spartan 2, so why the fuck there's Spartan 3s? I don't understand. And also this is a prequel, so why is the number count later, and why are we more advanced than Spartan 2s? I don't understand. And essentially this game shows the timeline of Reach falling all the way from us discovering the Covenant on Reach all the way to the Pillar of Autumn escaping off the ring and us discovering Halo. So why is this a problem for first-time players? Well, in MCC, they recommend you play Halo Reach fucking first. Halo Reach is the culmination of 10 years of development for fucking Bungie, and they recommend you play it fucking first? Why does Halo Reach come before Halo CE in the menu, but Halo 3 ODST doesn't come before Halo 3? Halo 3 ODST literally takes place during Halo 2 and was released after Halo 3. By this logic, it should be before Halo 3, but they didn't do that because it's not marketed as a fucking prequel to Halo 3, and neither is fucking Halo Reach. So why does MCC suggest that you play it first? Halo CE stands on its own so well that you need literally nothing to understand what's going on before. Motherfuckers will be like,
oh, you need to play Halo Reach first. If you're playing Halo, if you're getting into Halo for the first time, you need to play it first.
no, the fuck you don't. This game is not fucking made better by playing Halo Reach first.
MCC is a fucking game collection. Who the fuck puts their games in chronological order rather than fucking release order? If you have a problem with playing Halo Reach after playing Halos 1 through 3 and after Halo 3 ODST, then that is not the fucking game developer's problem. That is fucking your problem and your fucking issue with playing goddamn prequels. You guys are the same motherfuckers who say you should watch Better Call Saul before Breaking Bad. You are the same motherfuckers who say the Star Wars prequels need to be watched before you watch the originals. Like, no! Do you guys not understand it? Watching in fucking release order, do you not understand how that works? And the whole problem with Reach being put first, it's such a small suggestion, right? But here's the thing. If I had no idea what Halo was and people were like, oh my god, the Halo series is so good, you should play it, and there was no specific Halo 1, guess what? I'm playing Halo Reach because I guess that makes the most sense. Any normal person who gets the MCC is not going to care this much. They're literally going to play Halo Reach, love it, go to Halo CE, see how dated and weird it is in comparison, and then think Halo CE isn't as good. And I know this is real because I literally had friends over quarantine who experienced Halo this way. I had a group of friends over quarantine who decided to start playing Halo, the Master Chief Collection, and guess what? Their first game was Halo Reach, and they're like,
dude, Halo Reach is the best one. You need to play it first before Halo CE.
And also, guess what? Halo CE did not stick with literally any of them. Meanwhile, quarantine was the same period of my life where I re-experienced Halo CE and I discovered how fucking good it was. And the only reason was because I was playing on original fucking hardware. I've been playing Halo since 2011. I have seen the ups and downs the series has had. I have known MCC before it had ODST in it. And I understand that Halo Reach is a prequel. It's understandable for people to experience that as their first Halo game. That's totally fine. But there's no excuse as to why it should be advertised as the first game you should play in the MCC. What's so unfortunate is that if you play Halo CE
game now, the way the current developers recommend, you're going to have an objectively worse experience of this game that it's been tainted by a developer that has a history of constantly mishandling this series. And just finding a way to experience this game in a form that is untouched by 343 or even Microsoft is extremely difficult, which is why the MCC is so fucking problematic. Listen, the MCC is $40, but it goes on sale all the time. It goes even as low as $10, so even free at some points. And it's also on Game Pass, so it's essentially free if you have Game Pass. It's also on literally every modern console within the last like 10 years. And plus, it's a collection of 6 games, so if you're interested in playing the entire series, it's all right there at your fingertips. If you wanted to get into the Halo series, MCC is literally the perfect vector for it. So why wouldn't you choose this version to play? It is literally so accessible. But the problem is that accessing it on modern hardware is the worst version. So you might be thinking, oh, well, you made this video on authentic hardware and OG hardware, so it couldn't have been that hard to access. Well, unfortunately, because I was playing on authentic hardware, this video was almost impossible to make. So let me talk about how I ended up accessing this game in somewhat original hardware. So for this video, I was playing the game on my original copy like I showed earlier. I'm using the Xbox 360's backwards compatibility feature because I don't have an original Xbox.
Am I supposed to do another one of these? Okay.
The purpose of like the last, like, I don't know how long, I'm gonna assume it was an hour of ranting, is just to show you that there's no beautiful simplicity to this game. Even trying to get this game in a working state on original hardware took me over a week to do. And I know if somebody else who wasn't making a very long detailed essay about this game would not bother to do that, because why the fuck would they? They would just play it on the fucking MCC at that point. And you know what? The MCC has been broken for so long that on YouTube, if you look up Halo Combat Evolved, all cutscenes, you will see cutscenes from the broken version of the game, and you can tell almost immediately just based off of what model keys is using, or if Cortana doesn't change color, you can tell, oh, these cutscenes are broken. This is what the game's legacy is. It's not going to be remembered as the initial release, but as the multiple terrible downgrades it has had over the years. And what's crazy about the MCC is that it's been out for 10 years and it just fixed a majority of all the issues with Halo CE's graphics almost 2 years ago. It fixed the graphics that had been broken for almost 20 years 2 years ago. You had 20 years and you just fixed this now? Ridiculous. And what also sucks is that Halo Anniversary, as much as I can act like it doesn't exist, will always be a part of this game's legacy. If you look up Halo CE, Anniversary will always show up in the fucking search results. I looked up this picture to see when was Halo CE released, and in that fucking ensemble of pictures of what the game looks like, guess what? You see Halo Anniversary right next to it. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes on YouTube recently, it's been showing me videos that have like really low views that are just like people's first time playing Halo, and almost every time guaranteed they are playing on the OG graphics. There's no reason why they would play on the originals, because why wouldn't they? The OG graphics look ugly in compared to the really pretty ones. If I was playing through the fucking 343 Guilty Spark, I would not want to play in the creepy dark fucking hallways. I want to play in the bright pretty ones because they are easy to look at. And even now, even though the OG game is technically fixed on modern hardware now, there's no guarantee that in the next console generation it'll be fixed at all. There's no guarantee. And what sucks is that the amount of effort Halo Anniversary probably took to make means it can never be forgotten. It can never be pushed to the side. It needs to be packaged along Halo CE, as unfortunate as that is. Which means, unfortunately, that the legacy of this amazing game will always have this dumb ass little fucking parasite that's attached to it, always being like, guys, I'm better, guys, I'm better, guys, I'm better, guys, I'm better. But anyways, with all that being said, I still love this game.
I love Halo CE. It's the best one.
This whole video may have been an excuse to play the original game's campaign on original hardware, since I haven't done that since pre-COVID. And it's also an excuse to kind of stop making Cursed Halo videos. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to make 3 videos of me playing the same levels over and over again. I want to put a lid on that. But also, I made this video because I wanted to show how important this game is to me. I wanted to show people that, hey, this video game is really cool and really important, and you guys should probably definitely check it out because it's really, really good, actually. And listen, I know I've said that, MCC is so bad. It really isn't. Like, you can switch to OG graphics and it's fine. I just wish that more people could experience this game the way I did. I know this video was very similar in a way to the Dementia album review I made a couple years ago, and that was intentional. I kind of want to move away from the fucking like shitty gameplay, like in-person videos. I mean, the in-person videos are funny, but I don't really want to do that anymore. While I could continue to make fucking brain rot and incomprehensible shit, I'd rather just make stuff that I'm proud of, which is this video.
So here we are at the editing chair, and since everything up until this point has been filmed over like 7 or 8 months ago, I figured I'd give a little more recent of an update on what I'm planning to do. The reason my voice sounds like this is because I am sick for the fucking 3rd time while making this video. How the fuck that happens, I have no idea. But I apologize. So basically, like I said earlier, this is my 2nd time attempting to do a long form video like this. The first time was a video in 2021 where I was talking about everywhere at the end of time. And that video was only an hour long, and this one is well over at least 4 at this point. And I think it's very obvious that I had no idea what I was doing when I was starting this project. I think it was really cool to just kind of figure out how to do everything as I go on, and I think you can kind of notice that while you're watching. I think the most important thing is that I'm glad I found out what kind of editing style I wanted to do before I got to the most important parts of the game. Genuinely, I didn't think I would get this far. It's fucking surreal at this point. So basically, after this, I'm planning on making a video similar to this one on Halo 2, but after that, I'm moving on. I'm not talking about Halo again unless something ridiculous happens. I am not becoming a Halo content creator. That is a toxic burning ship that I want nothing to do with. I'd expect the Halo 2 video to be done at least before June 2025, but that is a guess and it is not a promise. But unless, I don't know, I somehow don't edit for like a couple months, it should be done well before then. And also, if you want to reach out to me, I have all that stuff listed in like my about section, and also I have a Twitter that you can hit up. I might respond, I might not, who knows. If you really want to reach me, that's where you can reach out to me, I guess. But yeah, essentially I just wanted to make a love letter to this game because it's very important to me, and I wanted to preserve it in a way that at least I could control. So, you know, I hope you guys enjoyed.
Anyways, on to Halo 2, I guess. That's what we're talking about next time. We're talking about Halo 2. We're going to be playing on original hardware on the same Xbox that I played this game on. So that's what we're doing next. So anyways, I'm gonna talk about that. Yeah. And that's it. That's the end of the video. I'm about to fucking fart. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoever the fuck was in charge of Halo from 2013 to like 2015 genuinely needs to get fucking shot or something. I act like those games don't exist.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Fuck.